Defense made a motion for a mistrial. Prosecutor was up to some fuckery. Potentially damaging evidence, no basis for it. The judge specifically said, do not ask that question. Do not use that as evidence. She walked right down the path and asked the question. It may be over on Tuesday morning. Batman Bruce Wayne bitch snitch. Gerald Brooks, your constitution does not apply to me because I'm a sovereign citizen, a traveler on the land. I'm the Moorish Empire or whatever, bitch snitch. Because they're so fucking absurd. If you want to be a sovereign citizen, just do yourself a favor first. Go to YouTube here and just get every sovereign citizen that's ever been before. Find me one that won. God dang, you're right. Don't go down this. It's not the path. Don't have time for stupidity. Some clever dick on the internet didn't find the great loophole in all of the world's law. Bitch snitch. God dang, you're right. God dang, you're right. Traveler on the land. Moorish Empire, traveler on the land, bitch snitch, Moorish Empire, God dang, you're right, traveler on the land, bitch snitch, the late evening U.S. people.
In the trial of Halyna Gutierrez Reed, all eyes turn to the courtroom as the case unfolds. Halyna Gutierrez Reed, the armorer on the set of the film Rust, faces charges related to the tragic shooting incident that took place during production. On October 21, 2021, a prop firearm discharged unexpectedly, resulting in the death of cinematographer Halyna Hutchins and injury to director Joel Souza. The pretrial phase has been marked by intense scrutiny of Gutierrez Reed's handling of firearms and adherence to industry safety protocols. The incident has sparked widespread discussion and raised questions about safety measures on film sets, prompting calls for stricter regulations. As Gutierrez Reed prepares to face trial, the outcome remains uncertain, with the film industry watching closely for potential implications on set safety standards. For further developments in this high-profile trial, stay tuned on the Legal Vices channel as the case of Halyna Gutierrez Reed continues to unfold.
Hey, that's right. It's me, Legal Vices, and let's get rid of this here now. But I'm just glad you're here. Hey, welcome. We are doing this. It's a special time. I wasn't here Friday. I was off. I was off in China for 3 days. I just got back about 2 hours ago. So doing all that stuff, I just settled in. We got a lot of ground to catch up on. We missed half of day 6 and all of day 7, but day 7 was a short day. So we might be able to power through all of this. We might be able to get caught up today. I'm going to go as long as I can. It's 10 p.m. here. Hopefully we can wrap all this up in 5 or 6 hours. So I'll be here all morning and all afternoon and all evening with you, depending on where you are. I am so glad you are all here. How are we all doing? It's a good weekend. Waiting for people to show up. It's going to be early. People are going to show up later. We've only got 93 people here. That's so low. There's so few people here. I'm not used to that. But it is early Sunday morning for most of you in the U.S. We got some peeps over here in Asia, in the Asia Pacific area, in Oceania. We've got some in Europe that are enjoying their Sunday afternoon. And let's see. But we do have sorry, I just got to turn off my phone. It's in like serious vibrating mode. There we go. Phone is now turned off. And what we've got to do here real quick, is do all of our stuff. We'll put up a like and subscribe poll. It's going to be really stupid, so don't expect anything. Don't expect anything from the like and subscribe poll. I know what it's going to be, and it's really stupid, and it's just because that's all I got to do. But remember to come on in. As you come on in to hit that like and subscribe button, if you know, mods will continue to remind you to do that, and I'll do it every hour or so. We started off with a bit of a war here. Sebastian Muller, who's been a member for 11 months, says 11 months and counting. Thank you, Sebastian. Sebastian, appreciate your 11 months of support through the memberships, the super chats, the gifted memberships, all the other stuff. Thank you so much for your support. And Chaos Coordinator, same to you. OG, 16 months and counting too. But I'm not good with math. Is 2 + 2 still 5? It should be, as far as I know. So we're great here. Thank you for the 11 months. Thank you for the 16 months, Chaos Coordinator. Everything is deeply appreciated. And we're going to jump straight into this. But first, wait a minute. I was going to do a but first, but our but first has temporarily taken itself out of the picture. Basically what I'm saying is we've got a very special guest here with us today, and I was just about to bring up our very special guest when our very special guest disappeared, leaving the message, fixing my cam. So we'll give a couple more seconds here. Hey, Strawberry, what's up? Strawberry, stop that. All right, we've got the doggos locked and loaded here. So if we get to the $100 super chat or gifted membership level, then we will unlock the doggo cam, the pig dog cam will be unleashed. $200 will still work our way through that horrible mint chocolate soju. 300 gives us a horrible shot of the horrible Giwon Korean single malt whiskey. Those are our achievements. And but our guest was here, and then our guest was out again. Guest keeps popping in and out. Hopefully we'll get it resolved here quickly. Chris Mullen, who's been a member for 13 months, says, "Oh, I passed the 12-month mark. Cool. Okay, our super special guest has just returned for the third and hopefully final time." Thank you, Chris Mullen, for your support for 13 months. And you're right there with Ms. K. Grift, who's also been a member for 13 months. Thank you, everybody, for all of that. Those are always deeply appreciated. I just, thanks for all the memories. And let's continue it on more. Right. Let's do this. Oh, sorry. We got one more. And then we'll bring up our super special guest. It's American Dreamer, who's been a member for 12 months. Something witty. And Jeremiah Jordan has been a member for 10 months. Thank you, Jeremiah Jordan. All right, everybody's been members forever. Thank you so much, all you members. Just everybody wants to be my member. Everybody wants to be my member. All right, but let's be speaking of people and our super special guest who I've referred to several times. Let's get it on with Flux. What's up, Flux?
How's it going?
It's going good.
How's life?
It's going great.
How was China?
It was Chinese. How are you doing?
I'm doing well. I slept on my neck weird, and so I don't know if it's my shoulder or my neck, but it hurts.
You are not talking into your studio microphone.
Damn it. Hold on. I'll fix it.
Okay. Just sounds like you're at the end of a tunnel.
Oh.
End of a very, very long hallway. All right. And see, Flux is someone we need here. We haven't had a lay person on our trial stream for Halyna Gutierrez read. We need the lay person's view. And Flux wanted to be part of this because this is one of the few times she actually gets to participate, because she's normally at work when I do my streams, and she just has to listen quietly and comment when she can. So I said, yes, you can definitely be a part of this. Yes, Flux.
Now, is it working at all now?
It's working at all, but it's the same microphone you were just using.
Hold on, it's being dumb.
It's being dumb.
You can start if you'd like, and I can try and figure this out while we go along.
That's what we're gonna do. We can still hear you, but like I said, it just sort of sounds like you're in a giant echoey room at the end of a long tunnel. And we can hear everything going on in your background too.
Ooh, that's not great.
All right. Yeah, Flux is boomerang, but we can deal with it. Oh, you did something that cut the background noise.
Anything better?
That's much better.
Yay! Isn't StreamYard wonderful? It changed the settings.
Yeah, you have to go to your proper mic settings. All right, we are locked and loaded, and she is joining us as our layperson for the day to celebrate her being able to attend because she isn't working on Sunday morning.
It's awesome. No work.
All right, are we ready to get into this? Is day 6 afternoon session.
I will tell you, this is the 3rd time that I will be watching this. But just to let you know, this is the 3rd time, and I will probably not understand what's going on. That's how. Yep.
Well, what I've done is, because we've got some time we got some ground to catch up on here. It's like I'm a day and a half behind, so we've got Fridays finished a little bit early, and they took a little bit of break, so we got that taken care of. And the afternoon of day 6, that would have been Thursday, I skipped 2 witnesses. One was a producer who was just like, yeah, I give money and I don't know anything else. And the other was a key grip who's like, yeah, I was standing around, and then I called the union, and then I was throwing benches out of the way so they could move her body and get the helicopter there. Now we've got 2 very important. We're starting with 2 very important witnesses, David Halls and Sarah. Sarah is going to be finishing out the day and starting up day 7. So let's get on with this. Thank you for being here, Flux. It's so good to have you.
Absolutely. Like I said, this does get really good. So I'm like, again, I'm excited for this.
Don't get me excited, because that's just me. Then you build it up, and then I go, no spoilers. Don't tell me what's going to be super. Just pretend it hasn't happened.
All right, nothing's happened. We don't know.
Happened.
Let's go.
Just keep it neutral, so I don't get too hyped and go. See, which was good, because when they showed all the on-set gun videos, nobody spoiled that, and I was like, okay, this is just going to be oh my god, this is not a boring video, but
it's so bad. That was so bad.
And before we do that, Sonny or Chris, who has now taken the lead, as the Vice Racks of the day with 5 gifted Legal Vices memberships, putting us 25% of the way, 1/4 of the way from Doggo Cam. The dogs will be unleashed in now $75 from now. Thank you so much, Sonia Chris. If you're one of the lucky people that got 5 gifted memberships, make sure you tell Sonia Chris thank you for the generosity. Now we do have trial. Put on our amazing trial cam view here. Let's see. And there's still no subtitles yet. I don't know why, but so we're just gonna have to listen on. We're gonna listen to this starting out at 1.25 speed, and as we get used to it, I'm gonna try to bump us up to 1.5 speed. I don't know how fast David Halls talks yet, but he looks like what's his face that died a while ago.
We didn't even get to Dave Halls yet.
No, this is what we're doing. We're starting with Dave Halls.
Okay.
Now it's Flux.
I just
Let's go.
I was asking, I couldn't remember.
Yep. Let's go. All right, this David Halls coming on in.
Do you swear affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you'll give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? I do. All right, have a seat talking to the microphone. Thank you. Would you like some water, sir?
I would, please.
Okay.
Well, it kind of looks a little bit like Bill Nye.
Give me just one moment.
Really?
A little bit, I guess. Let's see if he turns into an old vampire. That'll let us know.
State your full name for the record, please.
David John Halls.
Mr. Halls, what do you do for a living?
I am retired. I was a first assistant director on motion pictures and television.
Oh, he
How
retired.
long were you a
Why?
first assistant director?
Since the mid-90s, I think we could probably use for motion pictures 94, since 1994.
Okay, and I'm going to ask you to move that microphone a little closer to you, okay?
Mhm.
And in October of 2021, were you employed on the set of the movie Rust?
I was.
And were you employed in that capacity as a first assistant director?
I was.
Can you explain to the jurors what a first assistant director does?
A first assistant director is responsible for creating the schedule. First assistant director will do that in collaboration with the director and producers. That's a process of taking the script and breaking it down, and what actors are going to be needed in which scenes, what props are going to be needed, what pieces of wardrobe are going to be needed, what special effects will be needed, and that is all broken down into a software program that's pretty universal in the industry, and that generates documents that can be distributed to the different departments, the different department heads, and my department, the assistant director's department, is kind of a contact point for the cast. So it's really a position of disseminating information. This is all during the pre-production process, and then once production shooting begins, the first assistant director.
Well, shooting choices. Once production starts, the shooting begins. Just ask Alec Baldwin. I paused this here real quick because we have our vote, our like and subscribe and vote, our poll up. Our poll is up here. We got 167 people here, 104 likes. Make sure you smash that like and subscribe button. If you're just joining us, or if you're watching this on replay and you haven't hit that subscribe button, please do me the favor and do it. It takes nothing, it costs nothing, and you can just do it and forget about it forever until I remind you that if you think you're subscribed, just double check and make sure you still are, because YouTube will sometimes tell you you're no longer subscribed to a particular channel. And then take our little like and subscribe poll. Yes, go ahead.
Mm-hmm.
What?
Oh, I was saying, just for some reason.
Yeah, just for some reason.
You feel like you need to be unsubscribed. We're unsubscribing you.
Today's Legal Vices like and subscribe poll says, did you miss me while I was gone for 3 days in China? Yes, no, you were gone, and hey, look, it's Flux. That's the poll you get to choose from. We'll see how it looks in about an hour from now. So, all right, folks, let's get it on here. Back to David Halls.
David Balls.
An analogy would be you're the shop foreman or the site foreman. You're overseeing and making sure that the production is following the schedule, that things are moving efficiently, and that the cast crew are given the information that they need to know.
And sir, as the first assistant director on the set of Rust, were you what's called a safety coordinator?
Yes, he didn't do a very good fucking job, intercoursing job, did he?
Coordinator.
It's to make sure that the different departments and cast are following the safety protocols, that
he gets a gold
written
star for
safety
that one.
protocols that are produced in an alliance between the different unions and guilds in the industry, Screen Actors Guild, the unions that represent the technicians.
So the guy that's in charge of safety is the one that handed Alec Baldwin the gun
mitigating
and didn't do safety checks.
Any
Awesome.
safety risks.
Did you feel personally, up until October 21st, that Rust was a relatively safe set?
I did.
Did you yourself have any concerns about Ms. Gutierrez's behavior as an armor?
I did not.
And
okay, that's helpful for her.
Part of your role as the first assistant director to be a part of the safety check of firearms that's taking place on set?
Yes.
Can you just describe for the jury generally the way that should work?
Yeah. I was going to say typically, but usually. All the time. Whenever there's a firearm.
Typically, usually, or all the time. Make up your mind.
I do not work with a lot of first assistant directors, but I am assured that this is a protocol that all assistant directors follow. That whenever a firearm is on set, I make an announcement. In the case of Rust, I had a wireless microphone that was connected to a public address, a speaker system, so everybody could hear. And all the time, whenever there was a firearm on set, I would make an announcement there was a firearm or firearms on set. I'm inspecting them with the armor. If anybody else would like to inspect the gun, now would be the time. You're certainly welcome to do that. I would also, if there was ever an incident where the firearm had to be fired, a blank, I would make that announcement. There will be live fire in this shot. Ear and eye protection are provided. Please protect your ears.
On the set of
And your
Rust, can you
chest
tell the
cavity
jury
and
what
your
the safety
shoulder.
checks with
Right?
Ms. Gutierrez consisted of?
It's really what I just said. That whenever.
And let me stop
Yeah,
you and
yes.
ask a more pointed question. I guess what I'm interested in is, did Ms. Gutierrez load the gun in front of you on any occasion? Just kind of walk us through your experiences with blanks, with dummies, with Ms. Gutierrez. And let's, for the purposes of these questions, let's assume that there's going to be blank firing. Okay.
Yes.
We assume there's going to be blank firing. Prior to handing the gun to an actor, is there a safety check that is done with you and Ms. Gutierrez?
Yes. She showed me that there's an empty gun at that moment before she would load the blank round. She would also show me the barrel of the gun to make sure that there's no obstructions in the barrel.
So let me ask you, when she would show you the barrel, were you able to see all the way down the barrel?
On the revolvers, yes, I certainly was. I recall there might have been a rifle that I might not have been able to
Well, this is very helpful to Hannah so far.
clear to see light at the end of the barrel.
Yep.
Okay. So she loads the gun with blanks in front of you. Is that right?
Yes.
And then what happens then?
And then she would give it to the actor.
And was it, in your mind, permissible for her to then walk away and go do something else?
During the moments of live fire?
Sure.
No, not acceptable for her to walk away.
Okay.
Then why would
let's
you
talk
hire
about
her for something?
instances where a gun would be loaded with dummies.
Yes.
When you would do the safety check with Ms. Gutierrez, would she load the dummies in front of you and shake them so that you could hear that they were dummies?
There were only 2 occasions where dummy rounds were used.
That's not the
Let
question.
me stop you right there. When you say there were only 2 occasions that dummy rounds were used, how do you know that dummies were in the guns on those 2 occasions? Is it because Ms. Gutierrez approached you and told you?
She did.
Okay. Would you know if there were times that she would dummy up the guns and not bring them to you and not tell you?
No, the normal, every day, every moment that there was a firearm that was being handed to an actor, she would always bring the gun to the firearm to me, and we would do an inspection of the firearm.
And you only recall 2 instances where firearms were dummied.
Yes.
And was one of them on October 21st?
Yes.
And the other one, did that involve a revolver or a long gun?
A long gun.
Okay. So let's talk about October 21st. I'm going to start with you after the lunch hour. What was happening after lunch? What were we doing there?
We were preparing a shot for Mr. Baldwin's character. He was sitting in a pew. He's been on the run. He's taking refuge in this old church. And he's sitting in the pew. And what we were photographing, I'm sorry, I'm trying to avoid the word shot. We were preparing the shot. So Mr. Baldwin sitting in the pew.
Sorry, dude, you can't do that here. Not with film.
His head, and his action was just to pull out the revolver. And in the story, he's pointing the revolver at 2 U.S. Marshals that have come into the church.
He knows how awkward this is.
That was what you were intending to do.
That's what we were preparing.
Oh, this is so great.
And this has been referred to as blocking the shot. Is that your recollection?
You could refer to that. You could say that, yes. Can I just, there's been a lot of talk about rehearsal. And I just like to clarify.
Yeah.
Let's finish this line of questioning first, okay?
This is what he did during the
So-
police investigations too. Just keep wanting to
Was
talk
this
about
a
other shit.
rehearsal, or was it just setting up the shot?
I think it's a deflecting thing.
Immediately after lunch, we were setting up the shot. Mr. Baldwin was not called to set.
And is that common that was Mr. Baldwin considered first team?
That is what we refer to in the motion picture industry. That is what we refer to the cast as first team.
Okay. So when the shot's being set up, is first team usually there?
No.
Okay. They don't come in until it's ready to shoot.
Yes, I mean
Ready to film.
there are occasions that we might have shot a shot with cast, and now we're going to do it at a different angle and do lighting, and they might stay there.
Okay.
It just depends on the amount of time that would
Okay.
be needed to prepare the shot. But Mr. Baldwin was not present at that time.
So on October 21st after lunch, they're setting up the shot. Do you recall who was in the church?
I do.
Go ahead and tell us who you recall being there.
Ms. Hutchins, Joel Souza.
Duh.
Serge Svetnoy.
Did you say, and did you say Serge Svetnoy?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
Ross Adiego, Reese Price, Thomas Gandy, Roman Gandy. This is during preparation. Okay. This is Mr. Baldwin arriving on set. I believe the microphone boom operator, Zach Sneeby, might have been in the room in the church at that time.
Was Ms. Mitchell in the church at that time or not yet?
I don't recall seeing her
Okay.
at that time.
Okay.
Oh, you know what? Mr. Souza would not have been. I don't think he was in the church during the preparation
Okay.
time.
So at what point in time do you have contact with Ms. Gutierrez?
When Mr. Baldwin was called to set, when he arrived on the set,
Who called Mr. Baldwin to set?
I did.
Did you at the same time make any request for the armor or armorer services?
I did not.
Did you ask for the gun?
I did not ask for the gun
And why wouldn't you have asked for the gun?
because it's normal procedure on certainly all of the productions that I've worked on with firearms. And it's not just for firearms, it's for props and wardrobe that when first team is called to set, it's announced over a walkie-talkie. The first assistant director would go onto the walkie-talkie and say, camera is ready, first team, please. This alerts all the different departments, certainly costumes, because they're going to need to do whatever, put a piece of costume on the actor, make adjustments, hair and makeup, they're going to need to do their touches, props, they're going to need to give the prop that's needed to the actor. And this is also a signal, a cue to the armor that the actor that needs the firearm is going to be on set, and I should be there. The armor isn't.
He handed the gun to Alec. There's no question about that.
Okay, so you didn't actually call for the gun, but you agree that Ms. Gutierrez may have understood that it would be time for her.
He
to
doesn't say
come to
that.
church.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, like, yeah.
Well,
Ever
no
since-
spoilers, because Alec said
No,
he
that-
got the gun from David Halls, and Hannah said she gave it to David Halls, who gave it to Alec Baldwin. So
yeah,
let's
but
see
he's
what
been
he says.
saying from the get that he didn't do it. I just want to hear him testify to it in court.
We consider the question, but please, we're going to disregard the question asked. All right, thank you.
And my apologies. Just to be clear, you don't know what Ms. Gutierrez thought or why she did what she did in that moment, correct? You don't know that Ms. Gutierrez thought to herself, I better come into the church. You're making that assumption, correct?
I'm making that assumption.
Okay. But to be clear, you did not call for the gun.
No.
Okay. Does Ms. Gutierrez appear in the church?
Yes, very shortly after Mr. Baldwin appeared on set.
Yeah,
Okay,
my mic should
and
be
walk us
slightly
through this.
louder
Tell
than
us about when
shouldn't
Mr.
be a lot
Baldwin
louder. It
appears,
should be slightly
in the
louder
church
so
and-
that you
and
can
then
hear
Ms.
me
Gutierrez,
talk
walk
over
us through
them.
what happens.
Mr. Baldwin entered the church. He took his position where he was needed in the pew of the church. I'm standing in front of Mr. Baldwin, facing Mr. Baldwin. It was no more than 5 feet from him. I was a body width to what would be his left. And Ms. Gutierrez appeared on my left-hand side with the revolver, and she said, let's do the gun check. She opened up the latch to show the drum of the revolver. She rotated the cylinder. It was empty. Checked the barrel. It was what is referred to as a cold gun. And Ms. Gutierrez just took a few steps and gave the gun to Mr. Baldwin.
Oh wow!
Now,
Wow. So now this is interesting. Because Hannah says that she gave it to him and he gave it to Baldwin. Baldwin first says Dave gave it to me, and then he subsequently said, no, Hannah gave it to Dave and Dave gave it to me.
Yeah, see, from what I remember, Dave had been saying from the get, no, Hannah gave it to him. No, Hannah gave it to him. And everybody else is like, no, he gave it to him. And that's where like this whole issue came into, is because his was the only story where he was like, no, I didn't do it. I didn't do it.
And I mean, he just said that he checked the gun. She rotated the cylinder and the cylinder was empty.
Mm-hmm.
Well, clearly it wasn't.
See, and yeah,
Now, see, he's got this plea deal. If he perjures himself, if he lies and he's demonstrated, they can rip his plea deal and bring him to trial for everything.
see, and here's my question as a layperson, right? So far, everybody has testified that he gave Alec the gun. right?
Yeah.
And his testimony is that Hannah gave him the gun. With that conflicting testimony, can they take away his plea deal?
If they can prove he lied, if the prosecutors can go, all right, we think you lied, we think you committed perjury. That's
But
that's not what we know.
The two other people testifying to that wouldn't be.
No, they could be misremembering. But if the prosecution knows that he's lying,
Okay.
then they can rip the deal. But wow.
Yeah.
All right. This is odd. Yeah. See, this is the deal. She's lying. He said it was loaded before lunch. So did she unload it, or is he just lying? See, this is what she loaded 5 rounds before lunch. One didn't fit in very well. She loaded the 6th one after lunch and apparently gave him the gun. He passed it off to Baldwin. But here he's saying that she just walked up. She did the gun check. The cylinder was empty, and then she took a couple steps and gave it to Baldwin. So that makes zero. I mean, what is he going to say? Just the 6 bullets magically appeared in the 2 steps it took her to get to Baldwin, if what he says is correct. All right, let's hear what he's saying, because this.
It's your recollection at that point in time that the gun was empty. It did not have dummies in it.
It absolutely was empty.
Okay.
Absolutely was
You looked at
empty.
it, correct.
I looked at it, yes.
Now, let me stop for a moment.
What?
Were there any opportunity at any point in time during that day? Did you sit in for Mr. Baldwin?
I did,
When was that?
after lunch.
Okay. And when you sat in for Mr. Baldwin, was the firearm in the church?
No.
Okay. So why don't we talk a little bit about that? Why are you sitting in for him? Explain to the jury how that happens.
Well, usually there is a stand-in for the actor, a person, and most times it's a person that matches the height and hair color look of the actor. There was a stand-in for Mr. Baldwin, and when I entered the church after lunch, the stand-in for Mr. Baldwin was there. And because of COVID, I wanted to keep the amount of people in the church to and I typically do that anyway, outside of the pandemic, before.
Yeah,
the
but
pandemic,
did you
just
keep the
in
armor
smaller
out?
Spaces I would try to keep. What I usually say is, if you don't have to be there, please don't. So because of COVID and just
I feel
generally,
like the
I'd
armor
like to
should
keep
be there.
only the people that are needed for the shot there. I said, his name was Bill. I said, Bill, it's okay. I can sit in for Alec. And it was a good opportunity. Just as if I'm sitting in the pew right now, I can observe everything, the crew preparing, and that's what I did.
Did you need to have a firearm at that point in time?
I did not. No.
Did you have a firearm at that
No, I
point in
did
time?
not.
Were you using anything to mimic a firearm?
I recall holding up my hand like this. Figure.
Just so that they could set up the shot?
Yeah.
Okay.
Fingering himself.
So after the setting up of the shot, after you sitting in for Mr. Baldwin, just to be clear, it's your recollection that Mr. Baldwin came in and Ms. Gutierrez came in around the same time?
Yes.
Okay. She does the gun check with you. You see an empty gun. To your recollection, Ms. Gutierrez hands the gun to Mr. Baldwin. Is that right?
That's correct.
What happens after that? How do we end up with a gun that is no longer empty?
I did not see the gun taken away from Mr. Baldwin. I'm still in the same position, facing him, body width to his left, no more than 5 feet in front of him. You know, as an assistant director, you're looking around, you're observing, you're communicating with people. I did not see Ms. Gutierrez take the gun from Mr. Baldwin, but she appeared back on my left-hand side, and she said that she had put dummy rounds into the revolver.
And
What?
at that point in time was another safety check.
She appeared.
She appeared. She handed him an
With the
empty
gun.
gun. They checked it. She took a couple of steps, gave it back to Baldwin, took it back from Baldwin, said she put dummy rounds in it. This just sounds like horse shit.
This whole so it.
This just sounds like
didn't-
horse shit.
It didn't have the dummies, and then she appeared with the dummies, but he
Yeah.
checked it.
Yeah, that's. I mean, maybe I'm going deaf and dumb and senile, but he's saying that he was there. She magically appeared. They did a check right there, and he checked and he saw the cylinder was absolutely empty. She takes a couple of steps, 2 steps, I think he said, gives the gun to Baldwin. They do that. She takes the gun back from Baldwin and appears at his side again and says, "I loaded it with dummy round."
Could it have been
No
the
one.
Gelflings?
No one has remotely testified to anything like this.
It makes zero sense. It makes no sense.
It doesn't. Yeah, I don't get it. Because everyone around her, everyone in this thing has testified that she loaded the weapon before lunch. So this is weird. This is absolutely messed up. All right. Let's see here. We got the gifted memberships from Sonia or Chris. He has no reason to lie. He's already been sentenced. Yeah, and he took a plea deal and he was sentenced to 6 months probation, I believe. It was 18 months probation, six months probation. He has no reason to lie, but he seems to be doing it here. And Ms. K. Griff says, okay, if Hannah said it was loaded before lunch, but it wasn't when he saw it, it does point to tampering. He's saying it was absolutely empty, and then she took 2 steps, gave it to Baldwin, took it from him, materialized, and suddenly it was loaded. It just doesn't make it makes no sense. It's the Chewbacca defense. We've got the Chewbacca defense. That's the only thing it can be, really. So let's see what the hell is going on here.
She opened up the latch to the revolver. I recall seeing 3 to 4 what I believe to be dummy rounds. I had seen the dummy rounds before.
And when you say you saw them before, are you talking about that day or?
Before that day.
Okay, and let me ask you, under what circumstances would you have seen the dummy rounds if the only other time that guns were dummied up was a rifle?
Yes, and I believe on that day, I did see
That
those
day?
dummy rounds on her cart.
Okay, so
on the cart.
you were familiar with what they looked like.
They had a very distinctive bright brass end to it. What would be the end of the bottom of the shell casing, and all the primers were depressed, meaning that this has already been a bullet that has been fired. And
But sir, let me ask you, you indicated that you only saw 3 or 4. You didn't see 6.
I don't recall her fully rotating the cylinder.
Okay.
The prosecutor knows he's full of shit.
You don't recall her fully rotated.
Yeah. 100%.
And even though the cylinder wasn't fully rotated, did you let that safety check sort of pass?
I did.
Okay. And what's your recollection about what happened to the gun after that?
She took a few steps to Mr. Baldwin and gave Ms. Baldwin the gun.
Okay. And let me.
I'm so intercoursingly confused here.
Now you
He's sitting there.
understand.
She appears. They do a full spin of the cylinder. He absolutely confirmed the cylinder was empty. She takes 2 steps, gives the gun to Baldwin. Baldwin messes around with it. She leaves. Then she appears at the side again, takes the gun from Alec Baldwin, takes the 2 steps back to him, shows him for some reason that there's 3 or 4 dummy rounds in it, and then goes back to Alec Baldwin and hands him the gun again?
I was hoping you could explain this to me.
This is dumb as hell.
None of this makes any sense because he did the full rotation, but then he doesn't remember the full spin because he only saw 3 or 4 bullets, but they were dummy rounds because he saw them before on the cart. Like,
this should be the state's star witness. He's got a plea deal. His whole job is to throw everybody under the bus, particularly Hannah here. And I don't know how long he's going to be on the stand, but I'm getting the feeling the prosecutor knows he's full of shit, and she's going to do her best to get him off the stand as quickly as possible.
Let me ask you, sir, were you criminally charged in this case?
I was.
And did you enter a no contest plea to negligent use of a firearm?
I did.
And why did you do that? When I say why, what in your mind caused you to be, what caused a plea to negligent use of a firearm to be appropriate? What did you do that would justify that?
I was negligent in checking the gun properly.
Okay, that's the reason that you took that plea. Is that right?
That's correct.
So, to the best of your recollection, Ms. Gutierrez hands the gun to Mr. Baldwin. Walk us through what happens after that.
The revolver is placed. Mr. Baldwin had a holster that the gun was basically at his chest, and his action was to take the gun out and point it at what had been the 2 U.S. Marshals, and he was pulling it out. I'm sure he was getting used to that action. He was in communication with Ms. Hutchins about where to point the gun.
Do you recall, sir, was Mr. Souza also in the room?
He was.
Was Mr. Souza also participating in how to set up this shot? Do you recall?
No, I just recall that it was communication between Mr. Baldwin and Halyna.
Okay. And then what happened?
The gun went off.
The gun went off, or Alec Baldwin pulled the trigger.
What did you think happened?
We saw the videos.
There's so many thoughts. Honestly, the idea that it was a live round of ammunition that went off was just not, it wasn't computing. It wasn't. And it was, my thought was that a blank round had been loaded. And there have been another instance that an actor was killed from a blank round. And I just thought that there something in the blank round, a wadding. I had heard at one time that maybe they used pieces of wax to keep the black powder in the blank round, or was there an obstruction in the barrel? It just wasn't something I could compute in my mind.
Sir, after you heard the gun go off, tell us what you saw in terms of the reaction by Ms. Hutchins and Mr. Souza.
Ms. Hutchins is to my left, maybe 3 feet away. Yeah, it was my recollection that I might have been the first person to her. She was on the ground. Perhaps Ross Ego might have been there, which would have made sense because he was the dolly grip, and he would have been close as anybody to Halyna.
Did you speak to Ms. Hutchins when you approached her?
I did.
What did you say?
Are you all right?
Did she respond?
Yes. She said, I can't feel my legs.
Mm.
And when you're ready, just tell us what happened after that. Take a break if you need to.
I immediately left the church to make sure that 911 was being called. And the medic appeared, and they were just treating Ms. Hutchins, and I stayed out of the church just to keep space.
Do you know where the gun was in these moments after it went off? Was it, if you recall, was it left in the church? Was it taken out?
I had an assumption where the gun was. What was going through my mind, trying to determine what had happened. Again, the idea of what was in the gun that would do this to 2 people. Still, no ability to compute that a live round of ammunition.
45 caliber bullet.
And I said, in an effort to triage the situation, I need to know what's in that gun. I went back into the church. I went to the pew. On the pew was the revolver. I grabbed the revolver. I left the church. I went to Miss Gutierrez's cart, which is on, if you're facing the church, it would be on the left-hand side of the church, right, just immediately around the corner.
Past the pew on the left-hand side.
Unload that gun. I need to know
Past
what's
the
in.
pew on the
And
left-hand
did
side.
she unload the gun in front of you?
She did.
And what was taken out of the gun?
I recall seeing 5 dummy rounds, again with the distinctive bright brass ends to them, and 1 shell casing that did not have a projectile on it. It had a completely distinctive looking end to it.
When you say a distinctive looking end to it, what are you referring to?
I recall it as being gray, metallic gray. And I recall that it was just completely different looking. It's hard to explain. There was some kind of machining or something.
Oh, fuck
Maybe it
off.
was raised. This is my recollection, but a more contemporary looking bullet than what
What does that
what I
mean?
consider.
I don't know.
And let me ask you, sir, do you own
A
guns?
more contemporary looking bullet.
Hey, Nick, yes, this is David Hall. He's pled but guilty. David Hall's just
At
pled
any
guilty.
point in time in the afternoon, after lunch, did you tell Ms. Gutierrez to leave the church?
Can you say that?
Did you
again?
tell Ms. Gutierrez to leave the church?
No.
Did you realize that she had left the church?
I did not.
Did you have an expectation that the armorer would stay with the gun?
That wasn't in my my head at the time.
Well, but let me ask you, just in terms of your experience working on movie sets with guns and armorers, in your experience, does the armorer hand off a gun and then walk away and leave?
That's not my experience.
Okay. At some point, did you realize that Ms. Gutierrez had not stayed in the church?
I did not realize she had not stayed in church.
No, the prosecutor's
After the
Rutger
gun, where
Hauer.
was she the next time you saw her?
At her card.
Okay. And you just didn't know whether she was in the church or not?
I was thinking Owen Wilson and Zoolander, but
Could be.
Sir, did you instruct Ms. Gutierrez or request that Ms. Gutierrez put dummies in the gun?
I did not.
Did you hear anyone ask her to put dummies in the gun?
I did not.
Now, we understand that you entered into a plea agreement. Were you placed on unsupervised probation?
Yes.
And has that time period ended?
Yes.
Approximately when did it end?
I think sometime in October.
Okay. Are you under any legal requirement other than responding to a subpoena to come in here and testify?
No.
Why have you agreed to testify in this trial?
It's important to me that the truth be known. That Halyna's husband and son, her family, know the truth of what happened. It's important that the cast and the crew, producers of Rust, know what happened. And it's important that the industry, the motion picture and television industry, knows what happened. So that this
that I didn't. It wasn't me.
All right,
Yeah.
thank you, sir. I'll pass the witness.
Yeah, see, that's what I thought. She wants to get rid of him as quickly as possible because he's clearly full of shit. He has zero credibility with me, just from what the other forget what we know from before the trial, but just from what the other witnesses has testified to me, this guy has zero credibility.
Yup.
And the defense better light him up. Let's see how that goes, because this is what he testified to. He had no problem with Hannah's performance as an armorer. He specifically said, I had no problems with her performance as an armorer. He inspected the weapons with her. He checked the gun. She materialized. He checked the gun. It was absolutely empty. She took 2 steps, gave it to Baldwin, disappeared into the ether, then magically appeared again, took the gun from Alec Baldwin, and for some reason said, I loaded it with blanks and with dummies, and showed it to him. He saw 3 or 4 dummies in it, and then she gave it back to Alec Baldwin. So she just materialized out of the ether to say, I loaded dummies, and to show him, and she somehow did that using magic, I suppose. And then for some reason she gave it back to Baldwin, and then it went off, and then he took it out, and magically now there's 6 rounds in there. One looks more contemporary than the other, whatever the hell that means.
I was hoping you would be able to explain it to me.
I don't know what the hell any of that means. And let's pretend he's the first witness and no one else has testified to anything anything else. He's the first witness they put on the stand. This still makes no sense. This timeline makes no sense at all.
I'm trying to figure out at what point between the blocking, because from the videos it looked like Alec had the gun the entire time, and that's why they wanted the dummies in there.
Yeah.
But
I mean, the timeline. When did she load the bullets? When did she load the rounds into this thing? Because it was absolutely empty. Then she took 2 steps and handed it to Baldwin. Then she appeared again to take the gun from Baldwin and went back to him and said, I loaded it with dummies. And then showed him 3 or 4 of them and gave it back to Alec Baldwin. When did she load? This makes no effing sense.
maybe we entered a time warp.
We may have. Let's see what the defense does with this, because they better light him up.
Break. So please don't talk among yourselves or anyone else about the evidence received here in court.
Nope.
And we'll be back at about 2:35.
Take a little bit of a break, are they? All right, let me fast forward. All right, and while they're coming back, let's take this little bit of a time here. We're 49 minutes in. Lucentile. Now, so you need to tell me, is this a lucentile like a mercantile, or is this lucentile like mercantile? Are we a teal or a tile? Well, listen, teal. I'll be honest. These lies are the first moment I thought, what if she did load the gun proper and everyone is lying? The doubt, is it reasonable? It may be. See, this is where I'm like really conflicted. The only real good witness for the prosecution so far has been Hannah.
Yep. Pre-lawyer.
She's the only good witness for the prosecution. And it was horrible, the thing she said. I'm responsible for all this. I did this shit. She sunk her own case. If she's convicted, it's only going to be because of her initial comments to the police, as far as the evidence I've seen so far.
I agree with that.
But on the other hand, this is someone who's died. There's someone who's dead and someone who is wounded. The jury's going to want somebody to be punished for this. And so far we've had 3 people crying, whether it was real tears or not. I mean, I think he was genuinely traumatized by this because, fucked up. But so there's people crying, and there's a child without a mother and a husband without a wife, and juries want to punish somebody. And she said some really bad things during her testimony, but all of this smells like bullshit.
Yeah. I mean, as a juror, especially after the key grip, I'm like, this doesn't make sense.
This is just odd. And thank you so much again, Lucentile, Lucentile, however you want me to pronounce your name. You need to tell me how you want me to pronounce your name. If you haven't already done so, I'll scroll up and see here. No, there's still no clarification on how to pronounce that name. She loaded the bullet mid apparitioning. I guess.
Man, I'm mad Dave Hall's got a deal. Like, man, he should go to jail.
Yeah, well, shit. All right, let's see what the defense does here. Thank you again so much. We are now 70 away from unleashing the pig dog cam. They're here eagerly awaiting their appearance on set. We've got 330 people here and 181 likes. Make sure you get down there and smash that like button and take our like and subscribe poll. After he gets done, we'll check in on the poll again and see how it looks. Let's fast forward. Oh, she's wearing some sensible clothes there. She's got like nice little thing going on.
Nice little ensemble.
Your water will be arriving shortly.
Your water will be breaking shortly.
Counsel.
Dude, mix some baby powder on that head, dude.
Yeah. Seriously. I think he's trying to signal Mars. Hey, hello. Let's go.
Hello.
Oh God, Bulls makes me angry sometimes.
False alarm. There we go.
Can you see, Mr. Charles, good afternoon. So I want to start with a question that we have. Can you say again what you saw when she unloaded the gun after the shooting?
He unloaded it, not her.
Yes.
I recall seeing 5 rounds, which were dummy rounds. They had the bright brass ends to them, holes drilled in the side of the shell casing.
What?
The projectile still on top of the shell casing.
What the shit? That's bullshit too. He saw 5 rounds with holes drilled in the side. There was 1 round with a hole drilled in the side, 4 rounds with BBs in them, and 1 live one. There wasn't 5 dummies with holes drilled in the side. This guy is full of shit. We're only 54 minutes into this, but I gotta say, this guy's fucking lying.
Yep. And it's like,
dude, rip this guy's deal.
You can't even follow the timeline.
I need to ask a real life, like, practicing criminal lawyer. He's finished with they gave him the 6-month probation deal. He's done. He served his time. I don't know if they can actually rip his deal at this point.
Oh shit! So he could
I-
say
I-
whatever.
I think so. I'm gonna have to bring this up with a real practicing criminal defense lawyer, because he's done serving his sentence. I don't think they can rip his plea deal.
I
Fuck
mean,
that.
they could, but they can't. There's no plea deal to rip anymore.
He's over and done with. Wow, this is fucked up. All right,
And
this is
then one shell casing without a projectile on top of it with a distinctively different looking end of the ball.
Mr. Halls, on that portion of it, when you say distinctively looking in, can you describe that a little more?
It was a metallic gray color versus the bright brass coloring of the other rounds, and it just, from my recollection, it just there was a different kind of style to the end of that bullet. In my mind, there was maybe some raised machining, if you will, or something. That's just my recollection.
Okay, sir. Do you mean the end of the casing?
End of the casing.
So you're talking about the top of the casing, the end of it. Are you talking the top that would be empty, or the bottom of it with the primer, where the primer would have been?
If the end of the casing is round,
Okay.
I'm looking at a full circle of the end of a shell casing.
Okay, I'm just trying to figure out, there wasn't still a projectile on that round.
There was no projectile on that
Yeah.
round.
So you're just talking about the casing and the top of that.
I'm talking about where the primer would be.
Where the primer would be. So that's on the bottom of the round.
Yes.
Okay. And you said on the bottom there's a distinctively gray kind of color?
Judges had enough.
Okay, sir, just one moment. We're going to pull a picture to show you.
Mhm.
IT guy.
I'm really not a fan of this
Yes.
prosecutor.
Yes, it looks very similar to the dummy rounds. So
If I may show the picture, this is State's Exhibit 26. So you indicated that
Andrea Burkhart is nowhere near New Mexico. She's in Oregon.
it resembles the dummy rounds that I saw. The ends of the dummy rounds that I saw.
the 5 dummy rounds,
Yes, sir.
does it resemble that sixth casing?
No,
Okay, so it looked even different than that. And what we just saw, it didn't look like that.
it did not look like that.
Okay. Okay, we may come back to that, but I appreciate that explanation. Now, let me ask you some preliminary questions about your background. How long have you been in the film industry?
I started in the film industry, I think, around 1985.
So 30 years?
Yeah.
Or
Yes,
actually,
over
40 years. My math is, let me see, 15, so almost 40.
from 2021. I retired from the industry.
Okay, somewhere in there, almost 30 years.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you've been a first assistant director for quite some time. How many years have you done that?
Since the mid 90s, since around 1995.
How many films over the years have you worked as a first assistant director? Do you recall?
I don't have a number, really. I don't. It's
That's-
over 20. It's over. It could be 30.
Okay. And how many have you worked on where there's been an armor? Approximately.
Okay. I'm sorry, sir. I would really have to sit down and look at my resume. For sure, 10. For sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
And we're just, I'm not holding
He
you to a
is
number, but
so
of those 10, it's
irritating.
approximately 10. Have you ever worked on a set where there's been a part-time armor?
No.
Okay. So Rust film was the first time you've ever been on a set involving somebody doing armor duties and something else. Is that correct?
All right, real quick here. I've sent questions out in the ether because can they rip a plea? Because I don't think there's no plea deal to rip. He's done. He's served. It's over. I don't think they can. He can get up and lie all he wants, and God. Well, I mean, they can get him for perjury if they can prove it, but that'll never happen. So weird. I've sent it out to my criminal defense betters, and we'll see how they
That's
think.
Okay. Here you were aware that Ms. Gutierrez Reed was performing functions of armor and props assistant.
I was.
Okay. Now, sir, as I understand, you did not have any concerns during the rest set about Ms. Gutierrez Reed's work.
I did not.
Did you believe that she was diligent and her checks of firearms on set?
I did.
When let's just give an example. There'd be a day where guns were going to be used, and Miss Gutierrez Reed was present as armor. Would she ask you to do weapons checks with her?
Yes.
Okay. And sir, when she does a weapons check with you, is that to open and show you the barrel and make sure there's no barrel obstructions?
Yes.
And I think you described earlier that with the revolver, you could see down through it. The light goes through, you can see through the barrel.
Yes.
Okay. Now, you also recall Miss Gutierrez Reed had a tool to push down the barrel to make sure there's no obstructions.
I don't recall seeing that tool.
What?
But she was
The fact that
she
you can
described
tell
her
the
as,
number
very
of lights
diligent
in the
that process.
courtroom by
Weapons
his
checks
head
required that
is
she would do that
making
with
me
you.
laugh.
Okay. And do you know of any instance before the 21st where she did not do those weapons checks when they needed to be done with you?
None whatsoever.
Okay. I know that you would have safety meetings. Now, would you have those every day of the set?
We did not have them every day.
Okay. And I know sometimes, do you recall getting emails that people wanted to have safety meetings?
Yes.
Okay. And at one of the safety meetings, do you remember Ms. Gutierrez Reed helping you with a presentation as part of the briefing?
On day one, the first day, yes.
Okay, sir. And what did you think about her presentation regarding the gun portion?
I was very impressed with how she
Okay.
was she took control of the situation and was very clear and very instructive and communicated everything very clearly and confidently.
Okay, and confidently. In your experience, having observed armors in 10 other films, did she come across as seeming competent in what she was doing?
She did.
And did she come across as seeming knowledgeable about firearms?
She did.
You said that was the first day. Did you recall there being training for a gun training specifically for the actors and crew?
Before the shooting schedule started, there was a day devoted to
I started something in
Ms.
chat.
actors.
Sorry.
Okay, sir. And were you?
This is all Flux's fault.
Hey.
No, not 5. I snorted. I snorted. Sorry about that. Oh God.
No, it's all right.
That was too good. I got to do that again. Anyway, let's
Were you
see.
present at that?
I
Sorry.
was.
And what was your impression of that training?
Impressed. She was confident. There were some
Oh,
male
no.
actors, and she didn't seem to be intimidated by them, and that I felt that they respected her.
Did you participate in that training?
I was just an observer.
Okay. So in the
Counsel, how many lights are there in the courtroom, judging by your head?
4 lights.
Damn it, Flux! I hate you. You're no longer here. You're no longer allowed on my stream. You're a disruptive influence.
This is why you love me.
No. All right.
4
keep going.
lights.
This is serious. There's a death here. Oh no.
the time that you saw her doing armor duties, you didn't have any complaints about her.
No.
Now, Mr. Halls, you know that she was also doing props duties. Did you ever witness her doing specific props duties like rolling cowboy cigarettes or propping up actors?
I recall seeing her helping in propping up actors. Yes.
Now, we saw some videos earlier today of some of the scenes, and it looked like there was fairly gun-heavy scenes at times. And so there would be a lot of people walking around, some people holding weapons. You recall that?
Yes, there were. Yes.
Okay. Now, there were a couple instances where it appeared that muzzles of weapons were getting traced across people. Now, do you recall anything like that?
Can you clarify?
Sure. There was some testimony, and some videos where, for example, a stuntman was holding a weapon, and he was kind of turning around, and it was coming across the muzzle across other people.
Mm-hmm.
Do you recall anything like that?
I don't recall anything.
Some of those, it appeared you were present on the videos. But do you remember any instances where you felt like there was an unsafe condition with the way people were pointing their muzzles?
I did not.
No.
If I did, it was part of my practice that I always, I would say, please point the gun away. If their action as an actor was to point it at another actor, I would say, please, especially to live fire situations.
Well, apparently you didn't, did you?
Okay. So your
Please
habit in practice
don't
was if
point
you saw
that
someone like
weapon
that,
at
you would tell them,
others.
please point that gun a different direction.
Yes.
Okay. Now we saw another video where it appeared Mr. Baldwin was running out of a shack or a structure, and the cameras are panning over, and he's shooting as he's coming out of it.
Mhm.
And there's a camera, and there's a blank. They're shooting blanks out of it.
Mhm.
Do you recall that scene?
I do.
Okay. Do you recall that the cameras were sort of right in front of Mr. Baldwin as he's coming out and shooting?
I do.
Do you remember having any concerns about the safety of that shot with Mr. Baldwin shooting a blank and the camera being right there. And we're not sure how many feet away, but it was.
There was a number of situations whenever there was a camera that needed to be close to a gun being fired with a blank, I would ask the operator, do you feel safe? And I would suggest that they would put we call them Fernie pads, but they're basically a packing blanket that you would see when you're moving furniture or something. Typically, people can wear in that situation.
Okay, sir. So, and you had a lot of experience leading up to that movie, but when you saw something like that, you said your habit in practice was to talk to the person behind the camera. Okay. Do you remember a scene where it was actually that same scene where Mr. Baldwin ran up the hill with the child actor at the end of that scene, and there was a yell for cut, and then Mr. Baldwin shoots after the yell for cut, and he utters a cuss word? Do you remember that?
I only recall it because it was shown to me during a deposition in December.
Yes, sir. And I recall that was shown to you.
Yes, it was.
Now, your memory of that, did you at the time think that was a safety concern, that cut had been yelled and Mr. Baldwin shot after that directed?
I didn't register as a safety concern.
Okay. Did Mr. Baldwin at times direct people on those scenes, like the camera people, the armor? Did he sort of order people how he wanted to do it?
Again, this is recalling what was shown to me in the deposition, and he was clearly pointing a gun and asking the person that he was pointing the gun at in the direction to, please move.
Okay.
Move away from where he's pointing the gun.
Do you remember at times Mr. Baldwin rushing people to keep going, reload, let's go, let's go, let's go? Do you remember that?
Again, I was shown a video where Mr. Baldwin says, let's go. I don't characterize that as Mr. Baldwin rushing people.
Okay.
I think I characterize it as an actor in his moment. I'm ready. Okay, let's go.
Did we watch the same? Did we see the same thing there, Mr. Halls? That video is him like, come on, hurry up, let's go, let's go, let's go, let's do it again, do another take. He definitely sounded like
that's just an actor thing, Jeff. Don't you know
okay.
actors?
Sir, please don't point your finger gun at me. This is pass. Thank you for your 16 months membership. And this all right. We'll get through the. There's a few outstanding super chats and things here. We'll get through those when he finishes up his testimony, which looks like it's going to be in a few minutes.
There was never any Mr. Baldwin rushing anybody.
Okay. So you never felt like Mr. Baldwin was rushing?
None whatsoever.
Okay. Now let me talk to you about, you became aware of 2 negligent discharges on set, did you not?
I did.
And do you remember those were approximately October 16th, 2021?
Approximately.
Were you present and witnessed either of those incidents?
I was.
Which one or both?
Both.
Okay. At the time that you witnessed them, do you know then that one involved Sarah Zachary?
Yes.
And the other involved a stunt double?
Yes, Blake.
Blake.
Yep.
Okay. What did you do in response to each of those safety incidents?
I didn't do anything.
You're the fucking safety coordinator and you didn't do anything?
Went off. I said, what the F is going on in there? And he replied, it just went off.
Statement. I didn't
Okay,
do
and so
anything.
You questioned
but-
him briefly. He said that the gun just went off. Did you ask him anything else about it?
I did not.
And how about with regard to Miss Zachary?
I did not.
Okay. Now, you know that that there is a thing called a production report. And a production report is something that has the daily events, anything significant that happened that day. Is that right?
Yes.
Would that be something that ordinarily would be put into a production report?
It's such a rare situation. I couldn't answer you. I don't think it would be a normal thing.
Well, but whose responsibility would it be to make the production report?
It would be the second assistant director.
Okay. Would you have any responsibility to report that yourself?
I would.
And now, would this be something that you would consider noteworthy that maybe someone up the chain would want to know about?
At the time, it didn't seem to be noteworthy. It was just, it happened. I don't know, other than don't do that again. I don't know really what else could be done.
Okay.
If we stop, call a meeting.
Yeah, that could have been done. Or what the other armor expert said, you say, you don't get to touch a live working, functioning gun ever again. You get a plastic one because you're a bone fucking head. That's what you can do.
It doesn't matter who they are, what they say, what they're doing. You don't let them touch another firearm ever. Oh.
Don't do that again. That's the only.
Did it ever occur to you that perhaps some additional training might have been warranted for those people that had the misfires, the negligent discharges?
No.
Why did it not occur to you that maybe they needed some more training, for example, on how to hold that hammer and prevent that from falling too quickly? Why did that not occur to you?
Well, the stunt doubles case, assuming that he was an experienced stunt person that had experience with firearms, and
Clearly he wasn't.
I guess I made an assumption that Sarah had some experience in training.
And what do we say about assumptions?
And what did you make that assumption on? That assumption?
He made the assumption based on
Experience, just
Okay. So in response to those negative discharges, there's nothing that happens. Now, did you become aware of another discharge by special effects? Were you aware of that?
No.
Okay.
I was not.
Did you, are you
damn it.
aware of the safety bulletins
I
put
hate
out
you,
by
Flux.
SAG?
Oh, yeah,
And did you ever
You're the
know
one
that
that keeps
they were,
playing
whether
the
they were attached to
clip.
the call sheets?
they were not.
Do you know who would attach those? Would that be you if they were going to be attached?
It would be a member of my department that would do it.
Do you know why those safety bulletins were not attached?
It's not a requirement, written requirement.
Okay.
Some 80 departments do it, some don't.
Now, the safety bulletin goes over the rules about firearm safety, doesn't it?
Yes.
And so that's something that, but you're saying that just varies, that some people do it, some don't?
Yes.
Okay. You talked earlier about when you would make an announcement that there would be gun usage or live fire with blanks, you had a wireless microphone.
I did.
Well, how did that work? Would that transmit through a radio or to other people, or you would just announce it on the microphone?
Often I would do it simultaneously. I would have a little microphone lapel, it would be up here. And that's normally how I would communicate. It was never. No, I usually would do it by hand with a walkie-talkie, and I would. There were times where I would do it simultaneously with the wireless microphone in my walkie-talkie.
So if you that wireless microphone, would it just transmit into the general area around you?
Yes.
And then if you do that at the same time as your walkie-talkie, did that effectively communicate through your radio
They're on different
with
channels.
your microphone? I mean, did that have any issues with that?
None that I'm aware of.
Okay. Now, what channel? I know there was different channels, and I said, what channel would you normally communicate those announcements on?
Channel 1.
Channel 1. And do you know whether the armors were always on channel 1 or if they had a different channel?
They better have been.
Well, I'm not saying any given time. I'm not talking about a given moment at this point. I'm just asking you, did the armors have another channel?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay.
Sometimes the departments might designate another channel to go to for a private conversation. Typically, channel 2 is devoted just to if there's a longer conversation that needs to happen. People can go to channel 2.
Okay. And then props,
He's
did they have
full of
their own channel?
shit.
They're on channel 1.
Okay,
Yeah.
channel 1 is props. Okay. On the day in question, on the 21st, you knew that Video Village was down?
Yes.
And can you tell, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Yeah.
Okay. Can you tell the jury a little bit more about Video Village just so they understand it? Where was this set up?
Video Village is basically a pop-up tent that you would see a party or an event. What are they, 10 by 10 or something like that? And then the sides would be blacked out so that no daylight could get into this what is the Video Village, where there's a monitor. In this case, it was a large monitor, for 42 inches LED flat screen monitor, and that Video Village in the industry, that is referring to this place that the director of photography, the director, producers, the script supervisor can see the action, can see the shot being filmed on this monitor.
Now, ordinarily, if that were set up on that day, Ms. Hutchins and Mr. Souza would have been in that tent watching Video Village. Is that right, sir?
That's
Okay.
that's my feeling.
And because the camera crew had walked out, or the next day, Video Village is not operational. Is that right?
That's my understanding.
Okay. And is that why ultimately there was kind of a change and people were inside the church?
That's my understanding of this.
Did you know on the day, on the 21st, that things were a couple hours behind?
Very well aware of it.
Yes, sir. And I know. Did that camera crew that walked off, did they come back that next day? The camera crew that walked off the day before, did they come back the next day?
They came back. I saw them there that
They
morning.
always come back.
Some of the personal items, I would think. Yeah.
Were you able to meet with the new camera crew that came that day?
Not until they first appeared on set with the camera. It took a while for them to get the camera built into set.
So this is literally, they're coming on that morning and they're building a camera into set.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, once they get that set up, things start rolling. Before lunch, you described that you're in the church with Mr. Baldwin. Is that right? There's other people in there, but you're in that church with Mr. Baldwin.
Yes. Yes.
Now, I think you said at some point, Miss Gutierrez Reed came in the church and she presented the revolver. Is that right?
We're talking about after lunch.
No, this is before lunch.
Yes, we did some scenes with Mr. Baldwin and the actor that was portraying his grandson.
Okay.
Yeah.
That was before lunch.
That was before lunch.
Did Miss Gutierrez Reed bring that
Yes.
revolver before lunch?
Yes.
And was that when you said that she showed it to you and it was empty?
That was one of the occasions on that day that she showed me that the gun was empty. Yes.
Okay, so that was one of the occasions. What was the other occasion that she showed you it was empty?
After lunch.
Okay, so we start off before lunch, and the revolver is empty. Now, is he doing the same? Mr. Baldwin doing the same blocking scene?
It is not my recollection. I don't recall him doing that.
Okay. So it's a different type of scene, but in any event, there's an empty firearm. There's no rounds loaded in that. Is that right?
That's correct.
Was there any reason why a rubber or a replica gun was on?
Was there any reason a rubber wasn't used?
Why a replica? Because it would look like a rubber gun.
Or was it a rehearsal or actual filming?
At what time period are we talking about, sir?
Before lunch.
I recall just the dialogue scene between Mr. Baldwin and the actor playing his grandson, and it was just the gun in his holster.
Okay. Do you not recall Mr. Baldwin, pulling that out before lunch?
I don't recall that before lunch.
Okay.
Let me just whip this out.
Well, after lunch, you said that Ms. Gutierrez Reed brought the firearm back again, and you said initially you're saying that it was unloaded again.
Yes.
Did she again show you the barrels and check that gun with you?
I'm sorry. After lunch,
Yes.
yes, she held the gun. Let's do this. The gun check. Just check the barrel. Did a full rotation of the drum of the cylinder.
Okay.
Oh,
And then what? And then I think you said after that she walked over a few steps, and what you're saying is she handed the firearm to Mr. Baldwin.
He literally said before
No.
lunch he didn't do the full
You then
rotation.
say that you don't see her leave, right?
I recall seeing her walk past me. She gives the gun to Mr. Baldwin, turns and walks.
And she walked right through the wall.
Where did she walk away to? Did you
She
see?
walked past me. I didn't see where she went.
You did not see her leave the church, though.
I did not.
But then you also testified that at some point she's back beside you with the firearm again, and it's got rounds in it. Is that right?
She told me that she put dummy rounds in.
So, when you were near Mr. Baldwin, that church does it have one entrance?
I believe so. Yeah, I think it's only there might be a door that I didn't see in the back where the altar would be, but certainly at the front of the church.
Oh, she did
So,
just
how
walk
big
through
is
the
that
wall.
church?
Oh, 20 by.
We need to get the Bobs in here. We need to get the Bobs in going.
Approximately
What would you
600 square
say
feet, roughly.
you do
I'll
on
do that
set?
now, just a moment.
Like,
I could be wrong, but I think it's about 600 square feet. So within that,
It would be, the width would be from pretty much from here to that wall, and then where we entered.
okay, so for the record, you're pointing with your left hand to the side of the judge's desk, to Her Honor's desk, and the wall on the other side.
Mhm.
And then from where you're seated to right behind counsel.
Yes.
Okay, where you come in. Okay. So that's about the size of the church. Now, you are sitting there fairly close to Mr. Baldwin, right?
Yes, I was.
Okay.
Standing there.
And then you say you don't see Ms. Gutierrez leave at all. Ms. Gutierrez Reed leave. And then she comes back with a firearm again. Is that right?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, you then state that she shows you what you believe are 3 or 4 rounds in the firearm.
Yes, sir.
And did she do that how did she do that?
I don't know if she did a full rotation. I don't recall a full rotation. And my recollection is seeing 3 to 4 rounds.
So if she had done a full rotation, you would have seen every cylinder in that, right?
In retrospect, I would like to think I would have. Yes.
Because after everything happens,
Well, in
We know that you
retrospect,
said
don't you wish Hannah
it's unloaded.
hadn't done
There's
this
5
shit? And
dummies
don't you
in
wish
one case.
Halyna hadn't
So it's
died?
6, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So is it possible that you did see every cylinder, or how do you reconcile that? There's 3 or 4 rounds before, but there's 6 rounds after.
Because there was not a full rotation of the cylinder to show me 6 rounds.
Sir, do you
Yeah, my
realize you
recollection is
sound
only
like
seeing
shit
three,
right
four.
now?
But you don't recall whether that was a full rotation or not.
I don't recall if it was a full rotation. No.
He sounds
Well,
like a
that- if that
dumbass,
had
and
not
I
been,
still don't understand.
That would not be a full weapons check with you, correct?
Yes, I've stated that. Yes.
Okay. But yet you testified earlier, every time before this, since the start of the Rust filming, Ms. Gutierrez Reed always did a complete weapons check with you.
Yes.
So you're saying that this time, for whatever reason, she abandoned her habit and everything she had done before, and you had praised her for doing a good job.
Mhm.
And somehow on this occasion, you're saying that there wasn't a full rotation. Is that right?
Yes.
Well, why didn't you say something? That I'd like to see. all
Again, this is what I am admitting to, that I did an improper check of that firearm.
And so after you admittedly do an improper check of the firearm, isn't it true that you handed that firearm to
Only
Mr.
one.
Baldwin?
It's not true.
Do you know that your account conflicts with Mr. Baldwin's?
I am aware of that.
And do you know that it conflicts with Ms. Gutierrez Reed?
I am aware of that, but however, in Mr. Baldwin's initial statement with Detective Hancock, a few hours after the incident on October 21st, when asked the question, who handed him the gun, he said Hannah did, like she always did.
And after that, he changed and said you had handed it to him, right?
Yes.
Okay. Right after this happened, the shooting happened. Do you remember you were standing outside with Mr. Baldwin talking with him, kind of near a truck?
Yes, I do.
Do you recall what
All
you all were
right.
talking about? Were you talking about the events and kind of how this could have happened? And
Yeah. Yes.
so you were kind of discussing and kind of trying to remember with each other what had occurred. Is that fair?
Most of the discussion was what was it that entered their bodies? And I think to a person that was sequestered, that was the tone of the discussion. And certainly the discussions that I had with Mr. Baldwin, we were both, was it a blank? Was it just
Clearly
that
it
idea of the
wasn't.
live round again?
Them all getting their story straight, you know.
Was it
Yeah,
inconceivable
yeah.
that there would be a live round on set?
Yes.
And in fact, I mean, did you ever dream that there would be a live round?
What?
And you're thinking, talking to Mr. Baldwin, did you have any thought of that?
Honestly, no.
Okay. Yeah. Now, after you all talked, Mr. Baldwin, did you talk with him again after the shooting and after that day, the 21st?
No.
Okay. If at the moment that this had happened, I know you indicate that Ms. Gutierrez Reed gave him a firearm, but if you had provided him the firearm, which you're denying, I know, you're saying that didn't happen. If that had happened and Ms. Gutierrez Reed were not in the church at that moment, that would have been your responsibility under the safety bulletin to ensure the safe operation, right?
Can you state that again and
Yeah,
clarify?
that's pretty late.
Ooh, good question.
Under the safety bulletin, if the property master and armor are not present during a gun scene, and you are the person there, do you agree with me that the responsibility would then fall on the first assistant director in a general scene for safety?
I don't recall seeing any language about the assistant director taking responsibility for the firearm if there is a prop master.
No, of course you don't.
Okay, sir, do you recall giving a deposition in this matter?
Yes.
Okay, and if I can just, before I get into that, I just want to kind of give you a few more details. So if you remember that under the safety advisory bulletin, that the first assistant director becomes the person responsible for maintaining and handling weapons if the property master and armor are not present. Do you recall that?
I don't recall that language.
Okay.
If you're saying it's there, and you can, yeah.
How
Well,
convenient.
recall being in this on page 121 at line 6. If you had known that Hannah, had you known that she wasn't in the church, meaning Hannah, under this guideline, would you perhaps be the individual responsible for maintaining and handling weapons? And your answer: if I knew that she was to be leaving the church, yes, it would. And knowing that the gun was cold, as I believed it to be, as she believed it to be, as Mr. Baldwin was told it was to be, yes, I would be that person. I have worked in productions where an actor would have a gun. Do you remember that portion?
Yes.
Okay. And there's one more portion you gave just for completeness. And maybe the actor wasn't necessarily on set, and the prop master who was handling the guns, because there was no live fire. Again, it's a prop. So the prop master is responsible for these guns. He would often say, not often, but there have been a couple of occasions where I have to go to my cart, get something. Can you watch the gun? And I would watch the gun. You recall giving that answer, sir?
I do.
Okay. And does that refresh your memory that if you know that they're not present, that sometimes you may be responsible?
If I knew that they were not present, yes, I would be, I guess, the next one in line to be responsible. Yeah.
Okay.
Not the next one
So,
in line.
Your testimony is that you did not know that Hannah had left the church. So my question was, if that had occurred, if she had left the church and you had provided the gun to Baldwin, would you have been responsible? And I think what you said is you didn't know she left the church. Is that right?
I did not know that she left the church.
Okay. Do you recall checking that weapon, regardless of who handed it to Mr. Baldwin? Do you recall checking that weapon again by yourself?
I never checked that gun by myself.
Okay. Do you recall whether Mr. Baldwin checked that gun?
I do not recall.
Okay. Had you seen Mr. Baldwin retrieve a firearm before from Ms. Gutierrez Reed on another day?
Yes.
When you saw him before, did he check the weapon?
I don't recall.
Okay. Regarding when you and Ms. Gutierrez Reed unloaded that firearm, the revolver,
Mhm.
You walked down, I think you said you went to a cart on the left side of the church.
Mhm.
Do you remember that?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Now, do you recall that the prop cart at that point was near the black tent, or where that prop cart was?
Do I recall where the cart was?
Yes.
Yes.
Where?
Left-hand side, if you're standing in front of the church, looking at the front door, left-hand side, immediately around the corner. So if the front of the church is facing north, the left-hand side of the church would be facing east. It was right, directly right around the corner. Yeah.
Do you recall that prop cart moved at some point after the police had arrived?
After the police arrived?
Yes.
Yes, I have a recollection of it being in a different location.
Did you ever see Miss Sarah Zachary, over by the prop car after the shooting?
She was present when I asked Hannah to unload the gun, yes.
Did you see whether she was inspecting anything on the cart or touching any of the items on the cart?
I don't have a recollection of seeing her touch anything, but I do have a recollection of her making a comment that some of them don't shake.
Okay, so if she made that comment, then she must have been checking and shaking the rounds, right?
I would assume so. Yeah.
Okay, did you witness that?
I did not see her actually shaking any rounds.
Did you see any other persons at that moment near the cart or at the cart?
No.
Okay.
I think I do remember Johnny. I can't pronounce his last name.
Ziello?
He was behind us. Yeah, I have a recollection of him being there.
Was that Johnny Ziello?
Yeah.
Okay. So he was there with you at the.
Because I don't know. I don't understand a single fucking thing he's saying. I have no idea what he's
After
testifying to.
the firearm, the revolver was unloaded, did you get those rounds? You personally?
No, I never touched those rounds.
Okay. Do you remember whether Miss Gutierrez Reed ever gave those to you after?
She did not give them to me.
Where did those rounds? Did she have them?
I just saw them as she unloaded the gun. They fell onto the cart, and that's my recollection.
So is this before or after
When I unloaded those
lunch?
rounds.
Okay. Did you see anybody pick those up?
I did not.
Okay. Now, in this case, you
Don't ask
indicated
these
you had pled
difficult questions.
no contest, right?
Yes.
And you pled to a misdemeanor offense,
Yes, sir.
and you said that was negligent use of a firearm, correct?
Yes, sir.
You received a sentence of 6 months unsupervised probation, is that right?
Yes, sir.
So under the unsupervised probation, you did not have to report to a probation officer,
I did not.
and there was no conditions except not violating any laws, right?
I had to take a firearm safety class.
Did you complete that firearm safety course?
I did.
And so now
That's a
you're
nice
you're on
deal.
probation, and that's it, right? For
I'm just gonna check the relevance. Oh, sorry. I'm sorry.
No, it's not. It's relevant. That's relevant. He's
it
free to
is.
lie his ass off. He doesn't have to worry about if
And he didn't do shit.
if there was no condition that he has to appear in court and testify honestly as to what happened. I think he's free to do whatever he wants.
This
Ah.
dude is such an ass.
just a moment. Thank you.
All right, let me take a moment here.
When Ms. Gutierrez Reed was present in your presence, did you ever hear her call out blank sizes, for example, if they were going to be used a quarter load or a half load? Or
I do.
okay. And was she good about doing that?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Woof. Wow. All right, get some quick redirect in here.
How
Then
is
we'll-
she gonna say that?
I don't know.
I want to talk to you about the other instance that you recall where dummy rounds were used. I think you indicated they were in a rifle.
Yes.
Did you request dummy rounds be placed in the rifle?
No.
Did anyone else that you're aware of request?
I'm not aware of anyone else that
Okay.
requested them.
Okay. Do you know why dummy rounds are used in revolvers?
Yes.
Why is that?
Well, if the shot is close up enough on the revolver, I don't think you necessarily need to have experience with a firearm, but one could detect that that gun is not loaded with any rounds. So that's the reason why we use dummy rounds. Cosmetic.
Because if the revolver is pointed at me, the dummies are in there so that you can see the projectiles inside the cylinder, right?
Correct.
Is that the same way that a rifle is set up?
No, but in this case, in just from recollection, I think if there was something about that long gun that you could see that the rounds would be loaded. If this was the barrel of the gun, that the rounds would be loaded somewhere, and it would be visible.
To the best of your recollection, was there actually filming of a scene that would show that part of that rifle?
Was there actually? It's only my speculation that it was a shot that was close up close up enough on that long gun that Hannah made a decision that to make this look correct, the dummy round should be in this.
Is that your recollection or is that your assumption?
She told me that and I saw her load the dummy rounds into the long gun.
Okay, but my question for you is, dummy rounds are put in guns because you're going to roll film, right?
Yes.
Do you have a specific recollection of there being a video take of that rifle being loaded or unloaded or cycling?
No.
Okay.
I don't have a recollection of
Okay, thank you, sir.
that. There's no recollection of a shot of that rifle being loaded.
Okay. The entire time that you worked with Ms. Gutierrez on the set of Rust, do you have any recollection of ever seeing her shake a dummy round?
I do not.
On cross-examination, well, also on direct, you testified that the dummy rounds that you saw come out of the revolver after the incident had shiny brass primers. Is that right?
Well, if you want to get technical, right, it would be the end of the casing, which would have the primer in the center
Okay.
of that surface that's bright
Okay.
brass. Yes.
You understand what the primer of the casing is, correct?
I do.
And your recollection is that the dummy rounds that were taken out of the gun had shiny brass primers, right?
Yes.
And do you agree with me that State's Exhibit 26, and I'm happy to come closer to you.
Well, if you could, just
Okay,
for-
well, let's do that. Let me show you
Just a
State's
little.
Exhibit 26 again.
yes.
Come closer.
Is that a shiny brass primer?
Honestly, my recollection is that they were a little bit more shinier than what you're showing me.
Well, hang on. Is that close enough for you? And I know I have old eyes also, so I sympathize with you.
I'm sorry. Are you calling Neil? I am.
Because it's funny. It's funny,
Is
isn't it?
that primer brass?
The primer does not appear to be brass.
Okay, thank you, sir. And let me ask you, when was the last time, well, you saw a spent casing come out of that revolver, correct?
I did.
When was the last time you saw that spent casing?
At the moment when I asked her to look at the gun.
On October 21st, 2021?
Yes.
All right. I just want to clear up a point that on cross-examination.
Please
I was
clear
about.
it up.
You indicated that Mr. Baldwin initially said that Hannah handed him the gun and then changed his story.
Yes.
Did he change his story, if you recall, during the interview with Detective Hancock on the 21st?
No.
Did he change it after that?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know when the first time was that you realized that he had a different version of events?
It was shortly after when when Hannah made a statement that I gave the gun to Baldwin.
Old
wonder
white
when that
guy
would
who
be.
I don't know, it
can't
was
pronounce
months.
Spanish names.
Months
That's
after
it.
October.
I believe so. Yeah.
Okay. Mr. Bowles asked you about the safety bulletins and that when the armorer isn't present, that the first assistant director is kind of in charge of guns, right?
Yes.
Is it your understanding that that safety bulletin contemplates the first assistant director being told that the armorer is going to leave the area?
I don't. That's not in that document.
How are you supposed to know that she's left if you're not told that she's left?
Correct. I only know that she's left if she's telling me she's leaving or if I see her leave.
Okay. And as first assistant director, you have a lot of other responsibilities other than checking the gun and keeping an eye on the armorer, don't you?
I do.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Did you withdraw your objection?
He's already answered.
Okay. I don't have anything further. Thank you.
Wow. All right. That's the end of his portion of the testimony. Yeah. That I don't know. That was bad. That was
He
really,
did
really
what
bad.
he could to cover his ass, and that was it.
Yeah. And covering his ass made no sense at all.
Zero.
Made about as much sense as me being way off center. There we go.
I still don't know.
I don't know. I have no idea what that was about. That was bad testimony. It conflicted with everything that's been testified to so far. His statement is the only statement that doesn't match up with just about everybody else that's testified as to the logistics of how that gun got into Alec Baldwin's hand.
I don't
And when
understand
things
how
were-
they gave him a deal.
I don't know. And I believe that Sarah is the next witness, and she better contradict his ass too. Otherwise, this is going to be weird. Let's clear up some. I've been amiss. We're about an hour behind on some of the super chats.
Oh,
and
Lord.
things, so I apologize, but I wanted to focus on this and try to figure out what it meant, but I don't know.
See, I told you this is the third time I've watched this, and I still don't understand.
Made no damn sense. Fun Dine's been a member for 17 months. Thank you so much, Fun Dine. I bet Halls loaded the gun thinking Hannah screwed up, but he actually screwed up and loaded the wrong ammo. Well, I mean, that doesn't seem reasonable, but then again, what he said happened sounds equally unreasonable. God knows what this dude's going through his head. American Dream with the $2. Thank you so much. See Crime Circus. Hall's put something in a pocket. Yeah, the video's not really clear. Drip Drop does have a deal where he slows down when he's standing over by the cart when all this is going down. He's like fiddling around with something in what looks like kind of a pouch or a holster thing by his side. It does. Maybe he picked something up off the table and put it in his pocket. Maybe took something out of his pocket and put it on the table. Maybe he was just playing with it. It's not really clear, but it looks really, really weird. We should, maybe I'll play that at some point. But yeah, that's a weird thing. E-Capacit, there are 5. We're not going to do that again. Trent Thoreau with the $5. The problem with this guy thinking Hannah was a competent armorer is that he's also an idiot that pled out for being negligent with firearms. Well, see, this is the interesting thing. To a person, everyone they've put on the stand so far has said they had no problem with what Hannah was doing.
Right up until that one day and that one point. And it's like, okay, yeah, a lot of what they did was negligent, but like to this point, things have been done a certain way. And it's so odd that just out one time that when nobody decides to do anything, all hell breaks loose. I don't know. It's weird. I don't understand.
Cheesehead lost on Bourbon Street, member for 18 months, says, what a great way to start the week. I agree. And what a great way for you to start the week by supporting me for 18 months. One of the true OGs. Like the OGest of the OGs. Lancelot 652 with a $5 super chat. I knew Hollywood knew nothing about guns, but everyone here in this trial treats them as magical pieces of wood/plastic that go bang. Yeah, there's not a lot of knowledge. I mean, collective knowledge here is at a low. And Bass, sir, please don't point your finger gun at me. Thank you for being a member for 16 months. And Vince Clortho is yet again a new member. Thank you so much for being a new member of the Clean and Sober crew. Yet again, Vince Clortho. Appreciate that very, very much. Thank you for your support. And Island with a $5. Spinning the cylinder just shows it's loaded, not what it's loaded with. I'm a dumb, and I know that. Make it make sense. Well, if it has no primer or a primer that has a dent in it, a dented primer, you could see that spinning through the barrels. But he doesn't make any sense because he said there was 5 of them that had holes drilled in the side, which is absolute bullshit. There was one that had a hole drilled in the side, 1 live one, and 4 dummies with BBs in them. So he said he never heard her or saw her shake any of the dummies, which is bull. Because they said she had been doing it earlier. Yeah, this is messed up. And this is a good time for our one of our midstream grifts here. We're an hour and 38 minutes into this. We got 427 concurrent viewers. Good morning, people, and good afternoon and good evening. Thank you for being here, everybody. But only 267 likes. Like 160 of you haven't done your job. Get down there. It takes nothing. Just smash that like button. Just click it. Let's get up to 600 likes as soon as possible. That'll get the algorithm to go, hey, there's something neat happening on over here with Flux and Legal Vices. Everybody come and watch. And that'll help us grow. And while you're down there, just click that subscribe button if you haven't already done so. And if you have, just double check to make sure you're still subscribed to me. And then also at your leisure, open up another window, go to House of Flux where you can find Flux.
Yes.
And Flux is going to take a little minute to tell you about who she is and what she does.
I'm House of Flux. We do everything from video game streams, painting streams, and conspiracy analyst streams because we're conspiracy analysts. We analyze things. We don't theorize. And yeah, we do fun stuff. That's pretty much yeah. It's good times.
Don't miss it. We love hanging out for the Minecraft. What?
Oh, we're doing the Unexplained tonight at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard.
Oh, boo.
Oh, are you gonna be asleep?
I'll be at work.
Oh, boo.
That's kind of sad and no fair, but oh well.
Yeah, so Danny On and I are doing the Unexplained tonight at 5 p.m. Mountain Standard. I think it's 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. So that too. Normally Jeff joins
doing
us.
my show without me while I'm at work. Shame on both of you. Shame on both of you.
You'll have to watch and judge us.
Yeah, I'll
See
watch.
how off track we get, how many times.
I'll watch, but I'll be at work. Tammy F, who's been a member for 4 months, says, "What a great start of the week." Hi, Jeff and Flux. Hi, Tammy F.
What's
Nice
up,
to see
Tammy?
you.
How's it going?
And thank you for being such an amazing, wonderful supporter and a member of the channel. We enjoy having you here on the Clean and Sober crew. Thank you so much. Vince Chlortho with the $2. Congratulations to Danny on 10K plus subs. Yeah,
Hell
she got
yeah.
that. And LC Merritt with the $10 to catch us up on our super chat obligations. Because I'm sure that's how the French pronounce it. I was trapped on a shuttle with a train full of French people, and then I was trapped in an immigration line with a line full of French people. I eventually escaped the sea of man buns and made the journey back to Korea. LC Merritt, thank you so much. I believe David Halls is trying to maintain his story based on his civil lawsuit depot with Baldwin. Could be. Gutierrez and others, they were suing each other back and forth. They're still suing each other back and forth. Everything's still
I love
going.
that they're all suing each other. It's like,
Yeah,
you're all dumb.
that's what happens.
You're all
That's what
dumb.
Grant Rasha with a very confusing chatter. Legal Vices, please look up Greg the Hammer Valentine. Greg the Hammer Valentine was one of my heroes when I was a kid. Because he looks like David Halls. He looks like a slightly chunkier version of David Halls. Yeah, no, Greg the Hammer Valentine was one of my heroes as a kid back during Georgia Championship Wrestling days, man. Yeah, we very well acquainted with Greg the Hammer Valentine. Yeah, I guess he kind of does. He does kind of looks like I see that. We'll give you that. The DA. I think David Halls looks more like Greg the Hammer Valentine than the prosecutor. See, I'm still stuck in the prosecutor looks like, she's not the DA, by the way. She's a special prosecutor. She's a defense lawyer by trade. She's a very, very good New Mexico defense lawyer. She's just been called in to serve as a special prosecutor because the original prosecutor was kind of a douche canoe. So they pulled her off the case and gave a special prosecutor. But she still looks like Rutger Hauer to me. I can't unsee Rutger Hauer with her. Anyway, there's Greg the Hammer Valentines to go around. Everybody can be. It's I declare this National Greg Valentine Day. Let everybody be Greg the Hammer Valentine. It's like St. Patrick's Day, little St. Patty's Day. Everybody's Irish. This is like everybody gets to be Greg the Hammer Valentine today.
All right, thank you. Your excuse.
I mean, we do have a Valentine's Day, so we could just incorporate that.
Yeah, we do. All right, everybody, we're gonna get back into this. Again, double checking here. We got 300 likes now. Come on, we need at least 200 more likes within the next 2 seconds. It's easy. It's just like boom, do it, and you're done. And by the way, for the record, we are $50 away from unleashing the pig dog cam.
All right,
Pig
next
dogs
one.
in $50. Sarah Zachary coming up. Sarah Zachary. What do I say? I have like David Halls, assistant director.
Hey, have you ever seen the movie Anne of Green Gable?
No.
Okay, never mind.
Do you swear affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you'll give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Okay, you're gonna have to speak up, talk into the microphone, and have a seat.
I want you to move that microphone closer to you. Thank you. Will you state your name for the record?
Sarah Zachary.
All right.
If you don't remember, Jeff, this is the immunity
Zachary,
girl.
Yeah, she has immunity and really large feet. If you watch the interrogation video, she's got like enormous feet.
Oh, now I've got to look it up.
Like her feet would make Flux be jealous.
Because I was going to say, that I have really big feet.
Yeah, you don't compare to Sarah's feet.
Okay, I'm going to have to look this up.
Yeah. She's probably the one that's like wandering around the desert in the Southwest and Northwest, like making Bigfoot tracks. Is probably Sarah. She has large. She has large feet. All right, let's see how she describes herself.
21, were you doing work in the film industry?
Yes.
Are you still doing work in the film industry?
No.
Why not?
After arrest, I didn't want to work in it anymore.
Okay.
Or nobody would hire you
Prior-
anymore.
Were you employed on the set of the movie Rust?
Yes.
In what capacity?
I was the prop master.
And briefly, what does a prop master do?
A prop master is responsible for sourcing and providing production with anything that an actor interacts with during the time of filming.
So when you say anything that an actor interacts with, does that include firearms?
It does.
Does it include hand sanitizer?
If the actor is touching it, then yes.
Okay. A bowl of soup?
The actor is touching it.
Okay. Any of those things?
Touch it.
Tables, chairs.
Touch it.
That would be set deck.
Okay.
Yeah, sorry. Anything that they hold.
Okay. What was your experience in the film industry before you began work on the set of Rust?
I began in the art department as set deck, and then on one production, I was supposed to be in costumes, but then I became a prop master when the original prop master couldn't work on it anymore. So I had to learn on the job how to do that, and that's what what job I progressed with throughout my career in film.
What is set deck?
Set deck, it just means that you're decorating the set.
How many films did you work on in any
Set
capacity?
decoration.
Possibly like 5 or 6.
And can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury?
Come on,
who Seth
Strawberry,
Cohen is?
get out from under the
Seth
desk.
Cohen
You're
was
bumping
the
my
vendor
camera.
for the firearms and ammunition.
I
on
was
set of Rust.
wondering what was happening.
Did you know Mr. Kinney prior to your work on the set of Rust?
Yes, he was a vendor for a previous film that I did before Rust.
How long had you known him before Rust?
A couple of months.
And did you ever take on a small armor role?
I did on another film when I was the prop master. They couldn't find a armor for that set, so they just told me right away that I was going to be the armorer.
What?
And who's they? Are you talking about production?
Production, producers.
So let me be clear. Do you own guns?
No.
Have you ever shot a gun?
No.
What kind of training, if any, did you receive before another film made you armorer?
I was recommended on a separate film to get in touch with Seth Kenny, and he was the one who trained me to use these specific guns on that set. Thank you.
Flux has just seen that Sarah Zachary has big feet.
Well, goddamn. Wow. Yeah. Wow. Wow. Those are some big feet.
All right, just so people know, I mean, it has nothing to do with anything we're doing, and we're kind of wasting time. We don't have, but you know, we did bring it up. So for those of you that are wondering, she has big feet, like really, really big feet.
Like,
Yeah, that's
wow.
that's Sarah Zachary's big feet. We talked a lot about her big feet when we watched her interrogation. It was kind of hard not to.
Yeah,
but yeah,
holy cow.
there-
That's at least like a size 12.
That's a size lot. That's all right. Let's get back on with her testimony here. Sorry for the momentary delay, but she got big feet.
As well as train me how to.
And I don't know what they say about girls with big feet, but I hope it's not the same thing they say about guys.
load and unload those weapons, how to call out different cues on set when you're working with weapons. That's about it.
How long was that training? Did it take days, hours?
A few days.
And were you trained on single action revolvers for that film?
Just one, yes.
It was a revolver?
It was a revolver.
Was it a single action revolver?
That I'm not sure.
Okay. That production that you were the armorer on, is that a production that had lots of gunfight scenes?
No.
How busy was that movie in terms of armorer duties?
I mean, we had the guns on set every day, but in terms of actually utilizing those guns with things such as blanks or dummies, maybe 2-3 days.
Okay. And have you, prior to Rust, is that the sum total of the experience you've had with firearms?
Yes.
So how do you end up being the prop master on Rust? Do you apply for a job? What happens?
A lot of it is word of mouth when it comes to the industry, but Seth Kenny was the one who asked me if I wanted to work on it, and he said that he had sent my resume to the line producer.
And were you interested in working on it?
I was.
And at some point in time, Did you understand that you were going to be working with an armorer?
Yes, Seth Kenny said that he had an armor in mind.
And did that person turn out to be Ms. Gutierrez?
Yes.
We understand from some of the previous testimony that although you were the prop master, you were also loading and unloading some of the firearms. Is that right?
Correct.
How did you go from prop master to handling firearms?
So originally there was supposed to be a separate armorer's assistant, but production had only allotted for 5 days, and that was not going to be enough because of how many gunfights we had that we read through the script. So instead, it was recommended that I help out since I was already going to be on set.
And so did you receive any training from Ms. Gutierrez so that you would be able to competently load and unload the guns?
Briefly, yes.
When you say briefly, how much training did you receive from Ms. Gutierrez?
A few minutes.
You don't need more than a few minutes to learn how to do a
Had
like
you-
load a firearm.
And let me try to
Ooh, she's gonna throw Hannah under the damn bus.
Oh,
Mm.
Jeff.
back up. When I say single action revolver, do you know what I'm talking about?
Not quite, no.
Okay.
Oh, just get your teeth.
It's her job to know.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah.
It's how can she, how
So
what?
let me ask you this. On the previous movie set that you were working on as the armorer, you said there was a revolver.
Correct.
Was that the kind of revolver where the barrel would completely come out and away from the gun for you to load and unload it?
Yes, the cylinder came out on the side.
The
Yes.
cylinder just kind of, the entire thing flops out.
Yes.
Okay. And was that the same style of revolver as what you were using on the set of Rust?
No.
What was the difference?
The difference mainly was the way that you would load and unload it. Part of that maneuver was pulling back the hammer and the trigger at the same time, and then slowly releasing both of those to lock it back in.
What the fuck are they talking about? What are either of them talking about?
Loading a fucking revolver, Jeff.
No.
They're trying to describe loading a revolver.
What are they talking about? Is the prosecutor saying that a single action revolver, the cylinder doesn't come out and it comes out in a double action? Is that what she's saying? And is
She's agreeing, yes.
what?
Yep.
What the hell? What?
Yeah.
And what? And what? No. No. I refuse to believe this was
How
just
much
said.
training did you receive from Ms. Gutierrez?
A few minutes.
And had you, and let me try to back up. When I say single action revolver, do you know what I'm talking about?
Not quite, no.
Okay, she doesn't know what a single action revolver is. She's not quite sure. And so does the prosecutor think she is explaining what a single action revolver is?
To my best, yes, I think so.
Okay. So
No.
let me ask you this. On the previous movie set that you were working on as the armorer, you said there was a revolver.
Correct.
Was that the kind of revolver where the barrel would completely come out and away from the gun for you to load and unload it?
Yes, the cylinder came out on the side.
The
Yes.
cylinder just kind of, the entire thing flops out.
Yes.
Flops
Okay.
out.
And was that the same style of revolver as what you were using on the set of Rust?
No.
What was the difference?
The difference mainly was the way that you would load and unload it. Part of that maneuver was pulling back the hammer and the trigger at the same time, and then
Okay. So I guess the prosecutor is actually saying if the cylinder flops out, it's a double action.
If it just flops out.
Yeah. If it just
Flops
flops
out.
out, it's a double action. If it doesn't flop out, it's a single action. That is honest to God. Like that's what the prosecutor and her are saying. And she is saying you load a single action revolver by pulling the trigger back and holding, by pulling the hammer back and holding the trigger, by pulling both of them back is what she's pulling the trigger back, pulling the hammer back and pulling the trigger, loading it in, and then slowly releasing the hammer and the trigger together.
Yes.
That's how you get the fucking discharge you did. That's exactly how you have a negligent discharge like you did. All right. All right. There's a lot to fucking unpack in this 5 seconds of testimony. For those of you that don't know, oh my Lord. Regardless of how it loads, the difference between a single action and a double action is very easy. Does the trigger do one thing or does the trigger do two things? What happens, a double action is where pulling the trigger does double actions. It does two actions. One, it pulls the hammer back. And two, it lets the hammer go forward. A single action, it does one thing. You have to manually pull the hammer back, and the trigger does one thing when you pull it, makes the hammer go down and go bang when it hits the primer. It doesn't have anything to do with how you load it or whether things flip back and forth. This, oh my Lord.
And then to pull the hammer back while you're squeezing the trigger and all of that good stuff while you're loading it.
Yeah, this is the thing with this revolver. The cylinder doesn't come out, which was accurate with what the prosecutor was saying. To load it, you pull it into the half-cocked position, and then there's a little flap on the side, a little thing you open up, and you put the bullet in, you rotate it, put the next one in, rotate it, put the next one in, close the little door, and then you very gently set the hammer down. Oh my Lord, you don't pull the trigger, hold the hammer back, put it in, and then let them both go at the same time. Oh God, this is why she had the negligent discharge. That's what she was doing. She was holding the hammer back and the trigger down while she was putting a round in it. That makes all the sense in the world now. Oh God, none of this means anything that they think it means. You should definitely not have your finger on the trigger ever when you're loading it. You pull it back to the half cock, you open the little door, and you say, when you release it, you have to hold the hammer and you pull the trigger and you very gently set the hammer back in place, which is why a lot of times with the single action revolvers, when you are loading, you will only load 5 rounds in. You will keep the empty chamber where the hammer comes down in case your finger slips off and it goes click and it hits air, not a primer, and goes bang.
And that's why when you carry it, when you would carry it in your holster too, you only keep 5 loaded because you always have that one space where just in case it's not going to hit anything.
Yeah, what's a trigger? That's a finger rest. Oh no. Oh my! I just had no, exactly. Where to go? Yeah, my heart fell to my stomach when I heard this. I just had that same exact clenchy feeling that I had when I was watching the stuntman just literally point his weapon at everybody. Oh my God. They don't have any idea what the fuck they're talking about. How is this woman not charged? Why was she given immunity?
And especially I love firearms. I'm big into firearms. This set should never. This should, and unfortunately, if it wasn't Halyna, it was gonna be somebody else.
Oh my God!
This set should never have been allowed to operate.
All right, LC and Merritt with the $10. You know what they say? The wheels on the bus go round and round, round and round, round and round. Oh man, thank you. Bass for the $2. Baldwin was just reloading the gun at Halyna.
See,
No. Oh.
and okay, so if you go back to what was it, the Grips testimony, when the defense was asking, you've never seen an armor this young before, and it's like, because you need experience for dealing with all of this. This is what inexperience. This is why you get like prior military and experience, and you don't cheap out on a budget.
Wow. All right. Well, this is funny. I just got a DM from MG Law. He says, have you gotten to the part where they talk about the difference between single action and double action revolvers? I'm like, yeah, like literally right now. Oh my God. All right, let's we're 2 hours and 1 minute in. This is retarded.
Yes.
And slowly releasing both of those to lock it back in place.
No, you don't. Oh God.
And that was something that was very new to you. Is that right?
Correct.
The first time you'd ever done that was on the set of Rust.
Yes.
And you got 10 minutes of training.
About, yes.
Oh my Lord. Oh.
We understand at some point that there were some accidental discharges on the set. Do you recall those?
Correct,
No,
yeah.
negligent discharge.
Did one of them involve you?
Yes.
Can you just explain to the jury what the circumstances were?
Oh, she
of that
just
accidental
did.
discharge?
She just explained the
So
circumstances.
we had a gunfight between a few different actors.
No,
where I was
she
hoping
was
to load blanks.
negligent discharge
and,
with a
And
shotgun.
when we were going in for another
Oh.
take, I had to
Hers was with a shotgun? I thought it was with a revolver. I
No,
thought she
I'm pretty sure
loading
it was with a
revolver.
double barrel shotty.
Oh, too bad it wasn't live ammo.
unload the blanks that were already discharged and fill the gun with new ones. And as I was loading them and locking the gun back into place, the hammer slipped from my thumb and one of the rounds went off. There's no projectile, so it was just a loud pop and a flash.
Did that incident, well, let me ask you this. If you recall, do you recall where Ms. Gutierrez was? The reason that you were doing it, not her?
I believe at that point she was in the bathroom.
And did that incident create any kind of a conflict between you and Ms. Gutierrez?
She just didn't know if I would be capable to work with guns anymore after that, even though I had cleared everything that happened on set. I apologized to everyone. I messaged the people I need to let them know what happened. But I think there was just a little bit of disagreement, but then we moved on.
Okay. Who did you message to notify people of what happened?
I messaged Seth, Kenny, Ro Walters, and the production designer, Brian Norvell.
And was Brian Norvell kind of a supervisor of yours?
I would say so. That's what I saw him as.
Okay.
Oh God.
You have previously been referred to as being Hannah Gutierrez's boss. Were you Hannah's boss?
Not that I was aware of.
In terms of
Yes, you were.
and firearms safety on set, whose job was that?
The armors.
No, Sarah was given immunity. She was given blanket immunity. She's not being charged with anything for
To
her
the best of your
testimony.
recollection, on approximately
some
how many
reason.
occasions, well, let me back up. Did you aid in loading guns and gun belts with dummy rounds?
Oh my
Guns,
God.
yes, the gun belts already had dummy rounds in them.
Okay, let's talk about that. So in terms of the props, the gun belt props for this movie, do you recall who sourced those? Where did they come from?
As far as I know, Hannah brought them from a different set.
From another movie she worked on?
Correct.
Did you see them?
Yes.
And when they arrived on set, were they empty or did they have to be loaded with dummies?
They only had to have a couple at most put in them because they were lost, fell out.
Okay, but the gun belts that Ms. Gutierrez provided were already loaded with dummies when she brought them on set. Is that your understanding?
That's my understanding, yes.
And that's your recollection?
Yes.
And you saw them?
Yes.
So when she brought them on set and they were already loaded with dummies, did you take the time to remove every dummy and shake them?
No.
Did you see her?
Well, this just absolutely contradicts what David Halls just said.
Yeah. I missed that the first few times that the gun belts were brought already loaded.
Yeah, well, he was saying the guns themselves. So, yeah, they did the belts. They already had dummies supposedly in them. So,
Oh.
yeah, so not doesn't go against what David said. But
the time to remove every dummy from the belts and shake them?
No.
Did you see anyone?
No.
Because you guys had another assistant for a little while, Ms. Montoya, is that right?
Correct.
And did Ms. Montoya, you never saw her do that with those?
That wasn't her job. No.
Okay.
All right, it's a little too fast for 1.75 speed. I tried.
Do you begin working on the movie on the first day of filming?
No, we have prep days where we go through the script and prepare everything that we need to start production.
Do you recall the day that filming began?
October 6th.
And when would you have begun work on this movie?
Hi, Danny.
I was contacted
Hi,
on
Danny.
September 23rd, and I had about until September or October 6th to prep for that.
Because you are the prop master, did you participate in getting guns and ammunition from the vendor to the movie set?
Yes,
Who was the vendor for the guns? Where did the guns come from?
Seth Kenny,
And what's the name of the company that he owns?
PDQ Props and Arms.
And what about the blank ammunition? Who provided that?
Seth Kenny.
In terms of the dummy ammunition, can you explain to the jury what the situation was with dummy availability at the beginning of the movie?
We had, Seth Kenny and another vendor named Billy Ray had provided a few boxes of dummy rounds.
Were those dummy rounds 45 long Colt?
No,
Oh, how would you know? You don't even know what a gun is, barely.
Had Seth Kenny provided any 45 long Colt dummies?
no,
At some point during filming, did Mr. Kenny provide 45 long Colt dummies?
yes.
And how were those provided?
Hannah had requested for 45 long Colts, and on one of our weekends, around October 12th, I went and picked them up from Albuquerque on one of her days off.
So you picked up the first box of 45 long Colt dummies from Mr. Kenny on October 12th.
Correct,
Was that the only box of 45 long Colt dummies that Mr. Kenny ever provided?
correct.
When Ms. Gutierrez brought the gun belts and they already had the dummy rounds in them, if you recall, did she also have boxes of dummy rounds?
I don't remember what she provided.
Okay. You just don't recall?
I just don't remember.
Okay. Was there an issue with the 45 long Colt dummies? Were you struggling? Did you guys not have enough?
As far as I was concerned, Hannah just had requested them. I felt like we had plenty to work with, but she said that they just didn't, the ones that we did have just didn't fit quite as right.
Okay.
It didn't fit quite
In
right.
terms of
That's what she said.
What?
the dummy rounds, during the time that you were working on Rust, who was the person in the position to make a decision about whether or not to use dummies?
Hannah,
Was there ever a time that you heard anyone else, a crew member or a cast member, request that dummies be put in a gun?
no.
During the time that you were working with Ms. Gutierrez on Rust, approximately how many times that you're aware of were guns dummied up, were dummies put in guns?
I don't recall. A handful of times, maybe.
A handful of times?
Yeah.
Okay. Did you participate? Were you handling the dummies?
Yes.
And why
Are
were
you a
handling the
dummy?
dummies?
It was usually if there were 2 or more guns on set to move things along, because I was also acting as an assistant for her when it came to the weapons.
Okay, so you're the prop master. Technically, she's kind of under you, but you were also sort of her assistant.
See, listen to how effed up that is. Sarah is Hannah's boss, but Sarah is also underneath Hannah in the armory. This is how effed up the chain of command was in this place.
Yeah. Yeah.
The I mean, how do you even describe that? The boss is the assistant to the boss's assistant.
Well, it's just like a giant circle where it's I'm your boss, but you're my boss, but I'm your
Yeah.
assistant. And
I mean, Sarah as the armor reports to Hannah, who reports to Sarah. That is, oh my Lord.
Okay, so with regard to your handling of dummy rounds on set, where were they? How would you get them? Did you get them from Ms. Gutierrez, or did you have access to them?
I had access to them.
And where were they located?
Originally on the prop truck, and then as far as I know, we brought them on the cart when we needed them.
Okay. When you loaded a gun with dummies, what did you do to make sure that the rounds were dummy rounds and not live rounds?
Rattle them.
Did all of the dummy rounds that you handled, did they all rattle?
Yes.
Were there any dummy rounds on set that had holes in them?
Yes.
And did you ever handle any of those?
No.
Did you ever see Ms. Gutierrez load dummy rounds into any of the revolvers?
I wasn't paying attention to her loading them.
You weren't paying attention.
No.
Well, let me ask you this. Did you load the revolvers with all the dummy rounds, or was that something she did also?
She did them as well.
Okay. In the entire time that you worked with Ms. Gutierrez on the set of Rust, do you have any recollection of a single time that you saw her rattle a dummy?
I can't recall.
You don't recall ever seeing her do that?
No.
Okay. And does that mean she may have and you just didn't see it?
Correct.
Were you guys working pretty closely together?
Yes.
And you don't recall ever seeing her do that?
Not that I can remember.
Okay.
Here comes the
Now-
bus. Sorry, Hannah.
Do you recall any time that dummy rounds were loaded into a lever action rifle? Do you know?
Now, see, again, yeah, this is when we're getting into things. Brent says, no, Sarah is the head of props. The armor is under the props. Sarah is assisting Hannah with armor duty. Sarah is the boss of Hannah. Go back and listen to where Sarah says that she doesn't recall ever being the boss of Hannah. This is
Sarah's lying.
Yeah, see, that's so they had this set up. This was literally the way it was set up. And they didn't, neither one of them knew this. Sarah just testified, to the best of her knowledge, she was not Hannah's boss. But we all know that as the prop master, the armor is underneath the prop master in a normal chain of command. But she was also assistant armorer, and being the assistant armorer puts her under Hannah in the armor. This is why this is effed up. So Sarah literally doesn't know who she's in charge of.
I think she does. She's just lying her ass off.
Yeah, well, yeah. So that's the thing. This is the situation that they've created.
Mm-hmm.
So
Holy shit.
I'm not wrong. This is what they're doing.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, right.
You know what I'm talking about?
Yes.
You know the rifle I'm talking about?
I am.
Okay. Do you recall an occasion when dummy rounds were loaded into that rifle?
I remember blanks, but not dummy rounds.
Okay. Did you ever load blanks or dummies into that rifle?
No.
Did you ever load blanks or dummies into the revolver that was Mr. Baldwin's prop?
No.
And why not? Was there some kind of a division of labor agreement there?
Hannah was just working closely with Alec, and so when Alec requested the guns, he would call for Hannah.
Okay. And you never loaded or unloaded it?
No, not that I recall.
Okay, that goes. I mean, Hannah said that she loaded Baldwin's gun. So that part at least seems to be accurate. Notice how the one guy that's taken the plea deal and served out his 6-month probation, and the one that was given blanket immunity, they're the only ones that seem to really have confused memories, can't remember stuff, and memories that contradict other people.
So, to be clear, the only 45 long Colt dummy rounds that you brought to the set was the one box from Seth Kinney.
Correct.
And do you know where the other 45 long Colt dummies came from?
No.
When you were working on set, did you occasionally take photos with your cell phone?
Yes.
And what was the purpose of taking photos with your cell phone?
Mainly for continuity.
And what do you mean when you say continuity?
With continuity, during a scene, you do several takes during the scene, and you just want to make sure that with the props that they look exactly the same throughout each take. So you want to make sure that there's continuity throughout the entire scene.
And I'm going to shift gears for a moment. Did you bring onto the set the dummy rounds from Billy Ray?
Yes.
Were those 45 long Colt?
No.
And what day did you bring those onto the set?
I brought those ones on prior to filming, I believe.
Okay, so it would have been before October 6th.
That one I can't recall. I don't remember what date it was.
Okay, is there anything, do you have anything that would refresh your memory? Would it refresh your memory if you looked at your phone, or is that information not in there?
It might be in an email, on an invoice.
It's okay. All right. Thank you. Give me just 1 second.
All right. Well,
63. Your Honor, I'm going to move for the admission of States Exhibit 162 and States Exhibit 163 and ask for permission to publish once we're connected.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
All right, 162 and 163 is admitted. You may
hey, there's AV Chad there. Get it all set up.
As States Exhibit 162. Ms. Zachary, do you recognize that photo?
Yes.
Is that a photo that you took?
Yes.
On what day did you take that photo?
On October 10th.
And how do you know that?
Because it is in my phone and I saw the date on it.
Okay. You actually looked up the date. Is that
Yes.
right? So this photo was taken 2 days before you brought the 45 long Colt dummies onto the set from Mr. Kinney.
Correct.
And I'm going to show you what we have marked.
I'm
as
a dummy.
States
He's a
Exhibit
dummy. She's a dummy. Wouldn't you like to be a dummy
163?
too?
Do you recognize that?
Yes.
What is that a photo of?
It is a photo of dummies in Alec Baldwin's holster rig.
How do you know they're dummies?
And has that also been referred to as a bandolier?
Mhm.
Yeah.
Okay. But so this was Mr. Baldwin's prop. This was his gun holster.
Yes.
Do you recall the date that you took this photo?
October 13th.
October 13th.
Mhm.
And
why was it upside
if
down?
if you recall, was Mr. Baldwin's holster a holster that was provided by Ms. Gutierrez?
No.
Where did that holster come from?
Seth Kenny had it specially made for Alec Baldwin and he shipped it out to us.
And are you the person that received it?
Yes.
Special K. Do we know if Sarah's going to testify? She's testifying right now. This is Sarah. So yes, we do know if she's going to testify. She's doing it now.
When you received it, did it already have dummy rounds loaded in it?
No.
Do you know who loaded the dummy rounds into Mr. Baldwin's holster that we're looking at here in 163?
I don't remember specifically if it
Okay.
was me or Hannah.
But it would have been one of the two of you.
Yes.
Ms. Zachary, I'm gonna take you to October 21st of 2021. Do you recall that day?
Yes.
Can you explain to the jurors, to the best of your recollection, what was happening on set prior to the lunch hour?
It was a very slow moving day because a few hours into that day, we had learned that the part of the crew or part of the camera crew had left production and we were working on getting a replacement team that day.
So was there a delay in filming that morning?
Yes.
And when there's a delay in filming, what do you do? Are you still busy doing props?
I was coordinating with the art director about props for later that day, but otherwise we weren't really actively working.
And given that they weren't filming anything, was Ms. Gutierrez very busy?
No.
So would she have had time that morning to do whatever she needed to do?
Sure.
And at some point, does filming begin again?
Yes, but I don't remember what time.
Okay, would it have been before or after lunch, if you recall?
We moved out to the church to a different scene. We did have one scene that we were filming that morning, but then sometime later that morning we moved to the church for a new scene. And as far as I remember, we only got in a rehearsal, but we weren't really actively working yet.
Okay, and do you remember going to lunch?
Yes.
What happened after lunch? What were you doing after lunch?
After lunch, we drove back in the van to set, and Nicole, Hannah, and I had retrieved the guns out of the safe and returned them back to the church. And then I had learned that I had forgotten one of the guns in the safe, so I went back to retrieve it. And
Okay, hang on.
okay,
Were you and Hannah and Ms. Montoya handling any guns prior to the lunch hour?
to take back to the truck, yes, and then in the one scene that we did, the actors had their guns holstered. So
When you say to take back to the truck, tell us what you mean. To
We
take back to
we
the
won't
truck.
know if Hannah's going to testify
So when we
until
were breaking
the
for lunch,
defense
we were taking the guns
decides.
back from the cart and locking them up in the safe on the prop truck.
So the guns were used in the morning. Do you recall when the guns were used in the morning, were dummies put in them?
I don't recall that. No.
And Is that something that you think you would recall or?
No, I don't remember what the scenes were
Okay.
entirely. I don't know if it was more than one scene.
Okay. But guns were brought out and used in the morning session. You just don't know if they had dummies in them or not.
Correct.
So after lunch, the three of you go and you pull guns out of the safe.
Correct.
And are you all there together?
Yes.
You can see what the other person is doing.
Yes.
How far is the prop truck from the church?
Couple 100 yards, maybe more than that.
So did all three of you take guns in your hands up to the area where the church was?
Yes.
And when you got up there, what did you guys do with those guns, if you recall?
Laid them on the prop cart.
And then is that when you went back to the truck?
I know that I had loaded Jensen Ackles' gun, and when I had realized that I forgotten Swen's gun, I had said that I was going to go back to the truck. Hannah said that she was going to go check Alec's gun with Dave, and Nicole stayed with the cart.
When you say you loaded Jensen Ackles' gun, what did you load it with?
I loaded it with dummies.
And where did you get those dummies from?
They were on the cart.
Did you take them out of a box or were they just laying there?
They were in a cup holder at the top of the cart.
A cup holder.
Is that the only gun that you loaded dummies in that afternoon?
Swen's as well, Swen Pennels.
Okay, so you go back to the truck, you get Swen's gun, and then do you come back up to the church?
Yes,
And where are you when you load that gun with dummies?
I believe at the cart.
At that point in time, if you recall, where was the cart?
It was outside of the church, several yards away.
Okay.
Hmm.
So after you put the dummies in the gun, and I'm sorry, did Ms. Gutierrez walk away from the cart with Mr. Baldwin's gun?
Yes,
And who put the dummies in Mr. Baldwin's gun?
Hannah.
Did you happen to see or take note of where she took the dummies from to put in the gun?
She said she was going to check it with Dave, so I assumed the church.
No, I mean, when she put the dummies in, did
Oh.
you see her?
No,
Okay, you don't know where she got those dummy rounds from?
no,
So then she said she's going to go in the church and check it with Dave. Is that right?
yes,
And do you see Ms. Gutierrez again?
no,
When is the next time that you see her?
after the incident.
So the two revolvers that you loaded with dummies, Mr. Ackles' gun and the other gentleman, what happened to those revolvers?
I believe I threw them away.
No. What happened to
sorry.
the revolvers?
The revolvers?
Oh,
We took them
geez.
back to the truck with the rest of them.
I'm sorry. It's okay. I know. Have you ever testified before?
No.
Okay. I know. It's not the easiest of things. You take the Ackles gun and Swen's gun and you put dummies in them, right?
Mhm.
What do you do with the guns at
Oh,
that moment?
Sorry.
That's okay. I'll get you there. It's all right.
I took them to Dave to check, and then I gave them off to the actors.
So you provided them to those actors and then they were out of your hands.
Yes,
She lost her place in the script.
Yep.
That just wait, I'll get you there. That shows that they've prepared her for this. So this is what we're gonna
Yep.
ask you. We're gonna ask you this. Yeah, they've prepared her for this. Don't you jump the gun. We'll get to you throwing shit away in just a minute. Hang tight.
And did you touch any other guns or dummy ammunition prior to the incident?
no, not that day.
Right.
Okay.
Not that day. Thank you. So after you hand those guns off to those actors, what do you do? What are you doing when the incident occurs?
I am at the prop cart with Nicole, prepping props for the next day, going over the preliminary schedule.
So you're at the prop cart, and do you have any idea where Ms. Gutierrez is?
No.
What happens
Oh,
next?
no, all witnesses are
I
prepared.
hear
I mean,
the
that's
gunshot go off.
that's not doing anything
Joel,
wrong. I mean, it's just a
When
thing
you heard
I was
the
pointing out.
sound, what did it sound like to you? Did it sound like something that you were accustomed to hearing?
No.
How did it sound compared to, you've heard blanks go off, right? Is that a yes?
Yes.
That's okay. And how did this compare to the sound of a blank?
It was louder.
How long after you heard that sound did you hear Mr. Sousa scream?
Immediately.
Oof.
And did you have any idea what happened?
No.
What did you do when this happens? Tell us what happens next, and how are you able to determine that something urgent is happening?
I was asking around what happened. I originally thought it was a special effects rig that went off, and they were telling me that it was a gun. And I asked them whose gun it was, and they said, "Well, Alec's gun is in the church." And then I had walked over to Jensen. He was looking in the church, and I could see Joel on the ground clutching his shoulder.
What happened after that?
Jensen told me to get the guns to safety.
And so what guns did you take, and where did you take them?
I took Jensen and Swen's guns back to the cart.
To the prop cart that was located right there.
Correct.
And did you do anything with the guns when you got them to the prop cart?
I put them in their socks.
Did you take the dummies out at that point in time?
Yes.
Why did you remove the dummies from the guns right there at that point in time?
Because after they're not being in use, you completely empty them.
Now, dummies are props that are reusable, correct?
Correct.
So you removed the dummies from the guns, and what did you do with the dummy rounds after you removed them?
I believe I threw them away.
And why did you throw them away?
In a state of shock and panic, I think it was a reactive decision.
And did you tell anyone that you threw those dummy rounds away?
No.
At some point in time, did you disclose that information to law enforcement?
Yes.
Okay.
And immunity.
I-
And immunity.
She has said from her first questioning by the police that she quote panicked and threw the rounds away. Why this woman wasn't charged is beyond me. Forget not even being given immunity.
Evidence tampering? Like, isn't
That's it. I mean,
jail?
that's not even, that's just like, that's destruction of evidence. Good
Jail.
Lord.
So when you're dealing with these other two revolvers and taking the dummy rounds out of them, and you said you threw them away, was there just a trash can right there?
It was a few feet away from the cart.
That was where you threw them.
Yes.
Why?
What do you do next, and what's happening next?
I don't know the order of events, but I know that I had called Seth Kenny. He didn't pick up my call, and I texted him emergency, and then he called me back.
Why were you calling Mr. Kinney?
I'm not sure why I did. He was
we were
kind of my
smashing.
mentor throughout this process,
And I had to- we had to
called
get our
him,
story
told him
straight
what
and covered
happened,
up for each other.
and he was also freaking out, and that's all I remember.
And what did you tell him happened at this point in time? Did it occur to you that someone had been shot?
I didn't know Halyna was hurt. I just knew Joel was. So I told him that Joel was shot.
And at this point in time, has it occurred to you that Mr. Souza was injured by a live round?
That was my impression, but I didn't physically see his wound.
Okay. Because in your experience on movie sets, do dummies or blanks cause people to fall down and scream?
No.
So when you spoke to Mr. Kinney, did you, if you recall, did you tell him any of the details about which gun it was or who loaded it or anything like that?
Not that I recall.
How long do you think that phone call lasted?
30 seconds, a minute.
Okay. After that phone call, what did you do?
Like I said, I don't know the order, but I know at some point I had talked to Hannah. She was in the middle of a breakdown, and she showed me the rounds in her hand, and she said, I swear I shook them, and I could visually see that one of them didn't have the bullet anymore.
Okay. And her statement to you was, I could swear I shook him, or I swear I shook him. Okay.
Yes.
And before I forget, I still have State's Exhibit 163 on the screen. Do you know whose hand is in that picture? Who's holding the holster?
It's Hannah.
So at any point in time, did you, well, after, and I understand you don't know the order of things, but after, if it did in fact happen after, Ms. Gutierrez showed you the rounds in her hand, do you know, was Mr. Halls there at that time?
Not next to me. At one point, I saw him next to Hannah with the gun by the church outside of it.
Okay. So what happens next?
After that, I go back to the cart and I start rattling dummies from a box. And I notice that some of them don't rattle like they're supposed to.
And did you tell anyone what you realized?
Nicole was standing right there, and she saw. And then I had told the police later down at base camp.
You told them?
That some of the rounds didn't rattle.
Okay. And at some point later, did you mention to Ms. Gutierrez that you thought like more than half the box didn't rattle?
Yes.
Do you think that more than half the box had live rounds in it?
No.
Why do you think, why did you make that statement to her?
Originally, when I was checking it, like I said, it was chaotic. I was in shock and I was frantically rattling the rounds. But as time went on, I realized that I had forgotten that some rounds might have had a hole on the side of the rounds.
So there was
Okay, we got to stop real quick here because Flux has to dip for a couple of minutes here. She's got stuff to do, and she's promised she'll be back as soon as possible. Are you
Yep,
coming
I
back?
just got a few things to take care of, but I will be back in a little bit, I promise. And I hope I get back before it gets good. So
We do have a couple of super chats here, some of which involve you, so we'll get those right out of the way here. Bass for the $1.99 super chat says, "Do you think she loaded guns with her feet?" Now as someone who's confirmed that Flux has monkey toes, do you think can you load a gun with your feet?
it would be difficult, but with the proper practice, probably.
There you have it. Someone with monkey toes she has expert knowledge of what people with monkey toes can do. So all right. Thank you so much, Flux. Flux, you will be back as soon as possible.
Yep, I will be
See you in a
back.
bit.
Enjoy the rest of this shenanigans.
We'll
back
see you in a
soon.
bit.
Bye.
Take care. And as long as that is stopped, thank you, Flux. Flux will be back as soon as possible. And while she's gone there, Mavia says, "First time catching this nonsense. Hannah actually cleans up pretty well when she doesn't look like a tattooed slag." Oh, that's harsh, but not inaccurate. She definitely got the memo on sharpen up, and she did. She looks quite lovely. She looks quite nice. Hair looks very nice. Done did. She's wearing great clothes. It's a far cry from the bright green and purple hair with the hoodie and the grungy shirt and clothes and things. So yeah, she definitely cleans up for trial. Thank you so much for the support. Appreciate that. And Special K says, "Duh, sorry, I meant if we know Hannah going to testify." Yeah, as I mentioned, I saw that first message, and as I mentioned, we won't know until the moment of. Until that time, what do you want? What do you want, Straubs? Strawberry, Doggy. What do you want? What do you want there, girl? Strawberry is agitated about something, staring at the wall and barking. It's the ghosts again. But yeah, we won't know whether she's going to testify or not until it's the defense's case and the defense get to that moment where they have to decide whether or not she's going to be on the stand. They're not going to telegraph it. They're not. We'll see. We might have some time to talk about whether or not that's a good idea. And then MG Law says, "Yeah, these aren't coached answers." It's important to make a distinction between prepped witnesses and coached witnesses. When you prepare a witness, you prepare them for the questioning. Here's the questions that we're going to ask. Here's the questions the other side might ask. So you be ready for these questions. When you coach someone, that's when it gets to be improper. That's when you say, "This is how you must respond to this question." So yeah, there's a big difference between preparing a witness and coaching a witness. She's definitely prepared. She's not coached. And what we're going to do here, we're coming up on the end of day 6. We're going to flip this over into day 7 and continue. Hopefully we'll be able to get through the whole day because it was a short day and there's lots of breaks and stuff. So, and for those of you asking, we are about 27 away from unleashing the pig dog camera. So we'll be getting some pig dogs in about $27 worth of super chats. So let's bring on the pig dogs.
There were some dummies in there that weren't rattlers.
Yes.
Okay, they had a hole inside.
I didn't visually see it, but I noticed that there were a couple rounds in there with silver primers.
Okay.
The color of the primers doesn't have anything to do with it.
To the best of your recollection, do you know how many silver primers you saw?
Possibly 2 or 3.
Okay. And did you rattle those or try to rattle those?
Yes.
What happened after that?
I was on my way back with Nicole and Daniel, the art director, to take the guns back to the truck. And then I got a text message or phone call from Brian Norvell asking me to bring Hannah's personal bag to her. And so Nicole and Daniel continued to take the guns back to the truck while I did that.
Who was taking the guns back to the truck?
Nicole and Daniel, the art director.
Daniel Ornitz.
Correct.
Okay. So you didn't take the guns back to the prop truck?
No.
When you were looking in the ammo, or in the box of dummies, is that something that you just did on your own, or did anyone instruct you to do that?
I don't remember.
Did you take anything off of that prop cart other than the dummy rounds that you've indicated you took out of those 2 revolvers? Did you take anything else and move it back to the prop truck or anywhere else?
No.
Did you throw anything else away other than those dummy rounds?
No.
And Ms. Zachary, I have to ask you this. Did you bring live rounds onto that movie set?
No.
When the box of Seth Kinney 45 long Colt dummies came on set on October 12th, do you know, did anyone inspect that box?
No. Seth did.
Did you see Ms. Gutierrez inspect that box after it arrived on set?
No.
Did Mr. Kinney ever instruct you or ask you to plant evidence or destroy evidence?
No.
So you just destroyed evidence on your own without being told.
After the incident, after you pulled the rounds out of the box, what were you doing after that? Did you take a timeout? What was happening?
I went back down to the town. Police were telling everybody to leave the area, and I was having a panic attack in the town, and Jensen and Swen came to console me, and we were just talking about what happened and what might have happened.
Okay, you visited with those gentlemen about it?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to shift gears here. We understand that you and Ms. Gutierrez were both doing some level of armor duties. Do you agree with that?
Yes.
And you and Ms. Gutierrez were both doing some level of prop duties. Is that right?
Yes.
Did Ms. Gutierrez ever express concerns to you that she didn't have enough time to focus on her armor duties because she was so busy doing prop work?
I don't recall that being an issue.
Yes, it was. Even if you don't recall her doing it.
Did it seem to you as her coworker that she was stretched too thin and didn't have enough time to do her armor duties?
No.
All right. I think that's going to be the end of the questioning here. That's that pause. Let me check my notes pause there.
Let me just review my notes real quick. Do you recall there being
there's more questions.
a time during
We're right at the end.
filming where there was a discussion about doing firearms training with the child actor?
I do.
And what was your understanding of whether or not that was permitted?
Production didn't want to allow it because of the actor's age.
And if you recall, what was Ms. Gutierrez's response to that?
I know that she had wanted to train the actor offset with the permission of his provider.
His guardian?
Provider.
Guardian, yeah.
Okay. So production had told her that she couldn't do it and she was going to do it with the guardian's permission. Is that correct?
As far as I remember.
Okay. Do you know whether or not that ever took place?
I don't.
I'll pass on this.
All right.
All right, we're going to take our evening.
So that's the end of day 6. We're going to kick it up with day 7 right now. But in the meantime, we've reached that part of the show that we like to call
Release the Hounds.
So let's bring on our guest host until Flux comes back. It's Yoda and Strawberry. Well, Yoda's butt and Strawberry's back. That's Doggo Cam. We've unleashed Doggo Cam, and we will continue to have them here throughout, so you can feel the happiness that comes with the pig dogs. The pig dogs have been unleashed due to your support and thanks. That's got us to our first achievement. The next achievement at the $200 super chat mark is I take a double shot of this horrific Korean alcohol, which is mint chocolate flavored soju. It's poisonous. It's terrible. And that's just, for giggles. So that'll happen at the next 100 mark. So thank you very much for unleashing Doggo Cam. That's our favorite part. We love that. And you can see that Yoda here is camped in front of the space heater, and Strawberry's in a mood about that because Strawberry can't get in front of the space heater, but they'll switch positions at some point, I'm pretty sure. So all right, thank you so much for that. Let's clear off our day 6 acknowledgments here. Chris Mullen was one of the people responsible for getting us there with the 5 Legal Vices memberships. If you're one of the lucky people that got one of the 5 memberships from Chris Mullen, give a super special thanks. And Lynn gifted 1 Legal Advices membership. If you got Lynn's gifted membership, make sure you give Lynn a super special thanks as well. Thank you, both of you, for the support that you give. And Vince Clortho, the Keymaster, who is giving us our little comment here about Sarah, the prop master, much more entertaining than the news. Well, I hope so. I certainly hope so. Thank you so much for your support. All right. Maybe they need doggy sweaters. No, they like the heat. They like the cold. They like everything. They have some pretty cool sweaters, but they don't need them. They like the cold weather. They're just chilling in front of the heat. All right, everybody. Let's start with day 2. We're not going to waste any more time other than to say we got 501 viewers concurrently here and only 383 likes. We're like at least 120 short, but there's been some turnover. There should be at least 200 more. We should be up to 583. We should actually be up to 600 likes right now. So while I'm bringing up day 7, make sure you hit that like button. Please, 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 please. Let's get, is Strawberry going to go for the chair? Is Strawberry gonna, we interrupt our midstream grift to see what Strawberry is going to do. If Strawberry is going to climb up into the chair, we're going to witness no, she's just staring out the window, it looks like here. She's probably contemplating whether or not she wants to assume the position here on top of the chair. Nope, she's just wandered out. Nope, she's wandering back in. Never mind. It was a false alarm. Hey, what's up? What's up, Straubs? How you doing? All right. Back to the midstream grift. Can't even remember where we were. All right, yeah, so we got the 500 of you here and the 395 likes. We need to get up to 600 because that sort of seems to be the magic number to get us pushed out there into the algorithm, and we get on the YouTube recommendation pages and people go, oh, there's something cool, let's check it out. So please do that. And right now, we have our like and subscribe poll. Where are we on that? I was gone for 3 days. I went to China Friday, which is why we're doing this today. It was a makeup day, and I just got back like 2 hours before I started streaming. So the like and subscribe poll today is, did you miss me? 45% of you said yes. 5% of you said no. Well, shame on you. 23% of you said, oh, you were gone. And 27% of you said, hey, look, it's Flux. So, all right, that's our poll. Just go ahead and take the like and subscribe poll when you like, and make sure you're subscribed. And we are going to jump straight back into day 7 now. We are sharing the screen, and Hannah's trial, day 7. Sarah is back on the stand. This is interesting, though, that they did this. It's interesting they broke up the direct and the cross-examination. That can be a blessing and it can be a curse. It can be a blessing in that they get to go back over every single question, every single word of the question and answer on her direct. They get to dig back through it, and they get to check, and they get to create more questions, better questions on their cross-examination. But they also lose the momentum, that conflict, that, okay, this is what she said, and then immediately you go in and attack. They lost that because they had to wait till the next day. So you lose some of that momentum. You lose some of the confrontation. So it's a mixed bag. It's a mixed blessing. Well, it's not. It's a mixed bag. It could be a blessing, or it could be a curse. We don't know. Let's see how they handle the cross-examination here. Everything's in big end. We do have closed captions for this. Cool. All right, closed captions are now on.
You may be seated.
The races. I'm still kind of surprised at how underattended this trial is.
Cross-exam.
Thank you, Aaron. Good morning, Ms. Zachary.
Good morning.
Ms. Zachary,
Good morning.
in this case, you agreed to cooperate with the state. Is that true?
Yes.
And you agreed to come in and testify against Ms. Gutierrez Reed. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you were given
And
immunity.
As part of that, you entered into a cooperation agreement with the state. Is that right?
Yes.
And that cooperation agreement indicates that if you agree to testify and you have to provide truthful testimony, that you will not be prosecuted for any crime. Is that right?
Yes.
So as part of your being here, you have a complete immunity from being prosecuted, correct?
I guess.
You guess
Well-
you do.
Can you speak up, please?
Yes. Sorry, I'm closer.
It's okay.
You don't guess. You know you can't be prosecuted. What do you mean you guess?
Is that better? Is that your understanding of the document, that you have that you're not going to be prosecuted, correct?
Yes.
Now, you testified yesterday that you had, as far as the props roles, you were Hannah's boss in that role. Is that right?
I wouldn't say boss, I guess a supervisor. What I said goes with props.
So that means you're the
And
boss.
Hannah was a props assistant, correct?
Part-time.
And she was also a part-time armorer.
Full-time.
Your understanding, she was part-time props and full-time armorer?
Armor was her main duty, yes.
Okay, but she was also doing props as well, correct?
When there was no firing of any guns, yes.
Well, didn't you ask her on several occasions, for example, to do things like rolling cowboy cigarettes?
That was one day.
Well, you asked
So
her to
yes.
prop up other characters at times, right?
The only props that other characters had were the guns.
They didn't have their belts.
Well, yeah, they had belts.
Oh, yeah,
And
those
they
props.
didn't have, for example, glasses or other items that they needed to have on them.
What type of glasses are you talking about?
Anything you'd have in a Western movie, hats, glasses, they didn't have other props.
Those are wardrobe.
Okay.
What about whiskey glasses in the bar scenes? Those are props, right? That's what he's talking about.
What other props were there with regard to these actors besides firearms?
There were very miscellaneous things depending on the scene. There was a day where we were in a saloon. There were whiskey glasses. There were rolled cigarettes. There were
It's like, what kind of glasses? The first thing she says out of her mouth is there were some whiskey glasses, and you knew what he was talking about.
poker sets, those kind of things.
So those are
props had to be
props.
provided to those actors, right?
Yes,
And you also testified that you had some armor duties, correct?
correct,
And so you were in that role assisting Ms. Gutierrez Reed, right?
correct,
And
Too
as part of
fast.
that, you loaded and unloaded guns on the set.
correct.
Now, you were trained, I think you said, by Seth Kenny on a prior film.
Yes,
How much training did you receive from Seth Kenny?
I had maybe 10 days to prep for that set. So within that amount of time, when I would meet him, he would show me how to work with the guns and ammo.
So did you feel proficient, very good in working with guns and ammo?
In what I was using, yes.
Like it explains what
I think you said in
proficient
the past,
means.
and you can tell me if you disagree, that you were not able to tell a dummy round from a live round.
I don't recall saying that.
Now, yesterday you testified that you weren't familiar with the single action revolver. Is that right?
I didn't say, or are you talking about when I entered or started rest?
Yes.
Yes.
And so as we sit here today, do you know the difference between a single action and a double action?
Yes, now I do.
Okay, and what is it?
Now I do. Oh Lord. Yeah, because if you heard this shit a few minutes ago that she was talking about, she was under the impression that single action meant the cylinder didn't swing out, or she said flop out from the side of the pistol, and a double action, that's when it swung out. And to load a single action, you had to pull back the trigger and the hammer at the same time, and then put the bullets in, then slowly release them at the same time. Yeah, but now she's been educated. Now she knows what the real difference is. She had no clue 24 hours before this.
That difference?
Well, what we were using on rest, on between the two, it involves how you load them and unload them, from my
What is
understanding.
the difference in
Oh God, again, the difference is how you load and how you load and unload them is not the difference between a single action and a double action.
characteristics between a single action and a double action?
So with the single action revolver, I believe that's what we were working on with rest. That was with cocking the hammer back and the trigger at the same time to load and unload the cylinder, whereas with the double action, that the cylinder flips out.
The cylinder
No.
flips out.
Sorry,
Oh,
the cylinder comes out on the side to load the revolver. and goes to
No,
rack.
sweet.
Before Rust, had you worked with a single action type revolver?
No.
So on the prior set with Mr. Kenny, he had just shown you a double action?
Yes,
Okay. So with yourself and Mrs. Gutierrez Reed, you also had Nicole Montoya helping, is that right?
correct.
And Nicole Montoya was also a props assistant, is that right?
Yes,
Now, I think you said yesterday that you knew that there was going to be an armor and an armor's assistant. Did you say that?
I knew that Hannah was going to act as both.
Okay. Was it your understanding that on this film that there was supposed to be an armor and an armor's assistant at first?
Yes.
Okay. Now, with regard to your armor duties, we know that you loaded and unloaded weapons. Did you also take those at times to the actors?
Yes.
And I think we saw a video yesterday where, and see if you remember the scene, Mr. Baldwin is coming out of a little structure. He's shooting towards the cameras up at the blank ground. He runs up the hill with the child actor, and then he gets and somebody yells cut, and he still shoots, and then he cusses. You remember that scene?
Yeah, I believe so, yes.
And it appeared, and correct me if I'm wrong, that you were on that video running towards Mr. Baldwin after he shot. Is that what happened?
I'd have to see the video.
Okay. I bet you don't recollect it right now as we sit here.
Um,
On how many occasions did you yourself take firearms to actors?
Whenever Hannah needed it.
When she needed assistance?
Yes.
Okay. You were working under Seth Kenny's license, is that correct?
Yes.
And that's with PDQ Props?
Correct.
And as part of that, are you on his paperwork as being an employee?
I believe so.
And so you weren't actually working physically at his business, but you were on the paperwork, you were working with PDQ Props. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Okay. Now, yesterday you indicated that first you said that you had thrown away the revolvers, but that was just you just got ahead of yourself. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. In reality, what you did is you threw away rounds from 2 revolvers. Is that correct?
Correct.
And that was right. That was after the shooting, correct?
Yes.
Now, after the shooting, do you recall how many minutes went by, just roughly, before you threw away those rounds?
I don't recall.
In that time frame, you also had a conversation with Seth Kenny, correct?
Yes.
And on that conversation, you had texted him previously before that and said emergency?
After the incident, yes.
And then you all talked, and do you recall him giving you any instruction or advice as to what you were calling about? And don't tell what he said, but do you recall him giving you any information?
No.
Okay. So do you recall anything from that phone call? Again, not telling us what Mr. Kenny said, but you recall anything from that phone call?
Yes.
What do you recall?
Just him mortified.
Okay. And don't talk about his words again, but just so your impression was he was mortified.
Yes.
Okay. How long did that phone call last?
As I said yesterday, possibly 30 seconds, a minute.
So then in that time frame, you then throw rounds away from the 2 revolvers that you had previously loaded, right?
I believe so, yes.
So the 2 revolvers that you loaded, again, were the Jensen Ackles revolver, right? And then this Sven.
Swen.
How do you say his name?
Swen.
Okay, Swen. So those 2 revolvers, you threw the rounds away from.
Yes.
And you threw them in a trash can.
Correct.
Now, you didn't tell anybody at the scene that you had thrown those away, right?
I didn't tell anyone, but it was in a public place. If someone saw me, then yeah.
Oh, for fuck's sakes.
You didn't want to let anybody know that, did you?
They weren't the rounds in question, so I didn't think it mattered, and I had honestly forgotten.
Well, you knew that somebody had been shot. At least one person had been shot, correct?
Correct.
You knew that 911 had been called. Is that right?
I didn't hear anybody call 911, but I had assumed.
And you would have assumed that the police would have to respond to a shooting, correct?
Sure.
And so as part of that, wouldn't you think that the police would want to see everything on set?
Yes.
So when you throw away rounds that they may have wanted to see, don't you understand that to be an issue?
No, because again, it wasn't the rounds in question.
But that isn't your determination, right? To determine
Right.
what's in question. That is the law enforcement's determination.
Yeah,
correct?
pretty much.
Okay.
Okay. What do you mean, okay?
Sure.
So law enforcement's going to come and you understand they're going to investigate what happened. And the rounds that you're throwing away could be possible evidence that would assist them. Would you agree with that?
Sure.
And so when you made that decision, was that in fact Mr. Kenny directing you to do something?
No.
You threw away those rounds and the 2 revolvers that you loaded. Was it your intention to get rid of the evidence that you had done? In other words, the 2 you had loaded?
No.
Now, you also, as I understand, took firearms, or you and a couple other people intended to take firearms to the prop truck. Is that correct?
Yes.
And did you take revolvers? Did you take long guns? Do you recall?
It was whatever was on the cart, but I didn't end up taking them back.
You and who was it? Was it Daniel and Nicole?
Correct.
And so the 3 of you started out to take the firearms from the prop cart to the prop truck. Is that right?
Yes.
How many firearms were there that you were taking back?
I believe from a separate interview, I had said something around 9.
So all 9 of those firearms, were those Seth Kenny's firearms?
I believe so.
All 9 you all wanted to take back to the prop truck. You were removing them from the prop cart right after the shooting, correct?
Yes.
You said you didn't take them back, but did you start with them to start taking them back?
I did.
And what made you turn around then?
I got a text message or phone call from Brian Norvell, and he asked me to bring Hannah her personal bag.
Where was her personal bag?
I believe on the cart.
So you then removed the personal bag from the cart and took that, I'm sorry?
Correct.
Okay. And then who did you take that to?
To Hannah.
When you took it to Hannah, her personal bag from the cart, where was she located when you gave that to her?
She was with Brian behind one of the houses in the town.
So we have the church, we've seen the church, and we've seen where that was located. Where was the house where Brian and Hannah were staying at that time?
It was down the hill a little northeast of the church.
Did you know why Brian and Hannah were standing over there after the shooting over by the house?
It was my understanding that Brian was consoling Hannah.
Okay. So in any event, you walked her personal bag from the cart all the way to where they were at.
Yes.
Okay. And that was at Brian Norvell's direction.
Yes.
So you would agree with me, at that point, you didn't have it. I mean, that was somebody else telling you to do something.
Yes.
Okay. But and it's not your fault on that one, but in terms of taking that bag, I'm not trying to say that. But would you agree with me that that then took something from the prop cart as well?
Sure.
At that moment. Okay. And again, this is before law enforcement has arrived?
I believe so, but I don't remember.
Okay. Now, yesterday you said that you had thrown away the rounds in a state of shock and panic. Do I have that right?
Yes.
Now, did you previously state that you had thrown them away because you had done that before?
That I have thrown away dummies before.
What?
Okay. So in your pretrial interview, you mentioned that part of the reason you threw those away was that you had done that before after scenes, correct?
Sometimes, yes, if I didn't need them.
So would you agree with me? You've given two explanations for why you threw away the rounds, in shock and panic, and that you had previously done something like that, throwing away rounds. Would you agree with me?
Yes,
Are these dummy rounds? These are obviously reusable, aren't they?
they are.
So when you throw them away, somebody has
Yeah.
paid for those, like production or.
Yeah.
Well,
Why would you throw them
would you
away?
do that?
Yes.
Did they production instruct you to throw those rounds away after scenes?
No.
So this is their property. Would you agree with me? The dummy rounds?
I mean, you throw away blanks afterwards too.
Well, if blanks can be reused again, wouldn't you agree with me that those are something that the set can
That's-
use again?
That's horseshit. Dummy rounds are actually quite expensive. That's horseshit. You don't just throw them away.
They purchased?
Blanks can be reused.
Okay, well then how about dummies?
Sure.
So again, my question was, would you agree that that's their property that you're throwing away?
Yeah.
I guess so.
So you made the decision to throw away the rounds, and you then interviewed with the police on October 21st. Do you remember that?
Yes.
That was the same day?
Yes.
And do you recall whether you told them that you had thrown away those rounds?
I don't recall if I did or not.
Did you tell anybody else that you had thrown away those rounds?
I believe Nicole was standing there when they happened, so I'm sure she saw.
After the shooting had happened, did Miss Gutierrez read, did you see the rounds that came out of the revolver?
She showed me, yes.
And did you see what happened to those rounds after she showed you?
No.
Did you take possession of the spent casing from Miss Gutierrez Reed?
I believe I might have. I know I had said that before.
Yes. And so Miss Gutierrez Reed hands you the spent casing, which is the one that's been fired, correct?
Yes.
And then what did you do with that spent casing?
I believe I took it over to the prop cart.
What happened to the other rounds that Miss Gutierrez Reed had shown you from that revolver?
I don't know.
Did you follow up to see what had happened with them?
No.
Okay. With regard to that live round after you put it on the cart, did you touch that again?
Touch the spent casing?
Yes.
No.
Okay. So you came back over, then did you go and check other rounds to determine whether you believe them to be live?
Yes, as I said yesterday, I did check the box that was on top of the cart.
Now there were multiple boxes on the cart, correct?
I believe so, yes.
And so did you rattle some of those rounds?
And the one box, yes, that was on top.
And you determined that you believe there were, I think there was a statement that, and you can tell me if I'm wrong, but that you thought maybe half of them might be live?
That was an original statement, yes.
And in hindsight, do you think that's not correct?
As I said yesterday, I don't think that's correct.
But in any event, you determined that some of them were live in your belief.
Yes.
And who did you tell that to?
Law enforcement.
Okay. On the day of the shooting on October 21st, do you recall there being any safety meeting?
No.
That same day, there's no safety meeting. Do you remember right before the incident in the church, did Hannah take the revolver to go check it with Dave Halls?
Yes.
You were not in the church, correct?
I was not.
And you were located outside. Where were you?
I was at the prop truck. Or not, sorry, prop cart.
Prep cart. And your cart, was it to the right of the church?
When you're looking at the church at the front door, then yes, to the right.
Okay. The revolvers that you removed rounds from and threw them away, do you remember how many rounds were in them?
I do not.
Okay, so you're not able to tell us whether there were 6 or whether there were less, you don't know?
It's been 2.5 years, no.
Okay. But you did testify yesterday, you said that they were dummies.
Correct.
How did you know that?
I personally checked them.
And then you don't remember how many of them there were, though?
No.
No, you remember checking them, but not how many you checked.
When you interviewed with law enforcement, did they ask you for your phone?
On the day of?
Yes.
I don't believe so.
And you had been texting and talking to Seth Kenny, right?
Correct.
Had you been texting and talking to anybody else that day?
Just, I don't remember.
After the shooting, well, let me back up. Yesterday, I think you mentioned, and tell me if I'm wrong, that you wouldn't talk to Alec Baldwin much on that set. Is that fair?
No.
Okay. Did you have Mr.
No.
Baldwin's cell phone number before the shooting?
No.
Did you ever text him before the shooting?
No.
Do you recall that you did text him after the shooting?
Yes.
And how did you get Mr. Baldwin's number?
His assistant had personally contacted me because I was in contact with him while we were shooting, and he had requested to talk to me.
Okay. And so after the shooting, you and Mr. Baldwin, do you talk on the phone also?
Yes.
And you also text?
A couple times.
Do you recall making a statement on October 31st, 2021 that Alec called me and I'm trying to make sure I keep my facts straight?
Yes.
And do you recall you made that statement to Seth Kenny?
Yes.
How many calls and how many calls, let's start with that, did you have with Alec Baldwin after the shooting?
Maybe 3.
And did you discuss the facts of what happened with him?
It was more theorizing because we both didn't know what happened. He mainly would call and ask questions that I didn't have answers to.
He was asking questions about the events and what might have happened, right?
Correct.
Did you ask him questions?
No.
You also texted with him several times. You remember that?
Yes.
You recall also making a statement on or about October 23rd, 2021, that you had talked to Alec and he's having a difficult time recalling things, like most of us, but he thinks that Dave handed him the gun.
I don't know who that was with.
If I showed you a text message, would that refresh your memory?
Yes.
Yeah, approach room.
Well, refresh away, counselor.
I'm going to show you, I'm asking you not to read that loud, but just read the top text. You finished?
Yes.
Refresh away.
Does that refresh your memory?
It does.
Okay. Do you recall making the statement that you had talked to Alec and he's having a difficult time recalling things like most of us, but he thinks that Dave handed him the gun?
I do.
And you recall making that with Seth Kenny?
Yes.
Mm-hmm. The hell was that? Oh. Seems that Strawberry has found a plastic
After the-
bottle. I must remove that.
The shooting occurred and the incident occurred. Did you go back on or about October 27th for the search of the prop truck?
That would have to be the day that the police were there.
And you may not recall the day, but do you recall it being 5 or 6 days after the shooting?
I don't recall the day.
Okay. Prior to going, did you provide the code to the safe to Seth Kenny?
I believe I did.
Before you had provided him that code, who had the code to the safe?
Hannah, me, and Nicole.
You then gave the code to Seth Kenny. Did you give that code to anyone else?
I don't think so.
The prop truck search happens. Are you present for that search?
They were there before I got there. They had already started the process.
When you got there, was Seth Kenny there?
Yes.
Did you retrieve some of your personal belongings that day?
Not until after the police cleared out.
Before that search, had you retrieved some of your personal belongings from the set?
I had attempted to go back because everyone else was able to go back to their trucks to retrieve their things, but ours was still locked, so I was not able to retrieve anything.
Ultimately, you did retrieve your property?
Correct.
Okay. At one point, there was a negligent discharge on set we've heard about, and that involved you handling a firearm. Is that right?
Yes.
And again, you were trying to let the hammer down. You had your finger on the trigger, and then it went off. Is that correct?
Yes.
And that was with one of the revolvers?
Correct.
After that, didn't you have a disagreement with Ms. Gutierrez Reed?
A small one, yes.
Did you thereafter have discussions with people about wanting to fire Hannah?
I didn't want to fire her. I had my disagreements with her, but I never actually fired her or wanted to.
Okay, you said you didn't want to fire her?
No.
Do you recall being interviewed on November 2nd, 2023 in this case?
Yes.
And you were asked the question, okay, did you want to fire her? Your answer is yes, and that's on page 19, 2 to 3. Did you want to fire her? You said yes.
Okay.
Do you recall saying that?
I do.
Okay, so is it true then that you wanted to fire her?
From props, yes.
Okay, but a second ago you said you had not made that statement, but
Yeah, I'm correcting myself now.
okay. So the reality is that you had wanted to fire her. Yes.
Curious,
And
huh?
other people had wanted to fire her as well, right?
From Seth, or
Just in general.
I believe Seth wanted me to do something about it, yes.
And I think what you just stated is you did not do anything ultimately.
I did not
Love
harm.
triangle.
One of the reasons why you had wanted to fire Hannah is that you didn't feel she was doing enough with her props duties.
Correct.
And you communicated that to Hannah as well, right?
I did not.
You did not tell her that? That you wanted her to do more in her props duties?
I don't think I actually told her that. I just had asked her to do things and she didn't want to do them.
Did you know that Hannah and Gabrielle Pickle then had a disagreement over props duties?
I did hear about it, yes.
And there was an email that you knew about?
Hannah showed me, yes.
Okay. And I'm not going to ask you to talk about the contents of it, but you did see an email on that.
Yes.
That was approximately October 16th or 17th that you had that disagreement, right?
About,
With Hannah, that small disagreement?
oh, yes.
And so that's 5 days before the shooting.
Okay.
And then at what point was the decision made by you that you wanted to fire Hannah? Was it the 16th? Was it the 17th? Do you remember what day that was?
I don't.
You talked to Seth Kinney about that.
Yes.
How many times did you talk to him about that?
I don't know.
Now, one thing I forgot to ask you was after the 21st, after the incident had happened, you don't have a good memory of the sequence of events.
I do not.
You remember that yourself and Nicole had been at the prop cart when the shot went off. Is that right?
Yes.
And you did not see Hannah at that point, or did you?
I had not.
Right after it happened, is the next time that you remember seeing Hannah was when they were unloading the revolver?
No, she was in front of the church, by herself looking at the church.
Okay. And then at some point they unload the revolver and then she goes over with Brad Norvell to one of the other houses. Is that right?
I believe so, yes.
Did you see Hannah get loaded into the police car?
No.
After the incident took place and you come back and given Hannah her bag, did you talk to people on the set?
Yes.
And where were you standing when you were talking to people?
I was in the town at one point and then back at base camp.
So did those people include Alec Baldwin and David Halls?
No.
Who did you talk to?
Jensen and Swen and Nicole.
Did you ever see or hear about a lawyer being on set?
No.
After that, what time did you leave the set?
To go back to base camp or
To leave completely.
maybe not until 9:30.
Okay, so you stayed
Wow.
approximately 7 or 8 hours.
Yeah.
What were you doing during that time frame?
A lot of it was waiting around. We were at base camp for a long time, waiting to be interviewed by the police.
You were interviewed then on site.
Yes.
Okay. Since you were on site, you would have had the opportunity to tell the police at that point that you had thrown those rounds away, right?
Yep.
And you don't recall whether you did that?
I don't know.
Do you feel like that's something that you would remember if you had done it?
No.
Okay, I want to. I'm sorry, just a moment, Your Honor. Do you recall ever telling law enforcement that you had thrown those rounds away?
Yes.
When was that?
I remember telling them like a month later when I was talking to Detective Alex.
Okay, we're talking about October 21st, 21, when this happened,
Yes.
and you interviewed then, and you interviewed with Mr. Scott Elliott on November 2nd, 2023, correct?
With who?
That,
Sorry.
that was an interview with an investigator on this case. Mr. Elliott, do you recall that individual?
I do not.
Okay. In that interview, just to remind you, you had an attorney present. Do you remember that interview?
I remember Detective Alex.
Okay.
Elliott.
Do you not remember the interview in November of 2023 when Spirit Gaines was present?
I do not.
Okay. If I
Spirit
showed you a copy of
Gaines?
this, would it might refresh your memory?
There's a name and a half, Spirit Gaines. All right, they're gonna go up there and discuss something.
Yeah.
Times. Sure that you're understanding what I'm asking. So you were interviewed with the police, as I understand it, 2 times. There was one on October 21st, 2021, and there was one, I think, a month later. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And do you remember being interviewed a 3rd time in a pretrial interview in this case on November 2nd, 2023? Not with the police, but with other people involved in this case.
I believe so.
And again, I'll ask you, do you remember the attorney Spirit Gaines was present?
Yes.
So that's the interview I'm talking about. That was approximately 3 months ago.
Okay.
You recall that?
Yes.
Okay. And do you recall in that interview talking about whether you had informed law enforcement
Of what?
about the throwing away of the rounds?
I don't recall what I said in that interview.
Okay. So that was that was 3 months ago, but I know you've had several interviews, but you do not remember that.
Not the specific conversation.
In any event, you did tell them at some point you think that you threw those rounds away. Do you recall what exactly that you told them?
I don't.
Okay. Did you also tell them that you had transported those firearms from that cart? Or that you had intended to, other people helped you?
I believe so.
Did you tell them that you had taken Hannah's personal bag to her?
I believe so.
Did you take anything else from the cart that we haven't talked about that day on October 21st, 2021?
No.
You also talked to Weston Brownlee after the shooting incident? Is that right?
He did send me a message, yes.
So you texted with him?
Briefly.
And that was about some of the things going on in this case, right?
Yes.
Do you recall being angry at Ms. Gutierrez Reed at one point on or about October 29th, 2021? You said, I hope she's put in jail. This is outrageous.
Ooh.
I don't remember the specific text message. I'd have to look at it.
If I showed it to you, would it refresh your memory?
Awesome.
Well, let's refresh your memory. That sounds like a text message we want to hear about. Why is he bringing up it's bad for the client? It shows that she had it out for Hannah and she may be lying. And this is what I think. They're saying you threw away evidence. You didn't tell anybody about the throwing away evidence. In the other guns, it wasn't Alec Baldwin's gun. She threw away the rounds that were in Jensen Ackles and the other guy they're calling Swen. She threw away the ammunition that were in those guns, which she says were blanks. So I think where they're going with this is you had it out for her. You wanted her fired. You wanted her ass in jail. You threw away rounds in the other actors. You destroyed evidence of what was in the other actors' weapons. So I think they're hinting that she planted the rounds to get Hannah in trouble. And it sort of went pear-shaped and ended up with someone getting killed. I think that's where that's the implication he's trying to give. You had it out for her. You wanted her gone. You didn't like her. You had a fight. This was going on, and then magically this happens, and then you throw away the rounds that are in the other actors, and you don't tell anybody. You hide it. You immediately get on the phone with Seth Kenney and start making conversations. That's the implication here. He's implying that she did it.
You've had a chance to read it. Does that remind you whether he said that?
Yes.
So you agree that she said, I hope she's put in jail. This is outrageous.
Yes.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'm nothing further. Oh, sorry, not one moment.
Sure.
You don't have to buy it. You just have to say, is that a reasonable possibility?
Ms. Zachary, you mentioned earlier that you had rattled some of the rounds to check if they were live.
Yes.
Did you notice that when law enforcement got there, the boxes were closed?
I don't remember.
Do you recall closing the box up after you had rattled the rounds?
I don't recall.
When the prop truck search was done days after the shooting, do you recall the prop cart being inside the prop truck?
When police came to retrieve the weapons, I don't remember it being in the truck.
Did you go in the prop truck during the search?
After police left, yes.
Did you see the prop cart inside of it?
I don't remember.
Did you ever get the impression after any discussions with Mr. Kinney that he didn't want you to say anything
About
anything?
About anything?
with just anyone?
Yes.
Yes.
That wasn't my impression.
Okay. Do you remember a point in time when you were texting with Mr. Kinney and you had indicated that you were talking to Alec Baldwin, and then he responds with an emoji?
I don't recall.
You don't recall ever getting an emoji with a hand over the mouth?
Oh, no.
No.
Do you know what that means, that emoji that I'm talking about? One where it's just kind of going like that?
No. I mean,
Does it not mean to keep your mouth closed?
it's not what I see that as.
Okay. So in your testimony, you don't believe Mr. Kinney ever told you not to talk to people about what had happened? That's your testimony.
I don't recall.
Okay.
Oh, my. That's
Cross-exam, redirect, thank you.
That's interesting. All right, let's get into the redirect.
Ms. Zachary, I've got a few follow-up questions for you. Do you recall the specific language of your cooperation agreement with the state of New Mexico in terms of the requirement that you testify truthfully?
Yes.
Do you recall the specific language?
Oh, no.
Would it refresh your memory if I showed it to you?
Sure.
of time and review that paragraph, and then I'll ask you some questions about it. Are you required to give truthful testimony?
Yes.
What happens to your agreement with me if you don't give truthful testimony?
Then I'm not bound by the testimony or that cooperation agreement anymore.
Right. If you don't give truthful testimony, I can prosecute you if I want to, right?
Correct.
You were asked a variety of questions about whether or not you wanted to fire Ms. Gutierrez. Do you recall those questions?
Yes.
In terms of your role as boss of Ms. Gutierrez, you were only her boss with regard to her work with props. Is that right?
Your Honor, I'm going to check the answer.
All right. Go for that objection.
Firearms on the... Were you in charge of firearms on this set?
No.
Were you in charge of props?
Yes.
Explain to the jury what your role was with regard to supervising Ms. Gutierrez in her capacity as prop assistant versus armorer.
When it came to being a props assistant, that's where I would ask her to help me with those miscellaneous props I had mentioned earlier. But armor is in a different department from my understanding. And so she was in charge of that. So what she said goes for the weapons, not props.
Does the armorer have autonomy when it comes to weapons?
Yes.
During the time that you worked with Ms. Gutierrez, did you find her to be easy to work with?
No.
During the time that you worked with Ms. Gutierrez as her supervisor in props, did she call you a cunt?
Well, hello. Well, hello there. That was what? Gotta admit, wasn't expecting that. Okay. Odd coming from someone whose cell phone ID is Gorilla Grip Pussy Pal, but hey, whatevs. Wow. Well, as long as we're paused here, Daily Quick Bite says, Legal Vices, what do you think of the naked threat from the juror of the naked what? What do you think of the naked threat in front of the jurors from Rutger Hauer? Okay, in front of the jurors from Rutger Hauer. See, it wasn't a threat. That whole if you testify, I can if you lie, I can prosecute you. That was actually you saying, look, you know that if you lie, we can throw away your immunity deal and I can prosecute you, right? The implication being you would never do something like that. So you're telling the truth. Regardless of what the defense gets you to say, you're telling the truth with your testimony because you know that if you lie, I can throw this away. It wasn't to say you better tell the truth. It was to tell the jury that she's clearly telling the truth because she knows if she lies, she'll be prosecuted. So it wasn't a threat. It was just that if you don't tell the truth, you can be prosecuted. So clearly you're testifying to the truth right now because you don't want to be prosecuted. So that's why the jury should believe you, because you know that if you lie, you'd be prosecuted. And by the way, I'm the one that decides whether or not you're being truthful. So yeah. She's telling the prosecutor's truth. And that's what the prosecutor's telling the jury.
Was it around that time that you decided you might want to fire her?
No, it was just overall.
Got to admit, I want to hear that again. We're going back for no other reason than I just want to hear that again.
With Ms. Gutierrez as her supervisor in props, did she call you a cunt?
Yes.
Was she
Was
correct?
it around that time that you
Are
decided
you,
might
in
want to fire her?
fact, a cunt?
No, it was just overall. But
What else about working with Ms. Gutierrez was difficult other than her referring to you as a cunt?
Okay, she said it
mainly,
again.
I just felt like her work ethic wasn't the greatest. She wasn't always willing to help in a year or two. She was usually wanting to be in the truck to clean guns for the day. And yeah.
Did Ms. Gutierrez ever show up to set late?
One day, yes.
Did she give you a reason for that?
She had a migraine.
She told you she had a migraine,
Correct.
but she was able to show up and work at some point that day, right?
Yes.
So apparently the migraine didn't last all day.
No,
Or she was such a great worker, she showed up to work even though she had a migraine. One of the two.
After the incident, did you have contact with Ms. Gutierrez when she was sitting in the back of Mr. Benavidez's police car?
I believe so, yes.
And why were you having contact with her?
I was just checking on her to see if she was okay.
And did you ask her if she was okay?
Yes,
And what was her response?
I don't recall.
Did she express concerns to you about how this might affect her career?
Yeah.
Ms. Gutierrez. Ms. Zachary, during that conversation, do you recall Ms. Gutierrez saying anything about her career?
Yes.
And what did she say to the best of your recollection?
I don't remember verbatim, but it was about that this was going to ruin her career.
Now, at the time that she's telling you that she's worried about her career, is there a life flight helicopter on the ground waiting for Ms. Hutchins?
Objection again.
Overruled.
I think it was before that.
It was before life flight arrived.
It was right after the incident.
But police were on set, correct?
I don't.
Again.
Hang on a second.
Little bit
I'm with
leading.
you. When you spoke to Ms. Gutierrez, where was she?
She was in front of the church.
When you spoke to her about her concerns about her career, where was she?
She was in front of the church.
I'm sorry, she wasn't in the police car.
No, we didn't talk about that at that point.
You didn't talk about that at that point.
Not that I recall.
Okay. At the time that you spoke to her and she indicated concerns about her career, what was happening?
Chaos. Everyone was trying to figure out what happened.
Were people screaming?
It was after Joel screamed, and I know that the script supervisor was getting angry at everyone.
Do you know, was 911 being called?
I didn't, like I said before, I didn't hear 911 call or being called, but I assumed that they were being called.
If you know, were people laying on the floor of the church?
Joel, I saw Joel at that point.
You didn't see Miss Hutchins,
I didn't see Halyna at all.
but you understand that she was laying on the floor also.
Objection.
At some point later, did you realize that Miss Hutchins was injured?
I was told, yes.
And when you saw Ms. Gutierrez after the incident, was she standing at the door of the church?
She was a little further back.
At any point in time, did you see her standing at the door of the church?
No, I don't recall.
Okay.
Yeah, that is so common. I mean, that is just that prosecution's off base with this, I think. I mean, it's her job to ask it and to do it, but when things happen, you think and say the weirdest, most irrelevant stuff because your brain is just into hyperdrive mode. Like I remember the first time I consciously did something like that. I was 14 years old. It was a beautiful sunny Sunday morning. I was out riding my motorcycle, and that was the day I learned that you don't ride street bikes on gravel roads. Because I hit a bump, I locked my front brake, and the bike slid out from underneath me. I normally wear like all sorts, even when I was 14, I wore all sorts of protective gear, but it was such a beautiful Sunday morning. I wore a short sleeve shirt and some cotton pants. And then I quickly find out that doesn't work well on gravel either. And I just basically, you can't really see this. I don't think you can see this. Well, I can't pull up my sleeve in it, but I ground down my elbow and like just kind of took everything out there, and blood is pouring everywhere. My leg is bleeding to shit. And literally, I lost a shoe somewhere. I stood up from this accident, and I mean, my bike, my dad's motorcycle is scratched and dented to shit and laying on its side. I'm bleeding everywhere. And literally the first thought that went through my head was, I ripped my pants. Mom is going to kill me. That was the first thought that went through my head. And I see these things all the time in my job when you're interviewing people that are involved in accidents and things. The first thing that people say is just some random shit that comes out of their head. There is nothing wrong with, I mean, this is your job, and your job is to control ammunition and safety, and someone gets shot. The gun goes off. Your first thought is gonna be like, oh, I'm fucked. So, and bunning sensation, you are absolutely spot on, ESP correct. That was literally the second thought that went through. My first thought was, oh my God, Mom is going to kill me. I ripped my pants. My second thought was exactly, Dad's going to kill me. I wrecked his bike. So yeah, Yeah, shock. It makes you say and think the weirdest damn things. So, to make a big issue out of this, I think is stupid. And maybe the jury will realize that too. Because the prosecution's trying to spin it like she didn't care about Hannah. She didn't give a shit about what was going on, and she was just concerned about herself. She was probably in shock, and she looked like she was in shock to me. I mean, maybe not like medical state of shock, but at least a mental shock. Right, Yoda. I agree. It's time for Yoda's 2-minute struggle session.
Can you explain to the jury why you thought it was important after the incident to remove the guns from the area and get them back to the truck?
Like I said, Jensen Ackles had told me to get the guns to safety. So that's what we were intending on doing, was to remove them from the set and get them back to the safe on the prop truck.
And you were
Well, that's a
asked
whole story.
to provide Ms. Gutierrez her personal bag. Is that right?
Yes.
And I want you to describe that for the jury. What did it look like?
I don't remember.
Was it the fanny pack or not?
No objection.
That I don't think that's leading. Was it the fanny pack?
Just
I don't remember.
Okay.
no speaking objections or responses, woman.
You talked to Mr. Bowles about the fact that on occasion you would throw away dummies after a scene was shot.
Yeah.
Why would you do that?
I didn't need them anymore.
Is that something that you did when you were working on the set of Rust?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. How many times do you think you did that during filming?
I don't know.
Do you know?
But
When,
I thought this was the first time they used dummy rounds on the set. I thought this was the first time they used dummy rounds on the set. Why would she have done this before? Maybe I'm wrong, but yeah, all right.
whether production has purchased those dummies or whether they are renting them?
At the time, I had thought they were purchased, but after reading the invoices, I found out that they were rentals.
So who were they renting them from?
The vendors, Seth Kenny and Billy Ray.
Okay. At some point, you were asked by law enforcement to agree to a full extraction of your cell phone, correct?
Yes,
And did you agree to do that?
I did.
Mr. Bowles asked you some questions about your contact with Mr. Baldwin. To the best of your recollection, what specifically was the issue that you and Mr. Baldwin spoke of?
Mainly how a live round ended up on set.
So Mr. Baldwin wanted to find out how a live round ended up on the movie set, right?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Did you also?
I did want to know, yes.
And Mr. Bowles asked you about a text message where you indicated you were trying to keep your facts straight.
Mhm.
What did you mean by that?
I was trying to recall things correctly when I was telling people things.
Did you have difficulty recalling certain things?
Yes.
Why?
I mean, in a state of shock, and when everything's crazy.
Oh, but Hannah was in a state of shock and things were crazy, but you don't give her any leeway? Maybe you are.
You were asking questions about Mr. Kinney being present the day of the search of the prop truck. To be clear, where was the safe that housed the guns?
On the prop truck.
Was it inside the truck?
Yes.
And could anyone get into the safe if the truck was locked?
No.
You had to get into the truck to get into the safe.
Yes.
And you understood that the safe was locked or that the truck was locked.
Yes.
At any point in time, if you recall, did you tell production, anyone in production, that you needed more assistance with props?
Yes.
Right,
Do you know
Charles.
whether it was before or after that,
Good point.
that Ms. Pickle had a conversation with Ms. Gutierrez?
It was before.
Do you have any experience in police investigations?
No.
Do you have any idea what the police are looking for on a crime scene?
No.
Were the guns or the dummy rounds that were assigned to Mr. Ackles and Mr. Timmel involved in the incident?
No.
Just a second. Where is Strawberry getting all these weird things to chew on? God dang it. I'll be right back. Got to remove another non-chewable toy. Oh, great. Well, enjoy the sound of silence while I remove my hand cream. Oh, never mind. She stopped. Just don't chew on that again, Strawberry, so I don't have to take it from you. There you go. Go to sleep, little girl. That's a good girl. Go to sleep.
I'll reserve Ms. Zachary for the record.
All right, so don't talk to the other witnesses in this case. You may be recalled. Okay, so next witness.
All right, that's the end. That's the end of Sarah.
Maybe we'll take a bathroom break. Is this enough?
All right.
Whatever you choose. I think he's ready, but if you'd like to take a break now, I don't mind.
All right, let's take a bathroom break. Please don't talk among yourselves or anyone else about the evidence received here in court. We'll be back at 10.
All right. Skip to our next witness. And while we're doing, let's catch up here. Trent Thoreau with the $5. A lot of her testimony makes sense when you realize she's not a very bright person. there is that. You can't argue with that. And Vince Clortho with the $2. This isn't Jane Doe, is it? I don't have my Doe sound effect on my new soundboard yet, but yeah. This isn't Jane Doe, but they both seem to live in the realms of fantasy. Nancy Joe Ann with the $5. Thank you so much. She set her up. Then it went super sideways. So Hollywood. That's a theory that the defense floated there, and they don't have to prove it. It just has to make the jury think, well, that's a possible scenario. That's a reasonable scenario. That's reasonable doubt. That's all they got to do. And Bass with the $2. This girl's feet grow every time she lies. She's got Pinocchio feet. And maybe, wait, Hannah called Sarah a cunt. Not guilty. I agree with Hannah. Okay, I gotta, yeah, all right. I've got to admit, I wasn't expecting that, but that doesn't mean it's an inaccurate statement. And a couple of others. Eric Cush says, missed that part before, so Sarah probably planted the live round to get her fired, and it backfired. Again, that's just a theory they have to float, a theory that might sound reasonable to the jury and instill reasonable doubt. Phoebe, what's up, Phoebe Purvis? Why is she bringing this up? It's bad for his client. Now, again, that's what it's not bad for his client. It's what I talked about this then. What were we talking about at that point? Yeah, for whatever reason, I said when it wasn't bad for his client, that's why it wasn't bad for his client. I can't remember what we were talking about at that point in time. Sorry, I should have brought that up. You can't expect him to remember something that happened 20 minutes ago. I'm elderly. JKD Buck Vice says, how did your parents react? That's a whole story, but they obviously didn't kill me because I'm here. That's just a whole big old story. All right, let's see who gets the next witness. I think we're going to be able to clear this out here. We should be able to get everything done today and all caught up. But let's start the next witness, and then I got to go remove this from Strawberry.
All right, you may be seated. Call your next witness.
The state calls Joel Souza.
I was totally boomering that, wasn't I? Sorry about that, folks. It's Joel. I'm really interested to hear what Joel is going to say. As I was saying while I was muted and you couldn't hear me, I'll bet he can tell us who handed Alec Baldwin the gun. This should be interesting. Let's hear what he has to say. I'll be right back as soon as I save this here. Hang on.
Do you swear or affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you'll give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? All right, thank you. Have a seat talking to the microphone. And that water is for you.
Well, thank you.
I apologize. Mr. Souza, for the record, just state your full name.
Joel Souza.
And Mr. Souza, what? Oh, I apologize. Testing. Okay. Sir, what do you do for a living?
I am a screenwriter and a director.
I want you to move.
Hannah looks genuinely sad there. She
how long have
looks
you been a screenwriter
genuinely
and director?
sad.
Oh gosh. I've been a working screenwriter and director for, I wrote before I directed. So 20 years on the writing, gosh, let me date myself here. 15 years directing.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
Yeah.
How did you become involved in the movie Rust?
I had made a movie called Crown Vic that came out, I think, in 2018 or 2019. And
there was a time when the actor Alec Baldwin was going to be starring in that movie. And this happens with independent movies. You sort of get ready to go. Your financing falls apart. You push the boulder uphill again. Your financing falls apart. You rinse and repeat endlessly. Sometimes it seems like, but the schedule sort of ran out on us and he wasn't able to star and he stayed on as a producer. After that movie, he liked it. And I think he felt like he missed out or something. So we talked about doing another project together with him as an actor. And I had a couple of things in mind, one of which I wanted to make a Western. And he thought that sounded interesting. And so he hired me to write the script.
Okay, so you actually wrote the script for Rust.
Yeah. And
then at some point, did you begin preparations to actually turn that script into a movie?
Yeah, and it was sort of a similar situation with what I talked about before. You meet with a lot of different people who hopefully can put financing together for you for the movie, and you get close, and then it would fall apart and get close. You have these different iterations, and you start thinking about where you're going to film. But eventually, yeah, a group of producers came on that was able to secure financing for it, and so then discussions began about where you would film. New Mexico has a pretty robust tax incentive and works for many reasons for a Western. And yeah, so from that point forward, it was sort of, we would kind of in earnest begin to start preparing to go into what's called pre-production, which is just a period in the months before you actually start filming.
And how did Ms. Hutchins become involved in the movie Rust?
So over time, just generally as a director, if I would see the work of a cinematographer that I admired, I would just make a note of it, make a note of their name. And I'd seen a trailer for a movie she did. I think it was called Arch Enemy. And I just was impressed visually. It looked like something that was sort of it fit my style. And so I looked into some of her other work, and I'd added her to a list of other names I'd put together over the years. I can't remember what publication, if it was American Cinematographer or something like that, but they had named her one of 10 cinematographers to watch. That's a big deal. And so when the time came,
Well, he only testifies for an hour. Wow.
To start, if you could reach out to their agents, and I could start talking to people, and these are the people I'm most interested in, and they would do that and see who's available and who's not. And then I can't remember the exact number of people I spoke to, the exact number of cinematographers. It was a decent amount, more than 7 or 8.
This is what Steve Buscemi would look like if he was actually handsome.
In the middle of COVID still. We had a very long Zoom conversation where it's those kind of great conversations where first you're sort of talking about what are your influences, what are your that, and by the end you're just enjoying a great conversation. And in the end, it had come down to her and a few other women who I was a fan of, and they were all excellent. But something about Halyna, we were really, really, really in tune with what we both thought the movie should be. She had some really interesting references she would make. And my references would always tend to be a little more mainstream, and she would be talking about some avant-garde Russian filmmaker, and that's a hole in my game, and she was going to fill it, and I love that. And so that's how I asked the producers to told them that's who I wanted. Please don't botch the deal, and because she's great. And so that's how we came to work together. So.
And during the time that you knew Ms. Hutchins, did you get to know anything about her, anything about her background?
Yeah. I mean, she has this backstory that you don't forget when you hear it, right? I mean, she was born in Ukraine, and but she'll tell you, she says, "Oh yeah, I grew up in this naval submarine base in the Arctic Circle," and you don't hear that generally every day.
Interesting. I wonder what they're talking about.
Mr. Souza, without saying anything that Ms. Hutchins said to you, can you give the jury an idea of the kind of education and training that Ms. Hutchins received after she came to the United States?
Yeah, I know that she had spent a little time at the University of South Carolina. It's my understanding that's where her and Matt actually met.
Who's Matt?
Her husband.
Okay.
She would have been her husband, Matt Hutchins. I know she did a program at UCLA. I think it was the producer's program. I know she did the master's program at AFI, American Film Institute.
And do you recall when she completed the master's program through AFI?
Oh, that I'm not sure. Gosh.
No worries.
Yeah, I'm not sure when. I know she did. She was very, very interconnected with AFI.
Okay.
Yeah.
Did her background and training, did that go into part of your decision to bring her onto this project?
Yeah, I'm always impressed when AFI is a prestigious name in our business. I think it's always impressive to me when someone goes through there. I think as a woman cinematographer, I think that's doubly impressive, just because if you look at the numbers in this business, they're sort of atrocious in that regard. But yeah, I think, in that coupled with the work I'd seen from her, and just, she was very keen to do a Western, as I think all filmmakers are, because it's just a really interesting thing to do visually.
Okay.
And but I think between those things, between her work and her her background, I think she was kind of a no-brainer to me.
At some point, did you and Ms. Hutchins come to Santa Fe to begin pre-production work on Rust?
We did, yes.
Approximately when was that?
Oh gosh, let me think back about this. We filmed in, sorry, I don't want to conflate it with the second go round. We were filming in October that time, so I believe we would come out, if I go back, September I guess it would have been late August. Yeah, or the tail end of August or beginning of September. But yeah, we both came out around the same time. She came from Los Angeles. I lived up in the San Francisco Bay Area, so I came from there. And I think she might have gotten there either the day before or after me.
Can you explain to the jury how other members of the crew are hired? What goes into hiring camera people and armorers and prop assistants?
Sure. I think the department heads will sort of pick their team. Like for the camera team, Halyna would put the word out. She'd go to people she'd worked with before. She would, through the union maybe, or, she would basically collect resumes of people, collect, recommendations from people. She would make the choices who she would hire on the camera team.
Alec Baldwin.
In terms of, the production designer is the head of the art department. So he would pick his prop master, his set decorator, his and then those people would also then pick armorer and prop assistants and people like that. The department heads would generally sort of hire their own, or at least interview and then recommend the hires to the production office.
Real quick here. Melody says all involved took pleas. Hannah would not accept the 18-month probation. That's why we're all here. All of that is actually incorrect. David Halls is the only one that was that took a plea. We don't know if Alec Baldwin or Hannah were actually offered pleas, but the only one that we know was offered and did accept was David Halls. That's it. He was the only one that accepted a plea. Sarah was given blanket immunity, which is far different from accepting a plea.
Okay. And approximately, if you recall, when did you first meet Ms. Gutierrez?
In person, I had a phone call with her before I ever met her. One of the folks from the production office, I can't remember if it was Gabby or Roe, had told me that they had found an armorer. They told me that it was Hannah Gutierrez Reed.
So I haven't seen anything. I don't know. I have no firsthand knowledge of that.
And so they told me that they found her. And so I was keen on having what's called a show and tell, where you would basically have all the weapons that would be used for the movie more or less laid out on tables, and you would then match the cast up with what looks best for their characters and makes the most sense story-wise. And so I wanted to have that. And so the production had her call me, and she introduced herself to me, and we spoke over the phone the first time then. And then a few days later, I can't remember exactly how much, it was a day later, a few days later, I met her in person at the show.
See, and I know people are saying that Hannah was, I don't know what the source of this, what is the source of this? And, as much as I love Ian, Runkle said so isn't a good enough source for me. I don't know where he saw it. What was his source? Where I haven't seen any of this. I haven't heard it. I haven't seen it. So I'm just curious. I'm not saying he's wrong. I'm not saying you're all wrong. I'm just saying I haven't seen it. I don't know what the actual source of it is. I just don't know.
Show and tell, and then she was training people that day as well.
And at some point, I presume that filming begins and a lot of work begins. Is that correct?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I mean, the pre-production itself is an enormous undertaking as well. But we eventually got to our first day of filming, yes. I want to ask you a couple of, prior to your work on Rust, had you worked on any other movies where there were real firearms and an armorer? The movie I had done before, Crown Vic, was a movie about police. And although most of the movie was spent with the two characters driving in a car, so they didn't have anything on them, there were a few occasions we had some armorer days where, there were police weapons and then an armor there with that.
Do you recall how many days you got to experience an armorer on set?
Maybe 3 or something, like 3 or 4. It wasn't an enormous amount of days, but we didn't have, there was not a lot of gunfire on that movie, frankly.
Okay.
It was a bunch about some boring cops that never do anything.
Can you give us an idea of what your focus is in a given day on the set?
Yeah, it's mostly about like who you work with and interact with most. My most direct interactions are with my director of photography, and there's a byproduct of that, the camera team. But you're also talking to wardrobe and production design a lot because you're moving from set to set. They're asking you, is this right? Is this okay? Is this okay? So in general, I work, my script supervisor is always there with me as well. But in general, you work with the creative departments. You are spending a ton of time with your cast, with your actors. You're blocking the scenes out. You're walking them through their performances. You're sort of getting on the same page together.
Are you largely focused on the behavior of the armorer?
No. No, I mean, you see them when they are there at set, but no, I don't generally interact with the armorer during the course of the day on set.
Okay. And let me ask you, after the show and tell.
By Franz, Crown Vic is not rated the worst film ever done. On Rotten Tomatoes, it has a 58% critic review and 71% audience score. Far from being rated the worst film ever. That's actually a pretty darn good rating.
And the training that you described, did you reach out to Ms. Gutierrez and compliment her?
Well, there was a day on, so I think if memory serves, I think the first day of gunfire on the movie was day 3, because that was sort of, that day was on my mind from Jump Street with this production, because it was our biggest day of the movie. It was just to give you sort of an idea of the scale of the day. It was not just, I mean, we had a large part of the day was there was an enormous shootout going on between these bad guys and good guys. I think 4 people on one side and 4 people on the other side. There's an enormous amount of stunt work that goes with that. You know, there's gunfire, there's the actors, but then before that, there's also, we were walking the characters through town. So the town was filled with background, which is what we call the extras who come. There were horses, there were wagons. It was an enormous day. And at the end of the day, we had made it. And it was a tough day. And when we have days like that, I generally like to go around and thank folks and congratulate people on doing a good job. If I texted her that day, it would have been because I guess I just didn't find her on set at the end of it. But the day came off, and I think, you know, everybody had a big part in that. So.
Okay. And after that day, you were complimentary of her.
After that day?
Or on that day?
On that day, yeah.
And you were complimentary of other folks on set that day.
Yeah, no, it's, you know, I don't know if anyone's ever spent time on set, but it's quite a thing to see the people.
Okay.
It's just a lot of professionals doing some pretty amazing stuff. So.
Okay, great. Can you explain to the jury what Video Village is and specifically what it was on the set of Rust?
So Video Village is basically a sort of large awning or tented area. There'll be a lot of chairs inside there for cast to sit, producers to sit. There's generally a chair for me, which I should have used and never did. I just tend to stay on my feet all day. And then there will be monitors that are basically a feed to the cameras that we're using. So you can watch what the camera sees essentially from what they call Video Village. So you can watch the takes as we're doing them. Sometimes as a director, you'll watch from Village. Sometimes you'll watch from set. I think every director has a different way they like to do it. For me, it's kind of a mix.
And inside Video Village, can you see what the camera sees when the cameras are not rolling?
Yeah, as long as the monitors are up. Sometimes you're dealing with wireless transmitters and things, and it seems like on any set I've ever been on, people are constantly kind of running behind the monitors and fussing with cables and transmitters and things, and monitors not down, and then it's up, and then it's down. But in general, yeah, you can see whatever the camera sees. If the camera's powered on, you can see what's going on.
Based on your experience as the director of Rust, was Video Village a place that you would frequently encounter Ms. Gutierrez?
No, I would. You don't ever see it. Armorers are never in Video Village. They should be next to set.
Yeah. Okay. Real quick here. There is an article from Variety. It says court filings show that Morrissey offered a quote favorable resolution if Gutierrez Reed would take responsibility for bringing live bullets to the Rust set. Gutierrez Reed is denied bringing the live rounds and blames Seth Kenny, the ammunition supplier. The specific terms of the plea offer have not been made public. The defense refused the deal. So I guess it seems there was one offer that was made if she'd take responsibility. They said, I didn't do it, so I'm not taking the plea deal. All right.
Can you recall a single time that you saw Ms. Gutierrez in Video Village?
No.
All right. And can you tell the jury generally what your understanding was of where the armor is supposed to be if the actors are using their prop guns that are real, their real revolvers that they're using as prop? Where's the armor supposed to be?
Basically off camera. I mean, there's crew on set, so you'll sort of behind the camera, there are grips, there's the operators, there's sort of the people that are sort of where the camera can't see them, and you would generally expect the armor to be just sort of standing off screen, ready to hand or retrieve when we're starting or finishing the weapon.
Okay.
Yeah.
Were you ever under the impression, based on your experience, that it would be appropriate for the armorer to leave real weapons with actors and then leave the area?
No, that wouldn't be what an armorer should do, at least in my experience.
Okay. And can you give the jury an idea of, at the beginning of the filming of Rust, did you even understand what a dummy round was?
Not really. Like I said, I didn't have a lot of exposure to that kind of stuff before. I wonder, you know, I don't exactly have a clear memory of it. I have a feeling the first time I heard the word dummy is after everything happened, to be frank.
And everybody's talking about Hannah and Alec.
I'm just wondering, during the time that you were the director on Rust, and to be clear, you are directing the scenes.
Yes.
So when the actors are outfitted with their revolvers and they're preparing to film the scene, you're the person that's there directing. Is that right?
Yeah, I'm talking it through with the actors. Yeah.
Did you have an opportunity to see Ms. Gutierrez engage in her armorer duties by providing firearms to actors or retrieving those firearms?
Yeah, I remember times seeing her do that. I do, yes.
Was there ever a time, well, let me ask you this. When we talk about how the armorer and the assistant director are you familiar with the way that the armorer and the assistant director are supposed to do a safety check of guns?
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, I have a pretty good understanding of it.
Okay. And what is your understanding of whether or not the armorer should load the gun in the presence of the assistant director?
Ooh, to be honest, that I don't really know.
Okay.
I'm not sure if it's supposed to come to that moment loaded or if they're supposed to do it in that exact moment. That I'm not certain.
Let me ask you this. Did you ever see Ms. Gutierrez load a gun with dummy rounds in the presence of the actor or the assistant director?
I mean, gosh, nothing that really sticks out to me. I remember time.
Wow, it's like she's trying to impeach David Hall's testimony because David Hall's, you said that she did it there. So, and he's saying, I didn't see it. Because if you remember, David Hall's just testified that she appeared, she showed them a gun, it was empty, walked 2 steps, gave it to Alec Baldwin, then disappeared, then suddenly reappeared again, took the gun from Alec Baldwin, went back to David Hall's and showed him, then said, I loaded dummy rounds, and showed him 3 or 4 dummy rounds, and then for some reason gave it back to Alec Baldwin, which makes no sense and is complete bullshit. But it sounds like she's trying to impeach his testimony there by saying you never saw him load you never saw her load any of the weapons in front of David Hall's or anybody else on set.
Times when she would call out what was in it, but I don't remember really seeing her specifically putting things in.
Okay. Do you ever recall any safety checks where you saw Ms. Gutierrez shake rounds before loading them into the gun?
I never saw anyone shake around, no.
Thank you. What is your understanding of the overall?
No. All right, now I'm confused. Chris Mullen, Noel, Joe Souza was the director. Yeah. That's clear. Did I say something different? Did I misspeak? I don't think I misspoke. I don't remember saying he was anything other than that. He's the screenwriter and the director. As it says right here in the scrolling deal, Halyna Gutierrez Reed, trial day 7 morning, Joel Souza, screenwriter and director. Oh, someone in chat. Okay. I was like, I don't remember saying that. He was responding to me, Jeff. Okay. See, I get confused when people say, no, this is what it is. I'm like, did I say that? Be more specific in who you're yelling at. If you're yelling at me, say me. If you're yelling at King Ginger, say you're yelling at King Ginger, so I don't have to keep stopping the video to make sure I'm not losing my damn mind. All right, let's go.
Say, for lack of a better word, the overall amount of power that the armorer has over the firearms and ammunition on the set?
Well, I would say that specifically since it's such a safety matter and it's such a specialized matter, that there's really no one on set that should be able to override the armor in terms of the weapons, the ammunition, how they're handled, anything. What the armor says goes.
And would that include the star actor and producer, Mr. Baldwin?
It would include anybody, yeah.
Okay. I want to ask you a little bit about the COVID protocols that were in place on the set of Rust. We understand that this was during COVID. Tell us how that worked.
Yeah, it was during COVID. We would come to set in the mornings. They would have, you get in a big line. They would have the people doing the testing. There was, I believe, like a trailer there there was a specific kind of testing you would do that would be more like the quick nasal swab, and there was kind of would take longer to process. They would do both. People were with masks, particularly indoors, were encouraged to. I think everyone tried to be extremely careful. And to my knowledge, we never had a positive test on the show.
Okay. Was there any kind of a requirement on the
You didn't
set,
have a positive
that
test for live ammunition in the fucking gun
people
either,
need
did
to
you?
leave, let's say, the church or another indoor filming area to
Yes, he got
reduce
shot.
the number of people inside due to COVID?
Nothing I ever heard of. No, there was people who had to be there. So.
I am going to let me ask you. You wrote the script, so are you familiar with all of the scenes that were to be recorded in this movie?
Yep.
You understand now what dummy rounds are used for?
Yeah. They're essentially, you put them in so that if there's a close up on the gun, there is something that is in the gun that is inert. It can't do anything, but looks like there's a bullet in the gun.
Be inert. The world needs more nerds.
A close-up scene of an actor or a stuntman loading or unloading the lever action rifle that was assigned to Mr. Baldwin?
No, there was not.
Based on your understanding of the scenes and script, can you think of any reason that dummy rounds would have been placed inside that rifle for filming?
No, I think if my memory serves, I believe the only thing that rifle was going to be used for, there's one scene where it fires and accidentally kills somebody, but we were never going to have the rifle fire in any way because it's an underage actor in that scene holding the weapon. And so we were just going to CGI the gun blast.
Okay. And when you say CGI,
just computer effects, you put a fake gunshot in digitally in the special effects process after you filmed.
and hypothetically, if that rifle was going to be used for actual firing, would it have blanks in it and not dummies?
She's leaning in with a purpose there.
Think of, to be clear, can you think of any reason, and I mean in terms of cinematography and what you understood about the filming of the scenes, that rifle needed to have dummy rounds?
You wouldn't see them. I mean, dummies are purely visual. If they go into the rifle, they disappear into the rifle, so you wouldn't see them. So you wouldn't need dummies in the rifle.
Thank you, sir. I'm going to take you to October 21st of 2021. Can you explain to the jury how that day began?
Yeah, we got there early as we always did. It was still dark. Gaffer was waiting there for me with mittens and a hat for both me and Halyna, as he always did.
And who was the gaffer?
Serge Svetnoy.
Okay.
And we had realized that I think it was 6 members of the camera team were going to be leaving. And so we knew we were going to not get started really. It was very early. I think Halyna knew that they were going to have to start finding other local folks that were available for work to get us there. And so things started a little later that day than they generally did. And once, I don't remember exactly the number of people that were brought in after the other team had left.
I'm going to stop you right
Sure.
there. In your experience in the film industry, is it unusual for this kind of a disagreement to occur between production and the camera team?
I haven't had it happen on one of the movies I've directed, but I know other folks who have had that happen, yes.
And were you particularly concerned about whether the cameramen that quit were disgruntled or had any malintent towards the filming?
I wasn't concerned about anybody having any malintent. I think there was a
What about
decent amount of
Sarah?
acrimony between them and the production office and producers over some things that have been sort of going back and forth.
Was Sarah gruntled or disgruntled?
As there should, they tried to sort of keep that thing away from me, but I hear things, what's going on? You want people to be happy, you want people to feel good about what they're doing. So
Did you think that the camera crew's decision to leave was somewhat reasonable?
What?
I don't know. That's a tough one. I wouldn't want to answer for them. I knew it was going to put us behind the 8 ball a little bit, but then again, people have their concerns. People have bills to pay. They have their own needs. At the end of the day, they did what they did. When they left, I went and shook hands, and I had no hard feelings. And I hope they had no hard feelings toward me, and said I hope we work together again, because frankly, they were pretty darn good at what they did. Okay. But I think again, I'm not 100% privy to all the goings on there, but I think people have their concerns and the things they need to do. I think they felt they did what was right. So
okay. So you get to set, you understand that you're going to lose the camera crew, and I think we left off where Ms. Hutchins was going to try to fill some of those roles. Yeah,
I think between Halyna and I think the production office, they would start putting out some feelers in an urgent manner that we need, And so then at some point, some folks came. I don't know exactly how many of them, had been 3 or 4. We were going to be down camp.
Man, this is going to be rough for him. This is got to be rough, remembering the day that the woman you were working closely with, the woman that you desperately wanted to work with, got shot and died right in front of you, and then you got shot. I mean, this has got to be some rough testimony for him.
That day, because one of the folks that left was the A camera operator, and so we knew we were going to be operating under only one camera for the rest of the day. Which, I mean, sometimes you do only use one camera when you're filming, but that's going to slow you down, because sometimes when you're filming, you can have 2 cameras catching something at once, and now you're going to need to do that twice. So it's going to take twice the time. And so, we were sort of gearing up and girding ourselves for that, and talking about our plan for the day, how we were going to go about this, because it was already, schedule-wise, it was already going to be a difficult day.
So what was the plan for the day?
The plan for me, as I saw it, I sort of took Dave, our first assistant director, aside, and Halyna, and just said, look, I think we all understand when you look at this day's schedule, we're not going to make this. This is not going to happen. And what I don't want to do is start short-changing the scenes that we have in front of us. What we're going to do is we are going to do the scenes that are in front of us. We're going to do them properly. We're going to work our way through. And whatever's left at the end of the day, we can't control that. That's left at the end of the day, and we'll have to figure out tomorrow. But today, we're going to do what we can.
Okay. And so if you recall, approximately what time were you able to get filming underway?
It might have been like 9 something. I seem to remember 9 something because that's, you're getting going a couple hours late at that point.
Okay.
Yeah.
And if you recall, what were the first what were the scenes that were filmed in that session before lunch?
Yeah, we were sort of tucked into a corner of the town. It's a scene where the head lawman in the movie, character's name is Wood. He brings a few other lawmen into town, so it's a decent sized undertaking in that you've got animals. I think we had a mule or a donkey there, and some other animals. We had horses, wagons, a lot of extras, and you have these 3 characters riding into town at a decent pace and then coming in. It was essentially it's before a scene and after scene, if that makes sense. We were filming the first part of a scene where they ride into town. At a different time, we had already filmed the scene where they would walk in to have this business they were dealing with. And then we were filming again their exit.
And during the filming of those scenes, were there any close-up shots of revolvers that would have made the use of dummy rounds appropriate that you can recall?
We did no close-ups in those. It was wide versions of them riding to town and then getting off. It wasn't a lot of shots, to be honest, because you have something that big and pretty, you sort of tend to back up a little bit and show it off. And then when they were leaving, it was the character, I'll tell you exactly what it was. His foot goes into the holster. We come up with camera to reveal him getting onto his horse and 2 men behind him, and then they ride out. That starts at what's sort of more termed as a medium shot and then becomes a wide shot as they leave.
And were there any other scenes that were filmed prior to lunch other than that one?
After we finished on that end of town, we moved up the road to the church and filmed a good amount of interior stuff in the church.
And the scenes inside the church, did those involve Mr. Baldwin?
Yes.
And if you know, were those scenes filmed in such close proximity that dummy rounds may be advisable?
I think a few shots, yes.
Okay.
Yeah, and for other characters too, because we'd also filmed the marshals coming in. Essentially, the scene is the young boy helps his grandfather in. We filmed that a few times. He sits him down in a church pew, and then the boy runs out to get help.
And let me stop you.
Yeah.
The grandfather of the young boy.
I'm sorry, is Alex. The character's name is Harlan Rust.
And that's Mr. Baldwin's
Yeah,
character.
and the boy's his character is called Lucas.
Okay.
So Lucas brings Rust in. Rust has been shot in a previous scene. He's bleeding. The boy's going to go try to find help. He runs out. Then the lawmen come in, which we filmed, them coming in, fanning out around the church, talking to the Rust character, and the Rust character slumped over in the pew. So we filmed most of, if not all of the pieces of the lawmen coming in, looking that way. We filmed a good portion of the pieces of the characters, the Rust and Lucas coming in before that.
Okay.
We did that all before lunch.
Okay. And after the filming of those scenes, what happened?
After the filming of that part of the scene, it was time for lunch. They called lunch.
When they call lunch, where do you go?
We had, everyone tends to get in the vans and go back to base camp. I remember Alec was still there as people were clearing out, and he and Halyna talked a little bit about what was still to come, because we were going to pick literally right up where we left off after lunch. And people would go to
Okay.
in past vans.
Looks like they're about 20 minutes away from calling lunch here and on this
faster
day.
to drive them in vans over to where we would have lunch.
Okay. And what happened when lunch was over?
Lunch was over. Everybody migrates back to the church, and you pick up where you left off.
Were you inside the church immediately after lunch was over?
Yeah.
Did you stay inside the church the entire time between?
All right, they're getting to the actual moment of the shooting now. Before they get into that, I want to clear the board here. Bass with the $5 super chat. Mr. Souza, how are you doing? Talking with us today must be a tough burden for you to shoulder. Thanks. Thanks. I have trouble joking about this guy because he literally watched a good friend of his die in front of him, and he got shot too. I kind of have trouble making fun of him. Or joking about it. This is terrible testimony for this guy. I feel so bad for him. 10 Gauge Cheesehead says, "Yay, Vices is back. I haven't watched anything on this trial on purpose, so it's good you're not dead." Well, I think it's pretty good I'm not dead too. Thanks. At least 2 of us are happy I'm not dead. Soul Souffle says, "Ka-chang" with the $5. Thank you so much. And let's see. Last one here, Lancelot 652, the $2 super chat. Wasn't he one of the ones who got shot? Yes, he got shot in the shoulder. Went through, the bullet passed through Halyna's right armpit, across her chest cavity, and apparently through her spine and out toward by her left, scapula somewhere. So it's kind of that thing. I'm not saying don't do it. I'm saying I find it hard for me to do. All right. We got 565 concurrent viewers here, 493 likes. We can get up to 600 likes. Come on. 107 of you. Just hit that like button. If you haven't done it, take this right now. Just take it right now. And we'll be there in very quickly. And looks like we're about 60. No, it looks like we're about 50 away from unleashing the second tier of achievements, which is a double shot of mint chocolate soju. All right. And right, let's move on here.
I mean, when lunch ended and when the shooting occurred.
No, I at a certain point went outside of the church.
And why were you doing that?
So when we were setting up the camera angle, we were talking about what the shot was supposed to be. And forgive me if I over-explain this, but the scene is very tense, right? And so you achieve that through editing and camera angles. And so you want to see Russ sitting there. Is he dead? Is he alive? The men coming closer, they're ordering him to give up. And then you cut to close-ups and you're cutting from the character to the lawmen back and forth. And the first shot was supposed to essentially be the first moment we might realize that Russ is not in fact as injured as we might have thought. And so it's going to be a close-up on the weapon coming out of the holster. And so we talked about that a little bit. Halyna and I talked, and there's Reed there, Serge was there, they're talking about the lighting. And then at a certain point, it's time to set the camera angle up. It's not a rehearsal yet. You're just sort of what they call auditioning the shot. Like, do you like this camera angle?
Okay.
And so once they do that, the camera was on the dolly, which is a gigantically heavy piece of equipment. And it was in the middle of an aisle between pews. So pews were here and the dolly's in the middle. And when you're in a tight space like that, I generally, when they start moving the gear around, feel like I'm in the way. And so I got out of the way, went outside, and I figured, well, we still had one monitor. There was no village anymore that day, or that I'm aware of. Not in the traditional sense that there would be monitors lined up, but there was still a monitor that I could see the camera through.
Where was that monitor?
That was outside of the church. I don't remember if they had it on a stand or if it was on a cart. It was not a big one, but they were trying to get image up on the monitor having come back from lunch. And after a time, the image was just not coming up. And so I decided, before they get too far afield, if they're sort of setting this up in a way that I think isn't going to work, I would like to at least stop them and say, no, let's move it here. And so that's when I went back inside to have a look.
So at any point in time, did you see Ms. Gutierrez enter the church with the firearm?
No, it wasn't. I wasn't aware of her coming in or leaving or anything. The church was, there's an enormous amount going on. A million voices, it feels like. The special effects guys are rigging things up in the roof for debris for later on. When the shooting starts, there'll be debris falling down, and there are people working the lights. There are people moving the cameras. There's a lot going on, and so I didn't really register that.
Do you have any idea who provided Mr. Baldwin his revolver for the scene?
No, I mean, just beyond in a general sense about who's supposed to hand it off, but no, I didn't see anybody give it to him.
Okay. At some point, does Mr. Baldwin get his revolver?
I mean, he clearly had it. The interesting thing, I never saw him with it. I mean, he clearly had it because of what happened. But when I went in to look at to see what was going on with the camera angle, I remember there's sort of a big group kind of hovered around where he would be. He would be sitting in the pew. I just couldn't see him. I'm not the tallest guy in the world. And so what I wanted to do was get up behind Halyna to try to sneak and look over her. There's a little tiny monitor on the side of the camera to at least see that, to see what it was looking like. But I never even got a look at that.
Okay. So explain to us when you're going into the church and why and what you do and what happens.
So I went inside again to try to see what the angle was. There were a lot of voices. I heard Alec's voice. I heard Halyna's voice. Everyone sort of talking at once. I don't have a clear memory of how long I was standing behind her. I know I got it behind her just to try to see on the monitor. And there was an incredibly loud bang that was not like the half and quarter loads you hear on a set. Those are they're loud poofs and pops. This was deafening. And it felt like somebody had taken a baseball bat to my shoulder. I remember that distinctly, and sort of stumbling back and shouting. I don't remember exactly what I said.
Were you able to see Ms. Hutchins at that time?
I did. I remember sort of stumbling back, and I either fell to my knees or I was sitting, and I distinctly remember her being lowered to the ground. People had her sort of by either side. And I still didn't quite know what had happened. Nothing made sense. I remember initially thinking, had she been startled by it? And they were sitting her down as a result. And then I saw the blood on her back.
Ugh.
And to the best of your recollection, what happened after that?
It got very chaotic. I remember them laying me down. I remember them laying her down next to me. Although we were sort of facing in opposite directions. My head was this way, her head was that way. I remember a lot of panic. I still just couldn't figure out what had happened. I thought, was there something that had been stuck in the barrel that came out? But just nothing made sense. I remember our dolly grip, Ross, coming to sort of grabbed me and trying to call me. And then Matt Hammer came in, and between the two of them, I remember they sort of tended to me and were pulling up and trying to find out where there was a hole.
Do you recall, Mr. Souza, at any point in time during that general time after the gun went off, having any kind of an interaction with Ms. Gutierrez?
I remember at one point looking up and her standing there with another person or a few other people, and she looked distraught. And I remember her saying, I'm sorry, Joel. And I remember somebody just screaming at her, and they just ushered her out.
Okay. At some point in time, were you
It's got to be rough for Hannah too.
taken from
Yeah.
sleep?
Yeah.
It's funny. When I hear later about how long we laid there, it felt like 5 minutes. And I remember looking over and her looking back at me. And she had the biggest brown eyes I've ever seen. And then, but when I don't remember who they took out first. They put me on some kind of stretcher and rolled me out.
And where did they take you?
They told me they were going to take me to they said they were going to take me to the hospital, and I kept begging them to take me where she was, but they said they couldn't and that they would later. And they eventually took me to, I think it's Christus St. Vincent, I think that's what it's called, in Santa Fe.
And when you were at the hospital, did you have an understanding that you had been actually shot by a bullet?
No. I mean, I knew something got me, but they kept talking about this bullet, and it could not compute for me. I just kept saying, you don't understand. No. This was a movie set. That's not possible. You don't get it. And they kept saying, no, it is. And I just keep insisting, you don't understand, because this is not possible. It's just not possible. If there's a live round. It just can't. And then they eventually maybe grew tired of my protesting about it, because they showed me the x-ray of my back, and there was a very large bullet in it.
Okay. And sir, do you know whether Ms. Gutierrez was inside the church at the time that the gun went off?
I don't know.
In your experience, would you have had an expectation that she would have been in the church?
Yeah, the armor would be where the gun is.
Okay. I'll pass the witness.
He's a good witness.
Yeah, I'll say that was powerful testimony, but
Yeah.
not necessarily testimony of Hannah's negligence.
Yeah, exactly. Like it's good, powerful feeling testimony, but not necessarily relevant, in my opinion. But
Wow.
he's a very likable dude.
Yeah, and this is where the defense is gonna have to be very careful with his cross-examination.
Oh yeah. You can't go hard at this dude. You would look so bad. He's a good storyteller.
I think I was expecting them to clarify who handed Alec Baldwin the gun, and he says, I really didn't even see the gun before it went off. He was behind people and doing things. So that was something I was surprised to hear.
Yeah. Definitely. Yeah, you'd think he'd see that a little sooner, but
yeah, and it doesn't. I don't particularly think it's relevant to her guilt or innocence, because I mean they're just basically saying that this gun was here. It shouldn't have been there. The armor should be where the gun. It should be where the gun is, but don't say why she wasn't there.
Yeah.
There's been testimony that people told her not to be there because of COVID protocols and what else, and so I don't think it really helped. I mean, from an evidentiary standpoint, it doesn't help the prosecution, but from an emotional standpoint, it really, really helps the prosecution, because this is the dude that got shot.
Yeah.
And again, juries want to convict people.
And he remains, like, at least for like so far, he's so level-headed and just, this is how it is.
Yeah.
Seems very genuine.
Well, let's see where sorry about that. I'm just getting on 2:15 a.m. here. I think he's got what? Not much longer, about 10, 15 more minutes. Then they apparently have some very short witness here.
It's reverse mullet, dude.
Okay.
Well, just the
And-
hairstyle.
And then we have lunch break, and then a couple more. And we might be able to finish this out today. If we can, we'll see how well we go. I think we can finish this out. If not, we'll have very little to do to catch up when we.
You know, if you
do
had
Monday.
some Pib extra,
If I did,
you could.
I'm actually gonna once we get into this, probably during whoever these other two are during their testimony, I'm gonna go forage for something caffeinated.
The liquid Coke, not the Hannah Coke.
Yeah.
Good morning,
Fix
sir.
your tie, bruh.
Right?
I have a
It's
few questions for
bothering
you.
me so
Sure.
bad.
So, Mr. Souza, I think before you testified that before the Rust movie, your experience with firearms was on Crown Vic. Is that correct?
Yeah, more or less. Yeah.
Okay. And that was a movie you directed.
I directed and wrote Crown Vic. Yeah.
And you wrote that. Okay.
Yeah.
And that, I think you said, had a couple scenes involving firearms. Is that right?
Well, in where guns were fired, there wasn't. Yeah, there were a few. Yeah.
So you had an armorer on that set. Was that armor full time?
He was there for the days that the guns were going to be used or fired. Yeah.
Is that the only occasion you've ever worked on a set with an armorer?
Yeah.
Okay. So is it fair to say your experience with working with armorers was fairly limited?
Up to that point, yeah.
Okay. So are you familiar with the SAG safety rules where if the armorer or prop master are not present, a responsibility falls on the AD?
I don't think I ever really reviewed the SAG rules. I don't think I would have been aware of what the procedure would have been if the armor wasn't there. I think my assumption was always that the armor was supposed to be there.
Okay, and you made an assumption, but if there's a SAG rule that indicates that responsibility then falls on the AD, are you aware of that?
That's not a rule that I'm aware of, no.
Okay, so you have not reviewed the SAG rules with respect to armorers in general, or firearm safety in general?
No, I'm not a SAG member. So.
Okay.
But no, I haven't, no.
Okay, so if in the church at that time, Ms. Gutierrez Reed was not present, and you don't remember?
I don't.
Okay, but Mr. Halls was. He was the first assistant director, correct?
He was the first assistant director, yes.
Now, you don't remember, I think you said, seeing who handed Mr. Baldwin the firearm.
That's correct.
And I think you said, sir, you don't remember Mr. Baldwin even having the revolver. You didn't see it. I mean, he had to have had it. But
I know he had it before lunch.
Yeah.
I know he had to have had it for obvious reasons, but I didn't see him holding it in that. It never got to that.
Okay. So before lunch, did you see who handed Mr. Baldwin the revolver?
No, I remember at some point before lunch hearing Dave call out Colt gun, but I don't remember who handed it to him.
Okay.
Okay, and that's Dave Halls?
Yeah.
And Mr. Halls called out cold gun before lunch that you remember?
As I remember that, yeah.
Okay. Was
Before
the blocking,
lunch.
done before lunch as well for that scene?
Well, I mean, there's a lot going on in that scene. We had sort of gotten to a certain point in it. What was coming next, we had not practiced before. What was coming next was essentially just picking up where we left off. That was what's called an insert. It was an insert shot.
Okay, sir, and this insert shot, this was going to be after lunch.
It was our first shot up after lunch.
Okay. And was this an insert shot of an extreme close-up on the hand as it's pulling from the holster?
Yeah, it was what I had in mind was, and I talked about it a little bit before, but you have the hand kind of coming out like this, pulling it. Yeah.
And when you just demonstrated that, you had your hand coming across and pulling in front of you?
Correct.
Okay.
Because that's where his thing was up here, so it would have naturally been going that way.
And do you know whether from the script, whether that firearm was supposed to be pointed towards the camera?
Well, I mean, it's not a matter of the script, really. For that specific shot, it was literally supposed to be the gun being pulled out sideways.
Okay, sir, and when you demonstrated that, you did not have your hand pointed forward?
No.
Okay. So in that extreme close-up shot, it was just supposed to be pulled out in front? Just,
right.
Okay.
It was very short.
Okay. And was that designed to be like an insert to build tension in the scene?
Yeah, you cut back and forth and back and forth. Yeah.
Okay. Okay, I understand. So at the time that occurred, after lunch, when you're doing that extreme close-up scene, was that called a blocking?
Yeah, it's sort of blocking for camera. Yeah, to see, they want to see where the focus needs to be, and how it's going to look, which way the camera's going to be oriented, essentially. But when I said auditioning the shot, it's essentially the same thing as the camera blocking for the shot.
So in essence, that scene is just setting up. There's not even filming going on at that point.
Correct.
Okay. So with regard to that, did you ever hear Mr. Baldwin insist on having his revolver for that scene?
Not that I'm aware of. No.
Oh, okay. Were you aware that generally during the movie he liked to have his hero guns?
I don't think it's unusual for actors to like that thing. I mean, again, in hindsight, it would have been easy to sort of say, focus on that and think about it. At the time, I don't know that I had a sort of a clear understanding of that or not.
Okay.
I just don't want to speculate.
Right, absolutely. So your knowledge of that kind of firearm and in that particular scene, at that time, it wasn't very extensive.
Right.
Okay. So in that scene, there's a blocking, and it's just going to be an extreme close-up. You were paying attention to the camera, as I understand. You're trying to look at the monitor.
Right. I wanted to see what the angle was, but since the monitor wasn't up yet, I thought, well, I should go inside and try to catch and look at it there, because if it doesn't fit what I need to come next, there are very specific pieces I need.
Okay.
And if it doesn't fit what comes next, we should stop.
Monitor.
Oh, okay. That freaked
Right.
me out there for a second.
I wanted to see what the angle was, but since monitor wasn't up yet, I thought, well, I should go inside and try to catch a look at it there, because if it doesn't fit what I need to come next, there are very specific pieces I need.
Okay.
And if it doesn't fit what comes next, we should stop. There was not a lot of time to waste that day. So
Absolutely. The day would start off behind.
Yeah.
So is it fair to say that your attention was focused on trying to get the right kind of camera angle for that extreme close-up?
Yeah, because there's no real performance at play there. It's more of a technical exercise. It's just, here's what I need to happen in this close-up so in the editing room so that I can get this to work.
So at that time, and taking it back to that time, you're more focused on trying to get the scene set up. Your focus is not on looking around to see if Miss Gutierrez Reed is in the church. Is that fair?
I'd say that's fair, correct.
And so at the time, did it occur to you at all to look around and see if the armor is there, and if not, to call her, semi-call her?
No, I wouldn't say that it did.
Okay. And because at that time, there wasn't even going to be more than just pulling out of a holster, right?
That's correct.
Okay. So you didn't hear, well, you didn't know she was in the church, so obviously you didn't hear anybody go get her or call her back in.
Like I said, there were so many voices going on. I'm just trying to focus on what I can focus on at that point.
Absolutely. You described it, and I kind of get the picture in my head. It was a little bit, it's all kinds of things are going on at that moment. There's people trying to set up the cameras. And tell me if I'm wrong, or why don't you tell it in your words?
Well, just a lot of people moving in a lot of different directions. There's the special effects people hanging what are called poppers from the ceiling. There's a lot of times they will, during the gunfight, they will pop and then debris will come raining down. There are people positioning lights. There are people moving cameras. There are wardrobe people in and out. There are, there's just a lot. It's, under normal circumstances, it's quite a thing to watch, frankly.
I also want to ask you on the long rifle, the Henry rifle, did you have much knowledge of how the Henry rifle works?
Beyond what I'd read about it when I was writing the script, no, I know it's a lever action, and that's what appealed to me in a visual sense. And, but beyond that, not really, no.
Okay. Do you have much experience in general with knowing types of firearms, how they function?
No, outside of movies, I have nothing to do with guns.
Okay.
Of course not.
On the Henry rifle, there was one scene in the script where Mr. Baldwin's character is supposed to come out of the shack or whatever the structure is, and he's firing at the lawman. You remember that, sir?
Right.
And did that involve his hero gun, the Henry rifle?
He was carrying it. He was not going to be firing it. It proved impractical.
Okay.
Yeah.
So do you know that the Henry rifle is made such that there's a plunger on the bottom, and when the rounds are loaded, you can see or not see if rounds are in that rifle?
No, I said I'm not any kind of expert on the rifle.
Okay. A part of the armor's duties, would you agree with there to be there also for if the particular weapon Mr. Baldwin's holding needs to look like it's loaded? That's their job. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, I would agree with that.
Okay. Because you got to have a realistic feel for the audience. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, I think that's the entire reason dummies exist.
Okay. And so if the Henry rifle, if you can see at the bottom whether rounds are loaded or dummy rounds are loaded or not, that would be something that you would want the armor to handle.
If it was required for the scene, yes.
Okay. And in that particular scene, Mr. Baldwin is going to confront these lawmen.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Now, with regard to dummies, I think you said before Rush, you weren't very familiar with dummies either.
I wasn't really familiar with the term of it. I think, I guess it's, I would have assumed that there was, if I'd watch a Western and you see something and they have a gun pointed and there's something at the end of there's something in the cylinders or whatever those are called. I think I would assume there's something in there. I wouldn't quite know what it is. But
okay.
Yeah.
And you talked about on the second go round in your direct, you completed the rest filming?
We did.
No, they're talking about a rifle. They're talking about the Henry lever action rifle.
I wouldn't call them dummies because they didn't ever get loaded into anything. Yeah. When there was a situation where we had to match previous shots, like on a bandolier where somebody had what would look like bullets, the armorer on that go round had made them out of wood and then painted them and tucked them into the bandoliers.
Okay. And that the purpose of a dummy round is to look very like a live round.
Yeah.
Okay.
When
it comes to safety on the set, who is the person in general that's responsible?
Well, I think in a general sense, the first assistant director is the safety officer on set. But beyond that, I think it also, a set is generally a reel. If you see something, say something, things. So everybody is responsible to some degree to try to make sure there's a safe work environment. In terms of our safety officer, generally the first AD is the safety officer.
And what you just said, and first AD is in charge of that. But if anybody on set sees something unsafe, they should say something.
Yes, an example would be if there's an extension cord that's not taped down, or there's something that someone could hit their head on, or something. You want
to there's a live round in one of the guns.
Now, ultimately, with
everybody's
regard to
a safety officer.
The producers are where the buck stops. Do you agree with that?
I think the producers are the people who write the checks are generally where the buck stops on everything in life. I don't think a movie set is any different. One other portion, Mr. Baldwin, when you talked about earlier about the
armor saying something to him. Did you ever communicate to the armor if she had issues that she needed to confront Mr. Baldwin or tell Mr. Baldwin, or did you ever say anything about that?
I don't think we ever talked about that. I think she and I had 2 conversations all told, but that wouldn't have been one.
Okay. And would you agree with me, Mr. Baldwin has a fairly strong personality in that movie?
Sure. I think, yeah.
And we saw some clips on that. Finally, you mentioned that the day 3, you felt good about how that went. And it was an amazing team of professionals, I think you said, that pulled together and did a good job. Is that fair?
Yeah, I think we had a very strong crew.
And Ms. Gutierrez Reed also performed very well that day.
Yeah, on that day, I didn't take any issue. I was happy with everybody.
Okay. All right, Your Honor, may I have just a moment?
That was going
All right, turn it back over to
just briefly,
redirect.
Mr. Sousa. Do you recall a single scene that was going to be filmed in the movie where anyone was loading the rifle with ammunition?
No.
Do you recall a single scene in the movie that was going to be filmed where anyone was cycling ammunition through the rifle?
No.
I don't have anything further. Thank you.
What?
You're excused. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next witness.
Can you approach real quick?
Yeah, but we're not taking a look.
What's that?
He was a good witness.
Yeah.
I feel like so
agree.
far he's been the most truthful.
Right? Wow.
Yeah, reverse mullet, dude.
It's not really a reverse
Take your next
mullet.
witness.
That's just
It's like party in the front,
Stick called orange.
all the
this-
way to the back, and the back is like business.
This is a guy who watched a few too many episodes of Vikings. It's like, wow, I need a Ragnar haircut. All right, so he's all right. I'm
I love it.
he's a very, very short guy here.
Yeah.
He's from the inn at Santa Fe.
The front desk boy.
Oh,
That
he's the
Hannah
front desk
referred
boy
to.
that Hannah was flirting with. All right.
Yep.
I want to go walk around and get a little get some caffeine in me, but I don't know what he's going to testify to. All right. We'll have to pause when I get back so I can get an update on what he testifies to. What Ragnar Lothbrok what Ragnar Meatbrock testifies here to. Yeah. Let me know what Wow. All right, I'll be back.
You swear affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you'll give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? All right, thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Can you just move a little closer to the microphone and speak into the microphone, sir?
Oh my God, he even has a stupid Odin's hammer thing around his neck. Oh, Jesus, dude.
That was fast.
No, I was just standing up and I just looked and saw him. Oh, good Lord.
Yeah.
He's even got Viking paraphernalia around his neck. And is it just me, or is his whisper thin goatee like way off to the right side?
Yeah, it needs to come down a little bit.
Well, it needs to be over here on the left side too, left side of his face.
Maybe if he turns, it'll appear. It's just too light or
It's
something.
wispy. It's wispy, but oh, for God's sake.
He wants a beard so bad.
See, I was joking about watching Vikings and wanting to be Ragnar, but the necklace speaks the truth. You can't argue with the with the Mulinar hammer Viking necklace. Oh God.
Nope.
I'll be back.
There we go.
So yes.
Although to be fair, it could be Native American. It kind of looks like
No.
it might.
No, that's Viking.
No.
That's Viking.
All right.
Yeah, that's a total total Viking thing. Just Mulinar's Thor's hammer. It's tell me what Bjorn's side of beef testifies to when I get back.
Okay.
Thank you. Would you state your name?
Name is Emery Chacon.
And in October of 2021, how were you employed?
I worked the front desk at the inn at Santa Fe.
And during that same month, did you befriend Hannah Gutierrez?
I did.
And during your friendship with her, did you have an opportunity to be? Well, let me back up. How did you get to know Ms. Gutierrez through your work at the hotel?
Well, I worked second shift, so I check in guests. It's my job to be polite, friendly to guests. So being polite, friendly, started small talk.
Was Ms. Gutierrez a guest at the hotel?
Yes.
Do you know if other crew members from the set of Rust were also staying at that hotel?
There were other crew members.
And at any point in time during your friendship with Ms. Gutierrez, did you have an opportunity to be in her hotel room?
Yes.
And if you recall, approximately how many times would you have been in her hotel room?
Can't really recall. Maybe a handful of times.
Handful of times, okay. And when you were in her hotel room, did you ever take notice of any boxes of ammunition?
Yes.
And I want to be clear, are you familiar with guns and ammunition at all?
I am.
Based on your experience, were you able to determine whether the ammunition was for pistols or rifles or anything?
I saw what looked like maybe a couple of rifle rounds, maybe shotgun shells, maybe one pistol round.
And when you say that you saw the rounds, were they in boxes?
There were a few that were not in boxes. They were sitting on the counter in the room.
And to the best of your recollection, were any of the rounds that were not in boxes pistol rounds?
One.
One was a pistol round. Do you recall approximately when you saw, and let me ask you, other than the rounds that were not in boxes, did you see boxes inside? Did you also see boxes of ammunition in the room?
Yes.
And do you know whether the ammunition that you saw was real ammunition or fake ammunition for the movie?
I don't know the physical difference between fake ammunition and real ammunition.
Understood. Do you recall approximately when you would have noticed the ammunition in her hotel room?
It was maybe towards an evening. In terms of like exactly what day, I can't give.
Do you know whether it was towards the beginning of her stay or the end of her stay?
Towards the beginning.
Did you see the ammunition in her room on more than one occasion?
No.
Just one occasion.
Okay, so what has Ragnar Beef Broth testified here to?
That he has been to her room a handful of times and saw ammunition or boxes of ammunition.
Oh, has he?
Pistol rounds and rifle rounds, shotgun shells. But he doesn't know if they're real or dummies.
Been to her room a few times, has he?
A handful of times, he said.
All right.
So
okay.
Polite and friendly. So polite and friendly that hotel is.
Yeah. Help. We'll leave the light on for you. Wow. All right. Well, let's see. And this is the beauty of the internet. I get to call him, Ragnar Beef Broth and Bjorn Side of Beef. Well, I, the fat guy, just literally was off camera stuffing myself with a mouthful of mozzarella cheese.
Ooh.
And I get to come back and make fun of him. That's the power. That's the power of having your own YouTube channel.
Oh my goodness.
Takes one to know one, buddy. All right. Now let's get back to his very personal customer service.
Mm-hmm.
Of course he was, Jake 80 buck.
Okay, thank you. I'll pass the witness.
Oh, there you go.
So, Mr. Drayton, I think you said you were a hotel desk clerk?
Yes, sir.
And sir, what hotel was that?
The Inn at Santa Fe.
I like that she called him the desk boy.
As part of being a desk clerk at the hotel, did you check Miss Gutierrez Reed in when she started her stay?
Yeah, I checked her in and I checked her out.
You did not know her before that, right?
No.
So you just came acquainted with her from her being a patron and coming to the hotel and you checking her in to stay there.
That's
and
correct.
checking her out.
You said
And
she's,
in and out,
she,
in and out.
At the start of her stay is when you believe you saw the ammunition. What day was that?
I can't recall.
Do you recall if that was in September of 2021, October of 2021? Do you have any idea?
Hey, desk boy, are you shooting blanks?
Maybe mid-September.
Late September?
Were you using rubber bullets?
Okay.
Beard
and
is freaking me the fuck out.
You were
now I can't unsee how far to the right it is. Or left, whatever way it is.
Go to a movie with her one time?
Yes.
Now after that, didn't you want to keep texting her and have a different type of relationship with her?
Quite possibly.
That's what you wanted, isn't it?
He wanted to smash.
Okay. And it was pretty clear from her text back that that's not what she wanted to do, right?
Uh-oh.
Okay. over a period of time,
Womp
you kept texting her, and she
womp.
finally quit.
So
she
you
just quit
wanted
texting.
to-
Is that true?
Fuck. Yep.
Okay. Now I know that you said on direct that you can't tell the live ammunition from a blank ammunition, for example. Is that true?
That's correct.
Okay. And you also probably wouldn't be able to tell a dummy round from a live round, right?
Correct.
Now these boxes that you had mentioned, do you remember what color they were?
I remember they were kind of a army green, hard plastic.
Kind of like her hair.
Okay, and you just don't know exactly what was in them or what they contained.
No.
Okay.
Oh, I'm so glad we're back to a witness we can make fun of. it's so much better when we can make fun of people.
Oh man.
That was too intense there. Sorry,
I
Joe.
wonder what they were doing the handful of times hanging out since they weren't smashing. He was hoping to.
Yeah.
Extracurriculars, maybe.
Probably. You know what I mean?
Hmm.
Oh dear. All right. Suppose we ought to get back to the testimony.
And in late September, you're aware that the filming has not started yet for the movie, or do you have any knowledge?
Yup.
Okay. Do you have any knowledge of when the movie started filming?
No knowledge.
Okay. You're gonna have nothing further. Thank you.
Any redirect?
No, you're-
All right, you're excused. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next witness.
The state calls Wyatt Mortensen.
He was just there to testify that he saw ammo in a room. That's it.
Yep.
And that he wanted to smash and couldn't.
Yeah, he wanted to go bang in her room
Couldn't
too,
close the
but-
deal.
Yeah. Must all been you dummy rounds, because there ain't no banging going
You
on in
swear
that
affirm under
room.
penalty of law that the testimony you'll give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right, thank you. Have a seat. Talking to the microphone.
Good morning, sir.
Morning.
Go ahead and state your name for the record.
Wyatt Mortensen.
Of course, his name is
Mr.
Wyatt.
Mortensen, what do you do for a living?
Right?
I'm a wrangler and stuntman.
Of course he's a
Explain to the
cowboy.
jury what it means to be a wrangler.
We take care of the horses on the movie set. We give actors riding lessons, and we make sure that nothing bad happens to the horses or anybody that's around them.
Were you employed as a wrangler on the set of Rust?
I was.
In your capacity as a wrangler on the set of Rust, how frequently were you on set?
Pretty much every day.
Okay. And in addition to taking care of horses, were you also in some of the scenes that were filmed?
I was.
And in what capacity were you in those scenes?
I would dress out and drive wagons.
I would dress
or
up
ride
like
horses in the
Ben
background.
Affleck.
Some stunts.
Okay, great. Can you give the ladies and gentlemen of the jury an idea about your background and experience in the film industry as a wrangler and or stuntman?
Yes. I just got in the industry when I turned 18, which was 4 years ago. And since then, I've been working pretty frequently on 24 films.
He's
So he is
22?
I was like, this dude is a kid. How old is he? He's like a 12-year-old with a beard.
He's 22 and he looks like he's 38?
Oh, I thought he looked like a 12-year-old with a beard.
The dude looks like he's like in his late 30s to me.
Oh, I bet he looks like a 12-year-old slapped a beard right on his face.
No, that was the last guy.
He didn't have a beard. He had a wig that he tried to tape to his face.
This dude is rocking a serious beard for a 22-year-old. Jeez.
I mean, his name is Wyatt. He's a cowboy. This is like a stock-fed, like, Western.
So bad
you
for
can
my
get.
poor son that's loaded with the can't grow a beard Asian gene. So you know, he's beardly challenged, but this dude, yeah. My son's beard sort of looks like the last guy's beard. But damn, this guy's 22.
Yeah. Wow.
You think he looks 12? I think he looks like 38.
Yeah, no, to me, he just looked like a 12-year-old slapped a beard and a mustache on.
He looks like Ben Affleck.
At 12?
Wow. 12. All right. Wow. All right, there you go.
Give or take. As a wrangler in stunts, I've worked with numerous actors and many different people that are big in the movie industry.
It explains
Mr.
the
Mortensen,
soft
prior
voice.
to working on the set of
Yep.
Rust, did you work on any other movies that had guns and armorers?
I did.
Do you recall approximately how many films you worked on that had guns and armors prior to Rust?
About every movie I worked on.
Okay, every movie.
Yes,
Can you give us an idea of how many movies that would have been prior to Rust?
Prior to Rust, maybe 5, I'd say.
Okay. And did you have an opportunity while you were on set to see Ms. Gutierrez perform her work as the set armor?
I did.
And was there anything about the manner in which she performed her work that caused you concern?
Nothing directly.
Let me ask
Now
you this.
mind you, this guy is 2 years younger. Well, God, no.
At the
Okay,
time,
so-
he was only 2 years younger.
So,
than
yeah, so now he's like 24. So I guess he's, if this was, wait, is he saying he's 22 now?
That's what I'm wondering. Or was he 22 then?
Anyway, he's younger than her either by a little bit or a lot. So what the hell's he gonna know?
Do you recall? Can you
That's
describe
what
to the ladies and
he's
gentlemen
like
of the
22
jury,
now. He would have been 20 when this happened. 19
how
or
she
20 when it happened.
brought the guns and ammunition to set from the prop card?
Just carry them by hand.
Did that seem unusual to you?
Nothing too unusual. No.
Mr. Mortensen, do you?
He's such a baby.
Hang on just one second. Do you recall an incident where a rifle was lost on the set?
I do.
Can
Was it
you
your
explain
fucking
to us
fault?
how a rifle was lost or what you recall about that?
We were doing a stunt in the middle of town, and
This dude's
after
a cowboy.
we're
He
done,
wouldn't be that dumb.
I was asked if I've seen a rifle.
Is Nick for his dad and Rob for
Do
his
you recall
other
who asked you
dad?
that?
I do not.
Okay.
No.
Do you know whether the rifle
Stop
was found?
it, people.
I don't.
Mr. Mortensen, did you ever take notice of guns and ammunition being left unattended on set?
I did.
Can you explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what you saw with regard to guns and ammunition being left unattended?
I seen guns and ammunition on a small cart that was left on the set periodically.
And when you say periodically, how frequently do you think you saw guns and ammunition left unattended on that cart?
Most days that we had guns.
In your experience with armorers on movie sets, did that seem unusual to you?
Yes.
And if you recall, or if you can estimate, approximately how long would the guns and ammunition be left unattended on that cart?
I can't truly recollect.
Sir, do you recall in this case having a pretrial interview where you had to show up and talk to us about your testimony?
Via Zoom, yes.
Yeah, that's right, via Zoom. Do you recall specifically what you said during that interview about approximately how long the guns and ammunition would be left unattended?
I can't remember.
Would it refresh your memory if I showed you a transcript of our conversation?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. May I?
I love that question. Would it refresh your recollection if I showed you what you said? Like,
Yep, that'll do it.
yep, that'll definitely help. I want to know the person who says no to that question.
Did that refresh your memory?
Yes, it did.
Okay. Can you answer my question now?
Yeah. Close to an hour or so. Yeah, sometimes more.
Do you have personal experience with firearms?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you tell the difference between real firearms and replica or fake firearms?
If I'm handed one, then I can see it closely, yes.
Do you know whether the firearms that you saw regularly left unattended on the prop cart were real?
Yes, most of them seemed real.
Okay. And when you say they seemed real, how would you know that?
Just because most of the guns on the movie set were real.
And
So you're
did
speculating.
you see scenes that were filmed on the movie where the guns would shoot blanks?
Yes.
Do fake guns fire blanks?
No.
Okay, only real guns fire blanks, right?
Yes.
Okay. And sir, did you take note during your time on the set of Rust? Did you notice whether or not Ms. Gutierrez's conduct as an armor with regard to handing firearms to actors and taking firearms away from actors when a scene was over? Do you recall taking note of that?
Yes.
Can you explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what, if anything, you noticed about the manner or how quickly Ms. Gutierrez would remove real firearms from actors when a scene was over?
It would depend on the scene and who the actors were.
Shut up, Wesley.
Do you recall?
That's what I was thinking.
taking note that
I'm
when
like,
a
it's
scene
Will.
would be over, she would not immediately collect the firearms.
I was
from the
wondering
actors.
why I didn't like him automatically.
Did that stand out to you?
Yes.
Why?
Every other show I'd been on previous to that, the armor would hand the gun right before the scene and take it away right after.
And that was not Ms. Gutierrez's practice?
Not that I can recollect.
Okay. And sir, do you have personal knowledge and experience with revolvers?
Fairly decent.
Do you recall taking note of the manner in which Ms. Gutierrez would conduct the barrel check of the revolvers?
There was a few moments that I did notice. Yes.
Okay. But first of all, I want you to kind of explain to the jury what your understanding is of why a barrel check is done and how it should be done.
Well, from my experience, the reason.
Sure.
I have a question because I feel
Yes.
like this has happened a lot in this trial. It's in your experience, tell us how things are normally done, or in your isn't that normally reserved for like expert witnesses to speak on their opinions and stuff?
Well, I mean, he is a witness to this, and he say what you witnessed here is just different than you've experienced in other places and other things.
Okay, that makes sense.
But it's just his personal experience. He could be the only person that's ever experienced this.
Ugh.
So wow, probably the youngest person on staff is the one that's really throwing her under the bus here. But
Shut up, Wesley.
How often did he come in contact with her?
And that's what I'm saying. Like, how often was he around? Like, do we know if he had to work with the firearms at all? Like, I don't know.
Yes, I mean, what's been his interaction? What levels interaction? It's kind of weird that he keeps smiling like he's really happy to be on the stand. That's kind of weird. I mean, it doesn't mean anything. It could be nerves.
He's too young.
It's just weird. No matter why it's happening, it's sitting kind of weird with me.
Mm-hmm. He's got like a smugness about him almost.
Dude, look at this weird little smirk on his face.
See, and again, I just see Will Wheaton, and I'm like, he does have a smug face.
Did you notice anything that caught your eye about the way that Ms. Gutierrez would conduct the barrel checks?
Yes.
Okay, and what did you notice specifically?
Can you describe specifically?
Well, let me do this. Do you recall discussing this during the interview that we did with you over Zoom?
I believe so. Yes.
Do you recall exactly what you said to us that day?
I think so. Yeah.
Do you need it? Do you need to see it to have your memory refreshed at all?
Yes, please.
Okay.
Stop! It's just this weird smiley smirk, like I'm just pleased to be here.
Mm.
Mr. Mortensen, did that refresh your memory?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Can you answer my question now?
I can. So there would be moments on the set, and one that I can truly recollect was she took the gun from Alec and to check to see if
let my Cameron go.
There's a process that armors do, and
Can you tell the jury in your experience what that process is?
yeah, in my experience, you always make sure you check if a gun is clean or how many rounds are inside the gun. But what you can do is you open the cylinder, and this is speaking with single action pistols, and you take the cylinder out, and because blanks have a lot of debris that comes out with the gunpowder, you check the barrel sometimes to just see if anything is lodged in there, because that can shoot out with the gunpowder. And you open the cylinder, and you can look down the barrel, and if the cylinder is open, it's impossible to be shot or anything bad happen, because you can see straight through, and you see daylight through the barrel of the gun.
And what caught your eye about the way that Ms. Gutierrez did those barrel checks?
When she looked, the cylinder was closed.
And so in your experience, when she looks and the cylinder is closed, what would she be able to see?
Nothing.
I'll pass the witness.
You know, he's like, he'll keep calling me. He'll keep calling me until I come over. He'll make me feel guilty. He's giving me like Cameron from Ferris Bueller vibes.
Like there's just something like smug or off, or just
You know, he's like talking to camera. He was like talking to Alec Baldwin on the other. Call me sir, God damn it. You know, it's just, anyway.
Yeah, I mean, he could just be a generally happy dude, and like this is just he's just got like a upbeat, bubbly persona, and it's kind of coming off as just nonchalant. I don't know.
He wrecked his dad's car. Anyway.
Cross exam.
Ooh, Miss Lady's gonna do it.
Mr. Mortensen, isn't it true that you can see light through that barrel just by pulling back the hammer?
Not that I know of.
Not that you know of? You're not an armor, are you?
No, ma'am.
And you've never worked as an armor on any movie, have you?
No, ma'am.
In fact, in the filming of Rust, you were a wrangler, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Your responsibility is animals, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Horses.
Yes, ma'am.
That's a pretty big slam. You don't know anything about guns. Your job's like play with the animals, isn't it? That's pretty good. I like that. We gotta slow her down. She's
I
a
like
fast
her. Like she's good. She's all right.
Unfortunately, we have to. She's terrible usually, but this is a pretty good one.
Well, I think because she has that like older chick, young dude like play going on.
I liked that. That was good. You don't know anything really about guns and being an armor. Your job is just to play with the animals.
Donkeys.
You just sit around with the asses.
Yeah. Oh no. How did we get this? How did we get the subtitles turned off? Oh, you just play with the donkeys.
In fact, in the filming of Rust, you were a wrangler, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Your responsibility is animals, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Horses.
Yes, ma'am.
Donkeys.
No.
You weren't responsible for the donkey? I thought we heard testimony about a donkey. That wasn't you, right?
Not that I can recollect.
Okay. And in fact, during the Rust filming, isn't it true that you didn't even wear a real firearm? You had a replica rubber gun, right?
Not that I can recollect.
What?
You don't recollect if you wore a rubber, if you had a real firearm?
Like if you wore rubber, she said it. You don't recollect if you were a rubber.
Oh no. Oh.
He doesn't
Wow.
remember if he wore rubber or not.
Okay, there's two things to unpack here. One, he's just said a bullshit. He doesn't know whether the gun he carried on set was a real gun or a rubber gun. I'm calling bullshit on that.
100%.
And then just her, you don't recollect if you wore a rubber? Oh no. Hey. Oh.
She should have put rubber firearm right there. She shouldn't have been rubber or a real.
Hey, phrasing.
Oh dear. All right. Wow.
Firearm on Rust, is that what you're saying?
I can't remember if I had even a gun belt on.
Okay.
Because you're a dumb shit.
Anytime.
Because he was just there to play with the donkeys.
When you would have a gun on Rust, wasn't it a rubber one?
Not that I can recollect.
So you don't remember you don't remember if you had a real gun or a rubber gun on this movie set. Is that what you're saying?
Asked and answered.
I can remember holding both a live gun and a rubber gun. But
on the filming of Rust?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
A live gun.
In your direct testimony, one of the things I thought I wrote down that I heard you say was there is nothing directly about Ms. Gutierrez's work on that set that caused you concern. Do you remember telling the jury that in direct?
Yes.
Okay. And when you saw these guns on top of that cart, you weren't right over the prop cart, right? You were further away from that.
Beside it.
Were you even able to tell if these were non-functioning or functioning firearms?
Not that I could tell.
Okay. So in your have you ever seen on any of the movies you've worked on a part-time armor?
Never.
And in the filming, in this filming on Rust, was there a time when horses ever got loose?
Yes.
And would you agree with me that that was an extremely dangerous situation?
I'll object to.
No, you won't.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's what you'll do. You'll go up and talk.
Yeah.
Mr. Mortensen, do you need me to repeat?
Mrs. Flux just brought me lunch.
Okay, so can you answer the question?
Yes.
So, horses, it is a dangerous thing to have horses on set, right?
Yes.
And you were the one responsible for wrangling those, right?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall a time on Rust when you had a problem getting paid on time?
Can we approach?
I'm on Rust. Mr. Mortensen, I'll re-ask the question here. So do you ever recall a time on Rust when you had a problem getting paid on time?
I can't truly recollect.
Would it refresh your memory to take a look at your pre-trial interview transcript?
Yes, please.
Okay.
Okay, this guy is totally losing all credibility real quick here.
Yeah.
He's an
He's
idiot,
going
doesn't
down
remember everything. Yeah.
in a flame ball of flame.
Refresh your recollection?
Yes, ma'am.
So was there ever a time on Rust that you recall not being paid on time?
Yes, the very beginning.
Okay. Just a second, Your Honor.
Well, that's a bad thing when your first paycheck's late.
Yeah.
That's a bad sign.
And the fact, why won't he just say this stuff?
Mr. Mortensen, have you ever testified in court before?
No, ma'am.
I want to be clear. Did you see guns left unattended on the prop cart after shooting scenes that involved the firing of blank ammunition?
Yes.
Thank you. I don't have anything further.
All right, this witness is excused. Thank you, sir.
Wow. All right.
That
Okay, we're going to take our lunch break. Please.
that wasn't. I got nothing out of that.
Well, it started out being very bad for Hannah because he was throwing her under the bus, and then he lost all credibility when he couldn't remember whether or not he actually had a real gun or a rubber gun on him, and then he couldn't remember not being paid.
Yeah.
I remember the clerk that didn't give me correct change at the store when I was 6 years old.
Yeah, those are things you remember. Those aren't things, oh, I just forgot. Like, I forgot not getting paid the very first. Like, seriously?
Yeah. All right.
Yeah.
And it looks like we got about an hour and a half left at 1.5 speed. That should be about an hour. And there should be, I don't think there's an afternoon break. Is there? No, they just plow right on through. So let's see if we can get through this. If not, we're going to get close.
Hell yeah.
It's like 3 a.m. here now. So, and I got to be up at
I don't
7.
know how you do it.
So. I had a lot of sleep today. I got a lot of sleep on a bus, and then got to sleep late in the hotel room. Slept on the plane. So but I do have to wake up in like 4 hours from now. But we'll see how much we can get through here. All right, who is this? Of course, it's cool if you eat. Come on, stuff your face. Who is this person? Who's the saucy redhead?
Is that what? I think the water is new. It's hers. Okay.
The water is new.
Do you swear affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you'll give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? All right. Have a seat. Talk into the microphone.
Ma'am, go ahead and state your full name for the record.
My name is Sherilyn Schaefer.
Ms. Schaefer, how are you currently employed?
I'm employed as an EMT in the film industry, a medic.
Can you just explain to the jury the situation, the connection between movie sets and medics? Is a medic always on a movie set, and if so, why?
Usually, if it's a union show, a medic is always on set. the potential that there could be
Never,
something
no clue
dangerous
how
that
he
happens.
spells her Sherilyn.
But 99% of the time, we are in
Is
charge of
it
making
just
sure the
me or
actors, and
just
not necessarily the actors,
very close right here?
A little bit.
but the crew have sunscreen, bug spray,
Just a little
Advil,
bit.
electrolytes.
Sorry.
If it's hot out, we make sure everyone stays hydrated. If it's cold, we hand out hot hands. That's majority of it. If somebody gets a splinter or a cut, we take care of those as well. If somebody gets injured enough that they need to go to get stitches or be seen, we bandage them up, we send them off. And then we are in charge of the paperwork that goes with the production to make sure that the injury can be to go through workers' comp, so that it's not coming out of the crew or whoever's insurance.
Okay.
We can go back up to speed.
How
here.
long have you worked generally in the film industry?
I started in the film industry in 2008. I'm sorry, 2009.
Okay. And how long have you worked as a medic in the film industry?
Since 2014.
And can you summarize for the jury what your medical training consisted of that allowed you to be qualified for this position?
I'm a licensed EMT.
All right. Ms. Schaefer, approximately since 2009, if you can guesstimate for us, approximately how many films have you worked on?
Film and TV,
Sure.
40 plus.
Okay, and of those, can you
I guess I can
guesstimate
get
for us
rid of this
again
now, sorry.
approximately how many had real firearms and an armor on set?
Maybe 10, 12.
Was the handling of firearms by the armorer on the set of Rust different than what you were used to?
Yes.
Can you describe to the jury what you noticed, how you thought it was different?
I noticed the armorer on Rust did not secure the weapons as a normal armorer would, or an armorer on productions I've worked on
Are you
before would.
qualified?
Normally, the weapon would be secured until it was time for the actor or stunt actor to need it. And then the armorer would go to
And this is
their
where
generally a locked
I
cabinet,
question the whole in my
grab
experience
the weapon,
thing.
take it to the actor or stunt actor. With the first AD, sometimes the stunt coordinator, depending on who's there, open the weapon, empty it. If it needs to be emptied, show the actor or stunt actor the type of bullet, I guess you would call it, that's going to be in the gun, show it that it's not real, and then, or essentially check it in front of the actor and the first AD to make sure that everyone's comfortable with it, and then hand it over to that performer for the shot, for whatever shot they are shooting.
And just to be clear, what you just described was what you are accustomed to.
That is correct.
Can you explain to the jury how that procedure worked on the set of Rust?
A lot of times when I would notice our armorer hand the guns over to the actors, sometimes checking them, sometimes not. Generally, once the scene is over, you would remove the weapon. The armorer would remove the weapon from the actor and re-secure it until it is needed again. On Rust, that did not happen a good majority of the time. The actor still remained in possession of the weapon, whether it was in their holster or in their hands.
And can you kind of explain to the jurors how long the actors would be left with the weapons in their possession after the scene, and maybe discuss a little bit about how long it takes to do a turnaround?
Okay. There were a few times where they would have the weapon for a minute or two or so after we had cut, but then there'd be other times where we would be turning around, and that's where the camera position changes. Like if we're looking.
Okay, and there's one thing to mention. I'm sure the defense is going to mention it. Someone set it up here, but she is one of the people that is suing along with what's his name, Ross, the gaffer dude. She's one of the people that's suing for emotional distress and
I
damage
think
from shooting.
I think she also sued Hannah as well, though. I don't think the other dude sued Hannah.
Right.
At somebody and we turn around and we're going to look the other direction at the actor. That can take, depending on all the moving parts, 20, 30 minutes, where they would still be in possession of the weapon.
Ross is her husband?
Wait, which one is Ross?
He's the gaffer dude, Walter White.
Oh. Damn. Interesting.
Well, interesting. Yeah. All right. Surprise. As long as we're paused here, let's see. Bass. He forgot because cramming for Starfleet Academy is intense. Wesley didn't go to Starfleet though, did he? He just sort of took the test on board. He like did study abroad. He was like homeschooled, I think, on the bridge, because they had the guy that came to test him, or was that to test to see if he got into Starfleet? No, that was the test to see if he passed Starfleet. They had like the random guy come on, and they ran him through simulations where there was an accident in the engine room, and they tried to pick a fight with him in the hallway, and he handled everything greatly, and they said, "Congratulations, Lieutenant," and they let him take his place on the bridge. And I don't think Wesley didn't go to Starfleet. Yeah, it was just like a nepotism.
Easy way
thing.
out.
Yeah.
Like Hannah.
Oh, he went to the Starfleet for 1 year and quit. Yeah, I just don't care that much about Wesley's career. Been there, done that. Member for 15 months says defense lawyer chick is my favorite in this trial. See, I'm thinking like the prosecutor, like the guy's like, can I question somebody too, please? Why you didn't even trust me to question Will Wheaton or Ragnar Fatbrock? Oh well. Poor guy. All right, let's get on with it.
Good Lord.
I remember, okay. Yeah, Wesley got in and got in trouble because Red Squadron pulled some unauthorized flight maneuver and a cadet got killed. Yeah, I remember that. Yeah, right.
Did you testify that you saw Ms. Gutierrez provide actors with weapons without conducting a safety check?
That is correct.
Did you ever have an occasion to notice whether or not any of the actors on the set of the movie did their own safety checks?
There were some times that the actors would open their weapons and look, see either while it was being reloaded or not, opening it up and looking at it. And generally on a film set, you would not do that
watching
without the armorer present in
everything
front of
pretty
you.
closely.
And if you did, then the armorer would need to be called back to recheck that weapon in front of you.
So when the actors would do their own safety checks, was Ms. Gutierrez participating in that?
Sometimes she was near, sometimes she wasn't. I don't recall exactly all the time. I didn't notice a lot, but there were some times where she could have been close by or not, but she was not directly in front of the actor.
Okay.
And it wasn't every actor. It was, just a couple here and there.
Okay. Did you ever take note of how Ms. Gutierrez would load ammunition into her fanny pack?
Yes.
All right, some more approaching. Lots of approaching going on.
Ms. Schaefer, do you recall the question?
Could you repeat it again, please?
Did you ever take note of how Ms. Gutierrez would transfer ammunition from boxes to her fanny pack?
Yes, there was one occasion that I did see that.
All right, that's enough talking about boxes
describe
and
what you saw
fannies here.
for
Move
the jury?
along.
So there would be the boxes that had this a styrofoam with the ammunition inside of it. And there were times I would see her take, or this one time, I saw her take the box and kind of tip it a little bit and use her fingers to put some in, and then hand it back, I believe, to Ms. Zachary, and get another box and do the same thing, put more in, put it back, get another box, put more in, put it back. So we're mixing multiple rounds inside of different, and again, I don't know what they were, but mixing different rounds for different weapons.
Then how do you know they were mixed?
So during this,
I don't know what they
instance
were,
where
but
you
this is
saw,
what they were.
Ms. Gutierrez load the fanny pack directly from the boxes. If you recall, would she take the time to check every round to make sure that it was inert?
No.
Were you watching Hannah, or were you paying attention to other people on the set?
Right? I feel like her job was like to
In your
watch Hannah, I
experience in the
guess.
film industry,
That's what she's sounding like.
does the armor always stay with the firearm?
Yes. Or within proximity, be able to visually see. You mean when the actor has the weapon?
Correct.
Yeah, to be able to visually see.
Was that the case on the set of Rust?
No, not always.
She's watching.
I'm going to
always watching.
Shift gears and direct
Her
your
husband's
attention
name
to
is
October
Ross.
21st of 2021. If you can just kind of walk the jury through how that day went and what you recall. You can start before the lunch hour, and then we'll kind of move through it, okay?
Okay. About 6:30 was my call time that morning, and that's what time that I needed to be on set. I arrived on set. I arrived at base camp first, grabbed breakfast. I don't remember if we had a COVID test that day or not, but then I went up to set. And I have a trauma bag that I take with me, and I have a box and a stand that has inside the box will have a emergency, it'll have tissue, it'll have cough drops, it'll have those
She
sorts of
doesn't
things
need to
that
do
the room might
this.
want,
She can just do
as
like
well as
this.
containers of sunscreen
I was
and
thinking, I
bug
was
spray,
like,
because at that time we had
could
some
she
hand
just
gloves.
get a monocle and save
So I
on
went and I set myself
glasses?
down at the middle of the town, and on the radio there was a little bit of noise about the camera department being behind schedule, and I had asked somebody, I'm not sure who, one of our either one of our other ADs or one of our PAs on set, production assistants on set. I asked what was going on, and they had said that the camera department was not ready to go and wouldn't be ready to go on time. I generally am friends with the majority of everybody on set. I've worked with everybody a lot, and so I went over to where the
You've
camera
worked
truck
with
was
everybody
to
a
kind of
lot.
see if I could see what was going on or talk to anybody about what was going on. 'cause I knew that they had some
Seriously.
issues with the production. And
It
I
sounds like
noticed that
she
they were
was
packing
the
up all their
set
equipment,
mom, not a paramedic
and
or an EMT.
you know, so I watched them do that for a little while, but then I had to go back to setting everything else up that I had to set up. And at some point in time, our first AD, Dave Halls, had called for a safety meeting that morning, which was rare. And it was more of a meeting to kind of get the crew back together again, because we were all kind of spread out and trying to figure out what was going on that morning. And so he you know, in the safety meeting, he just said that we were going to have a
I'm assuming, okay, sorry.
I can say what it is.
Do you have trouble judging distances?
Without saying what anyone said, can you summarize for the jury what your understanding was of the purpose for that meeting?
The purpose of that meeting was to get the crew back together as we were scattered, to try to get the day started. We were already so far behind with the camera crew leaving.
And when scenes are being filmed on the set, are you present every time a scene is being filmed?
95% of the time, unless I need to use the restroom or something.
So that's no.
Were scenes being filmed that morning before lunch?
Yes.
And were you present for those?
Yes.
Do you recall if any of those scenes involved the use of firearms?
I'm not sure about the first scene. I don't remember what we shot. The second part was before lunch, right after we moved up to the church. We had a scene. I'd like to say that it used weapons. I'm not 100% sure.
Okay. During that scene, did you see any of the handoff of the weapon from the armor to the actor?
I did not.
Okay. And then at some point, do you go to lunch?
Yes.
And when lunch is over, tell us what happens.
After lunch, I had gotten a ride up to set from our base camp, which was just a few minutes away down the road. And I had walked from where they drop us off up to where the church is, and was waiting for the rest of the crew and the rest of the departments to get to set as well. And so I sat down on the end of a tailgate that was nearby. I believe it was electric truck.
Unfortunate shadows make her look like she's got a 5 o'clock shadow.
Sorry.
Oh yeah, it's got to
It's okay,
cry.
take your time.
Now, see, now, mind you, she's a
talking-
and
Yeah.
she saw some things, but medics see things. So I
That's
don't know
that. Yeah, that's my whole thing was like, I get it's super traumatic, I understand, but like as a medic, don't you deal with a lot of this stuff?
Yeah.
Or-
But then again, on the other hand, she does have an emotional damage lawsuit, so she's got to show emotional damage. So when her lawsuit comes up for trial, she goes, "See how traumatized I was? I couldn't even testify to it."
Yeah.
Into
Yep.
whoever was sitting next to me, maybe a locations person, I don't remember. And the sound of a gun went off, or I heard the sound of a gun. And I looked over at who was sitting next to me and I said, are we rehearsing? Because I didn't know that we were back in at that point. I hadn't heard anything on the radio about us being back in and from lunch. And I said, I didn't hear anybody call,
Emotional
fire the hole, or normally like
damage.
you would hear. The armorer would say quarter load, half load, full load, whatever type of ammunition that they're shooting. And none of that was said. So as soon as I said that, I grabbed the bag, my normal bag, and I ran towards the church. I wasn't very far from it. And as I was approaching the door, I heard medic emergency come over the radio.
And are you the only medic on set?
I am.
Okay. So when you heard medic emergency,
You're not
on the
a medic,
radio,
you're an
did that
EMT.
information tell you where to go?
No.
How did
I
you know
not.
where to go?
I was there. I was sitting there outside the church waiting.
Okay, understood. Please proceed.
So I got to the door, and one of the things that we are taught in when you're becoming an EMT is your
So
safety
this
needs
would
to
be
safe
one of the
before you-
5% where she's not there while filming is getting ready to happen, and
Because
I'm
nobody
there.
said we're back.
Yeah.
go into it. So I stood at the door and I looked around to see what was happening, and I asked what happened, and somebody said, Halyna was shot, or the gun went off, something to that effect. And
She
I looked
forgot
down at
to
Halyna, who
cry.
had been sitting at that point.
Mhm.
to
She
my
got
right,
interrupted.
and Joel was on the left, in obvious pain. And Alec Baldwin was at the back of the church from me, the opposite end of the church from me. And then I looked at Halyna again, and as I started going towards her, I believe it was our camera operator, Reed, had asked her if she could feel her legs. And for one, I believe she said yes. For the other one, she said no. And so I knew that there was some sort of spinal injury at that point. And as I was going towards her, I could see the blood dripping from her back onto the church floor.
Was she still seated at this point, or was she?
She was leaning kind of on a pew.
Okay.
And
I love
in my
that the
regular,
prosecutor
my smaller
keeps
bag,
interrupting
I
her.
carry trauma shears, and so I started cutting up the back of her jacket to try to find where she was bleeding from. And at some point in time, I believe it was Ann Shim, our second AD, asked me if there's anything that I needed or she could do for me. And before that, I'm sorry, I called out on the radio for somebody to call 911. We would need an ambulance. And Ann then asked me if I needed anything, and I asked her to get me my bigger trauma bag because that's where I keep my trauma-related items. And she did. And I asked her to also call Matt Hemmer, who's one of our electricians. I asked her to call him because he had some previous military experience medically, and he was one of the people I knew I could get up there to help me. Being the only medic and 2 patients is not easy. And so I had him just take over for Joel while I tended to Halyna.
And so if you can kind of explain to us what kind of treatment you attempted with regard to Ms. Hutchins.
When I cut up the front of her, or the back of her jacket, I'm sorry, I grabbed some gauze and I put it on the one hole that I could find at that point. And I asked, at that point, I believe it was Reed was next to me. I gave him a glove and I asked him to hold that gauze there. And sometime in the meantime, we had moved the pews, or the guys had moved the pews away and laid her down. And I went to the front of her to cut up the front of her shirt, to the chest area to try to find the other hole, knowing that Joel had been shot. I knew that it was a through and through, or in one side out the other.
You already suspected that it was a through and through?
Yes, because
Okay.
because of the way that Joel was screaming in pain. I knew he had likely, whatever had gone through her had gone into him as well.
Okay, please proceed.
So I cut up the front and I could not find an entrance wound. And so I had to keep looking until I found the other wound. I didn't know what was entrance and what was exit at that point. And when I did, I grabbed another gauze that I have and I put it there to apply pressure. And I'm not sure at what point. I think I asked Serge or somebody who was somebody else who was nearby to hold that and apply pressure while I went and grabbed oxygen.
Okay, and so give us just a little bit of information about your oxygen apparatus and what you did with that.
It's in my main bag, so I grabbed my main bag and pulled it over, and it's a non-rebreather, so it's the mask that goes over the face and it has a bag at the bottom that inflates, and so the oxygen is delivered that way through the mask. It's got the things go around the back of the head, hold the mask on.
Okay, and just to be clear, we heard some testimony earlier
just
in the
got
trial
shot
about
through the
Ms.
chest.
Hutchins
She
being
needs
intubated.
oxygen.
Did you have anything to do with that process?
I did not.
Okay, go ahead and proceed.
So I put oxygen on her and I called back to the ambulance, on the radio, I'm sorry. I called back on the radio to make sure to have somebody call back, or whoever was communicating with 911, that we would need 2 ambulances and a bird at that point, because I knew Joel would need an ambulance and she was going to need a helicopter.
You already knew she was going to need a helicopter.
With that kind of trauma, yes. We are 15, 18 minutes from the hospital, from town. And with the way that she was bleeding, I knew she was gonna need more than we could provide, or an ambulance could provide, or Santa Fe hospitals could provide. She needed to go to the trauma center in Albuquerque.
Okay, and do you have any knowledge about the condition that a patient has to be in order for the helicopter to take off?
They need to be stabilized.
And do you have? Do you
This
know
still
why that
doesn't
is?
prove
Do you know
Hannah
of
was
training?
negligent.
I do not.
Okay, fair enough. After you called for 2 ambulances and a helicopter, what did you do at that point in time?
I just continued. Halyna was fighting. She didn't want the oxygen on her face. She didn't want anybody holding anything on her. She was fighting. And Serge was there too.
Were you, after we understand that you were providing oxygen and that Ms. Hutchins was struggling with that, was there anything else that happened other than that before paramedics arrived and took over that you can recall?
There was a point in time when I first had walked in, there were still people inside, and so I had said to whoever was there, AD wise, to remove anybody that was in the church that didn't need to be there. If they weren't some of the people that I had asked to help, then they needed to be removed. Alec being one of them. He was still in the church shortly after I got in there. Sorry, I'm bouncing backwards a little.
No, it's okay. So you asked an assistant director to do that for you?
I believe either assistant director or PA, somebody.
And a PA is a production
assistant, which is when you're first trying to get in the union as a in their union as an AD, you have to become a PA first. And you have to have so many days of PA work that you submit to the union before you can start as the next, I believe it's the second is the.
Okay, all right, understood. So whoever it was that you spoke to and you asked them to remove Mr. Baldwin and any other unnecessary people, did that person do that for you?
Yes.
Okay. And at some point, did paramedics
It's official.
arrive?
Baldwin's an
Do you have
unnecessary
any
person.
idea how long it took them to get there?
It felt like forever. I believe though it was, I don't have an exact time. I believe 12, 15 minutes.
Okay.
And I do believe that there was a, before the ambulance arrived, there might have been somebody else, a police officer, maybe that was around, but ambulance wise, it was quite some time.
Okay, and do you recall a police officer coming in with a medical bag and handing items to you?
I do, vaguely, but I do.
Okay. In your medical training, are you aware of the procedure that's done when a person is intubated, even though you didn't participate in that in this case?
Yes.
And are you aware that sometimes
I don't know. It depends what she's gonna say. But, yeah. All right. Again, this is an interesting testimony, I guess, but it doesn't prove anything as far as Hannah's culpability is concerned.
Yeah. Like it just shows the emotional damage for this lady. That's what this lady is testifying to, is her own emotional
Thank you very
damage.
much. I'll pass the witness.
All right, that's it. Cross-examination. Now this is gonna be interesting to see where this goes, because when they were when he was cross-examining the medical examiner, he was raising the possibility that her treatment and whoever intubated her could have caused her death.
Ooh.
They got the medical examiner to say it's possible she could have survived that. But in her professional opinion, the gunshot wound was the cause of death. But it's possible that improper emergency treatment could have contributed to it. It's possible that because they intubated her twice, that could have caused the death. So I think that's where the defense is going to be going with this. The defense is going to probably be pushing
Looking to blame her.
Yeah. Or did you do this right? Did you do that right? Shouldn't you have done this? Shouldn't you have done that? That's where I'm thinking is going to go.
Mm-hmm.
Hello, Ms. Schaefer. Hello. I'm going to start with this incident you talked about on direct with the ammunition and Ms. Gutierrez putting it into her fanny pack, okay?
Right.
So first, you don't know the difference between blanks and dummies, right?
I do not visually.
Right. And is what you saw in that one instance, Sarah Zachary bringing Hannah Gutierrez the different boxes of ammunition?
She was next to Hannah. I'm not sure exactly where the boxes were staged.
Right, but you saw Sarah bring her a box and then Ms. Gutierrez take the rounds and put them in her fanny pack, right?
Correct.
Okay. And you don't know if Sarah had shaken those boxes before she brought, or those rounds before she brought them, right?
I do not.
Can metal prop guns that can't fire, like replicas, like gun replicas, would those require safety checks?
That's a good question. Because she's not going to know the difference.
All right, let's. I thought that would be much shorter than it was, so let's fast forward.
Yes, testimony today. Hey, Ms. Schaefer, you said you worked on several film sets before, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And you've given us testimony today about what you saw and safety checks and whatnot, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you know what a replica gun is?
Can you? I can tell you. I would not know if somebody showed me put a plastic gun near me or one that could fire. So whichever way you were referring to replica, I do not know, because I would consider that a prop gun versus something the armorer would be in charge of.
So you are not.
You're an
Did
idiot.
you just say you don't know the difference between a replica gun and a real gun?
If I were not to see them, touch them in front of me, no, I would not.
Are you aware whether a replica gun even requires safety checks?
I'm confused by your words. Do you mean a?
You're confused by a lot.
If you mean
because you don't know what you're talking about. You don't even know these basic things, yet you're testifying what armor should do and what people should not do and what she's in charge of and what she's not. And you don't even know what the fuck you're talking about. Rant over. Anything to add, Flux, before I go?
No, she's completely talking out of her asshole.
Pretty much. You could have just
And
said
then
ass.
she's
That's-
like,
asshole's
when-
a little graphic.
So she's talking out of her rear end. Good Lord. And then when they're like questioning her on it, and she's you're confused because it's stupid what you're saying.
Right. All right, let's see. Let's keep going.
No, rubber gun, that does not need safety checks. You would not check a rubber gun. But if it is a gun that you put ammunition of any kind in, whether it's dummy or
the bonus hole,
whatever other the quarter loads that they use, then those would need to be checked.
Yes,
for
the old
safety, but a rubber
bonus
gun would not.
hole.
And you're saying that
She's
despite
talking
never
out of her
working as an
bonus
armor
hole
before,
here.
right?
That is correct. I'm not an armorer.
And you've never even worked in props as a props assistant, have you?
I have not worked in props. That is not my craft.
And have you ever worked on a set where there was actually a part-time armor?
Part-time? No. Day players? Yes. Not part-time.
So who is in charge of the gun cart when the armor has to go to the restroom?
That would I've never been in that situation. If somebody needed if the armorer was in the restroom, I would assume we would wait until the armorer was available to do their job. That would not be somebody for any other department that I'm aware of.
When you saw this incident with Sarah Zachary bringing Hannah this ammunition, and you saw Hannah, you said put it in a fanny pack, right?
Correct.
You don't know if those were blanks or dummies, do you?
I do not.
And were you aware that Ms. Gutierrez's fanny pack had multiple separators in it?
I was not. I did not. I just saw her pouring them in. I did not see anything other than the pouring motion.
And you don't follow Ms. Gutierrez or Sarah Zachary all day on set, do you?
I do not.
Apparently
You
she
don't know if there are
does.
safety checks done that were out of your presence, do you?
I do not.
Is it true that you have filed a lawsuit against David
Yep.
Walls, PDQ, Seth Kinney, and Sarah Zachary and Hannah Gutierrez?
Yes, it is true.
Among others, right?
Correct.
And in that lawsuit, you claim that you've been traumatized by the incident, right?
Absolutely.
And you are actually seeking money damages in that lawsuit for extreme emotional distress?
That is correct.
Did you in fact obtain a civil judgment against Sarah Zachary in that lawsuit for a sum of money?
It has been entered into judgment, yes.
Ooh.
And your case against Ms. Gutierrez, that's still pending, right?
That is correct.
Do you believe that your testimony here today is going to help you in your civil case against her?
She got money from Sarah. Well, you got a judgment against
I
Sarah.
understand what you're here for, ma'am, but do you believe that your testimony here is going to help you in that case?
I'm not thinking about that case.
Oh, you liar.
The fact that had
Bullshit.
armorer or-
Bullshit. That's the absolute bullshittiest of all bullshit statements that any bullshit witness would ever give.
Bitch, you lying?
All right. The answer to that is yes, but they'll never say it.
Mm-hmm.
They'll never say it. I mean, are you hoping your testimony here will help you? No, I'm hoping it really destroys and damages my civil suit. I'm hoping what I testify here too, make sure I never get another dime from another human being. That's what I hope.
Mm-hmm.
Of course she hopes it helps her testimony. And nobody believes anything otherwise.
Our first AD done their jobs, we would not be here. A woman would not be dead. A mother would not be gone.
And you filed a civil lawsuit over this?
Yes.
For your damages?
Correct.
To get money?
Did not.
So you filed a lawsuit because some kid doesn't have a mother. Why are you suing every other person in the universe that loses their mother?
Right.
I'm getting pissed off now.
Our first
This
AD
lady's-
done their jobs,
Yeah.
we would not be here. A woman would not be dead.
Ladies
a mother,
what?
This she's 100% in it for the dollars and trying to be like, oh, I just want this woman to one, you were the medic. I don't even think you were one of the people that was close to her. And you're like, oh, she was a mother, so I'm suing for money from me. Like, okay.
Partial settlement of $1.15 million. Dang.
Ooh, that's a reason to cry. That's
not
a
be
million
And you filed
reasons
a
to
civil
cry right
lawsuit over
there.
this?
Yes.
For your damages?
Correct.
To get money?
Not for money. It's not how it started.
And you, ma'am, are an EMT.
If it's not for money, why did it start?
Yeah.
You have no other claim whatsoever other than money for this. For justice, you don't have a claim for justice. Justice for what? For the family? Well, that's the family's business, not yours.
Right.
Bullshit. Yeah, that's why you go to civil court, for money. That's the only reason you go. Oh, I'm doing it for justice. No, you're not. Justice for what? You didn't lose anybody. Fuck off.
Are you going to
Basic
donate
or
all the
EMT?
money
What
to
is
the
EMT?
family?
EMT.
No.
There was an EMT, there's
Doubt
an EMT
it.
advanced or advanced EMT, and there's paramedic.
And you do have a certification, right?
Yes, I do.
Are you licensed through the state of New Mexico?
I am, and the state of California, as well as the National Registry.
So
In fact, you also have medical experience working at a hospital for almost 3 years.
That is correct.
And that was in an overflow unit for the emergency room?
We need to approach.
Oh, that's a lot of trauma right there.
yeah, we'd like to approach. He's making my witness sound too good.
Oh, well, no. If you work in a hospital as an emergency room, you're seeing gunshots, you're seeing trauma
Yeah.
all over the place. And you're
Yeah,
telling me, did you sue all those
Yeah.
people?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. She's making the witness sound too good. She has she has too many qualifications. She's seen too much shit. I object. Oh no.
She's making her story sound weird.
Yep.
What is your experience? You did say you worked at the hospital, but what is your experience with treating gunshot wounds?
I do not have experience with gunshot wounds. They were not on the floor I worked on.
Why wouldn't you be trained on that type of injury when you're dealing on a set with real guns?
I am trained for it. You asked about my experience at the hospital.
Okay, so you are trained with treating gunshot wounds.
Correct.
But you just don't have experience actually applying that training. Is that fair?
Not in the hospital setting or outside of it. Correct.
You said on direct that you had 2 trauma bags?
I have my normal bag, which has it's a 96% bag. It's kind of like a walking Walgreens, but it has gauze in it and trauma shears in case something else is needed until I get my main trauma bag.
Did you have any equipment with you on that day specifically addressed to treating a gunshot wound?
No.
You didn't have chest seals?
No.
Did you have any IVs?
I am not licensed to start IVs.
Good Lord, how low of an EMT is she if she doesn't even get to give an IV?
Well, are there other things on a movie
Like
set that
I
could
said,
cause
she's
a
not
thoracic puncture?
even a medic. She's
Well,
a
not-
mom. Let me
Yeah,
give you
I-
your Advil and your Band-Aids.
Seriously, I mean, how low in the
Tourniquets
EMT
or
totem
anything?
pole is she that like she doesn't get to give an IV? I mean, it's like, oh, you're bleeding out. I really wish I could give you some blood, but sorry, I'm not qualified.
Not generally.
Can she give
not generally.
shots?
If there is going to be something that's going to happen where something more traumatic like that could happen,
Yeah.
then we would request a
She gets to give Gatorade and orange slices.
and by ambulance to be on set with us so that we had all the gear and equipment needed, as well as additional medics to help.
But this movie had knives involved in it, right?
I could not tell you.
And horses?
There were horses.
Snakes?
There were wild snakes. We did not bring them onto set.
That'd be the Wrangler. Should ask the Wrangler. If she doesn't know if there were knives on the set. All right, she has zero credibility too.
Do you know who intubated Miss Hutchins?
I do not. I can assume, but I do not.
You said you can assume. Well, I mean, did you see it happen?
I did not.
Okay. Prior to all of these concerns that you're telling us about here today with Ms. Gutierrez, did you never raise any of those concerns with anyone?
I did not.
Not even the safety director, David Halls?
I did not.
And you said on direct, I believe, that
What?
prior to
Alert them and not
the
have the
shot that you
chance to
heard on that day,
practice?
that I think I heard you say, I want to get it clear, that you did not hear Dave Halls yell out rehearsals up, first team on set. Did you ever hear that?
I did not.
You never heard any call out that they were going to do that set?
No, not on the radio. I did not hear it. It doesn't mean it didn't happen and I didn't hear it, but
No, I just want to know what you heard.
I did not hear that. No.
Okay. No further questions.
Hey, Steve.
What's up, Steve? Steve did it.
Shaper. Are chest seals and IVs customary for movie set medics?
Chest seals, if you can get them, we'd not. It's not like we can go to a hospital and pick up equipment or products that we would keep in our bags. Whatever we
You can get those on
keep in our
Amazon.
bags is something that we buy over the counter. There are ways to make chest seals, but they're not the most.
You can buy them on
they
Amazon.
sometimes hurt more than help.
Duct tape.
IVs would be something that needs to be ordered, and if you do not have
Gaffer tape would do it.
medical direction,
You
or a
can
doctor that works
literally
in the
get
that says,
all
yes, you
of
can
this
work to your
stuff
scope of
online.
practice, or your license
I
level,
have my
you
own
don't
trauma
have that,
kit.
which most medics in New Mexico don't have. Most medics
Ask your dolly grip husband to grab the gaffer tape from the gaffer
don't
and,
have
and
that
do it.
medical direction.
Oh
You are not
my
allowed
God.
to do that outside of a hospital setting or outside of if you were employed by a EMS.
Okay.
Wrong.
And shifting gears, you were asked on cross-examination some questions about whether or not safety checks of ammunition would have taken place outside your presence. Do you recall that question?
Yes.
In your experience, are the safety checks of the ammunition done in the presence of the crew and the cast?
Yes.
Do you know if there's a reason for that?
I'm not sure.
Well, if a safety check of ammunition was done outside the presence of the cast and crew, would the cast and crew have knowledge as to the level of safety associated with that ammunition?
Not if it was not done in front of them, no. But the cast and crew are all welcome to ask for it to happen.
Okay. You were asked some questions about a civil lawsuit, and you
Yeah, that's what I'm
you
saying.
were
I
asked if
have
you were
my own
testifying
trauma
today
kit.
because you thought it would help your civil lawsuit.
Correct.
And I think your response was you didn't do it for money. That's not how it started. So I'd
Right.
like you to, and then I think you got cut off. I'd like you to go ahead and finish that.
Yeah, go ahead.
The reason that I brought any kind of lawsuit to anybody in the beginnings is because I wanted change in our industry. I did not want.
Oh, horseshit.
Mm-hmm.
Your industry, you're a medic. Movies aren't your industry. Armors aren't your industry.
Yeah. You're a medic. The medical field is your industry. Go change that.
Something like this to be able to happen again to anybody else, to their families, to the crew that knows them as family. I wanted some sort of change to happen, some policy change, whether it be required to have a standby ambulance or it be required to have additional medics if there's going to be big stunts or big gunfire or anything that could potentially cause, somebody to become.
But see, the issue was there insufficient medical staff. They wasn't did this happen because there wasn't enough. This is bullshit.
Mm-hmm.
I wanted to make sure there's more ambulances, more medics, more qualified. That has nothing to do with the shooting. That is the policy. This is so stupid.
And even if it was, they the point was they didn't budget for it. They didn't want that there.
Yeah.
Like
injured.
Yeah. Change. She wants change, like dollar change.
Wanted that change in our industry because on that show there were roughly 75 crew. That is minimal to compare to what I normally would have on set. I would have no less than 300 usually before I would be approved to have an additional medic to come and help me. That is just not okay.
What does this
That is
have
not
to do
okay.
with
and being the only medic there with
what
two
Hannah
patients,
allegedly did?
knowing my resources were not close enough to help in any significant way is what I wanted to change.
Oh, okay.
And have you suffered from extreme trauma as a result of this?
Yes. Can I just expand?
Sure. Okay.
Yeah. That's a question for the civil court jury to determine whether she suffered from emotional damage.
And let's proceed.
Let's change the subject because I lost.
Yeah, she lost
Upon
that
my
one.
questioning, you asked if I asked you about your claim for emotional distress, and you responded and asked if you could expand on that. The court is going to let you.
Oh, okay.
Please
Never mind.
Oh.
I went home that night
And I cried.
and I looked at my little boy. He's the same age as Halyna's son. And all I could think about is how I could not save his mother's life and how he was going to grow up without a mother. And how her spouse lost the love of his life.
So did you sue in civil court everybody who caused any accident you treated in your years in hospitals and other places
Right.
for the same reasons? This is a load of horseshit.
I did not expect this testimony. I
Right.
did not expect this testimony.
Right.
So you're going to, I mean, no harm to you, but we're going to strike that testimony.
Yeah.
So disregard that testimony, okay? All right. let's
That's
go.
what I thought should have happened.
All right. Thank you, ma'am. I appreciate your time.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, you shouldn't have let her expand on it at all.
All right. It is it's getting to be 20 to 4 a.m. We've got about another 45 minutes. So if we watch it, we can catch up before trial starts tomorrow. So it should start at 10:30 Eastern, 10:30 a.m. Eastern time. We'll start at 10 Eastern time, and we'll watch this and we'll catch up and we'll do Monday all caught up and live. Thank you for finishing early, Judge, on Friday. But just a quick little thing here. We're going to be doing 2 shows tomorrow. This trial will start at 10 a.m. Eastern, but from 8 to 10 a.m. Eastern, I've been dragged kicking and screaming into the what the Hales situation. So we'll be doing a what the hell is going on with that? What the hell is going on with what the Hales? Trying to figure out what that's all about. So that'll be 8 to 10 a.m. Eastern time, and then 10 to whenever will be this trial.
Sounds
and
fun.
we've got a couple of potential guests lined up to educate me on what the hell's going on with that case. So we'll if things get solidified, I'll announce who they are. But we're going to continue doing this. They're expecting to start closing arguments on Thursday the 7th. They expect to start Thursday morning with the 7th. So I'm expecting the state to probably wrap up their case on Monday, give the defense 2 days, and then turn it over for closing arguments on Thursday morning and give it to the jury Thursday afternoon. And then we'll get this out of the way, and I can start talking about everything I haven't been talking about for 2 weeks. The tonsil twins, the fetal attraction, the mouth conceptions of Eckert. There's been developments in that. We've got this whole what the Hales thing going. We've got other updates on other things. We managed to get out the Aguilar Mendez all charges dropped video just before this starts, and so we're doing good. We've got lots to catch up on outside of things. So let's go with that. We'll see how things go. Flux, thank you so much for being here. I know you wanted to do this because you're always normally at work, and
I know. I'm like, I never get a chance to join, so I'm so happy. Thank you for inviting me.
Yeah, it was nice to have you.
I'm sorry I distract with the shiny head.
So apparently, you and Danny have unilaterally decided to kick me out of my very own unexplained streams and do your own unexplained stream while I'm at work. You obstreperous.
Well, you had to be all busy and go to China and stuff.
My disobedient children, my disobedient YouTube children. So yeah, you tell us
just
about
join
that
us from the office. You'll be fine.
Well, no,
tonight, 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, 5 p.m. Mountain Standard Time. Danny on Direct and we are going to be doing the unexplained. I'm not sure
without the creator of the show, but they're going to talk about something.
With that, yeah. So I'm not sure if we're going to be talking about the Stargate experience or if we're going to be doing something else. But yeah, we're going to be doing an unexplained. To be fair, you said go for it.
Well, that was during the weekend when I was in China. Anyway, what about your Minecraft? I prevented you from doing Minecraft, didn't I?
Oh, no. Minecraft streams are Mondays, Tuesdays. Well, I'm trying to get Mondays, Tuesdays going. But Wednesdays and Saturdays, and then Thursdays are flexing around where we're just kind of look at all the crazy stuff that's going on. Because, I mean, there's too much. There's too much crazy stuff going on.
But you're doing your 100 days of Minecraft.
Yes. So that will probably be tomorrow. I'll get back to that tomorrow.
So it's 100 days, just not 100 days in a row.
No. So what it is, it's actually a challenge within the game. So it's 100 in-game days. So it's 100 days within Minecraft series. So it's not 100 days in like real life because that would be a lot.
For three and a half months. So, yeah.
That would be that. But every day playing Minecraft? Actually, that might be a challenge I could do. Like,
I'm gonna say, seems like you'd have fun.
I could make that happen. But yes, House of Flux. We have fun.
Make sure you get there. Make sure you subscribe. Pam asks, how many hours are you ahead of the U.S., Jeff? Well, it depends on which part of the U.S. you're talking about. There's several time zones in the U.S., as you're aware. From Eastern time, 14 hours ahead. It's 4 a.m. right now. So, all right, I'm going to shut this baby down. We'll see you tomorrow at 8 a.m. Eastern for an hour and a half, 2 hours of what the Hales. Let's find out what's going on with that. And then we will do the trial. We'll catch up. We'll watch The Last Witness from Monday. I'm from last Friday, and then we'll get on with Monday live right up to the lunch hour, as we always do. Chat, thank you for being here. Thank you for your support, for the super chats, the membership gifts, and just being here, chatting, and just being the Vice Squad, because you are the greatest chat on the entire internet. Mods, thank you for being super moddy and doing your mod things, which is to do nothing. For not exercising mod powers, but just keeping the chat in line. And Flux, thank you so very much for being here.
Always.
Pleasure having you. Let's see if anybody happens to be up and doing anything on this fine Sunday morning where we can send you off to. Let's see. Go to studio. Go to content. Live. Oh, and by the way, everybody, hit that like and subscribe button if you haven't already done so. We're 37 away from 600 likes. 37. If you get down there and smash that like button while I figure out where we're going to send you to. All right, and subscribe if you haven't done so. If you are subscribed, as always, just make sure you are still subscribed. Redirect to Mystery Science Theater. We can watch X-Ray Girl play Helldivers 2.
Ooh.
Or we can watch Legal Mindset Insane Case of Uhura Rushaya.
Bless
let's
you.
Send you over to, let's send you over to X-Ray Girl. We can, if you want to watch people play video games, X-Ray Girl's the one to watch. She's fun. We like X-Ray Girl. So, all right, here we go, peeps. Let's go see what X-Ray Girl's playing. She's playing Helldivers 2. Peace out, everybody. Say goodbye, Flux.
Bye, Flux.
Fortnite!